Chapter 260. The might of the Azure Dragon arrow style was heaven-shaking. The wind howled and a killing intent filled the air. Wherever the Azure Dragon arrow style passed, the air would be torn apart and a large hole would appear in the air. This arrow was a killing shot. Yi Xing no longer intentionally split the trial target's body. Instead, he aimed directly at the trial target's vital points. Boom! With a heaven-shaking explosion, the trial target's unparalleled saber light was instantly shattered by the Azure Dragon arrow style. The treasured saber also rebounded. The Azure Dragon pounced on the trial target and sent the trial target flying backwards. The true fatal point of the Azure Dragon arrow style was not the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was only an illusion. The true fatal point was the arrow in the Azure Dragon illusion. As the trial target flew backwards, the arrow from the Azure Dragon phantom pierced through its chest. With an explosive sound, the terrifying power of the arrow directly blew up the trial target, causing it to dissipate into a rain of light. The Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation returned to his forehead. The spirit mark bow in his hand returned to his storage ring. Yi Xing's shocking aura calmed down. With the breakthrough of the four symbols arrow style and the Azure Dragon arrow style, Yi Xing's heart stirred. On the path of archery, he felt a whole new world. He immediately sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended. He wanted to turn this feeling into his own comprehension and completely control it. On the side, the pimp looked at Yi Xing and nodded his head in satisfaction. Back when Yi Xing had used the Sagittarius constellation, the pimp had already looked at Yi Xing in a new light. Even Zi Shanho knew about the Sagittarius constellation, so the pimp naturally knew even more. A martial artist who possessed such a supreme celestial form would have unimaginable achievements in the future. This was because even the master of the Stellar Hall only possessed an extreme celestial form. It was far inferior to the supreme celestial form. The pimp knew that Yi Xing had comprehended something, so he was not in a hurry to give Yi Xing the reward for completing the trial. Instead, he stared at Yi Xing with wide eyes and curiosity. After 3.5 months of observation, Mr. Pimp's attitude towards Yi Xing had changed from just looking at him casually to being very interested in him. He gave Yi Xing half a year's time to complete the trial of the 4th level, but Yi Xing only used 3.5 months to complete it. Moreover, the pimp was very clear that the reason Yi Xing took 3.5 months was because he was using the trial to practice martial arts. Otherwise, he would only need a little more than 2 months to finish the trial. This kind of result was far better than what the pimp had expected. That unknown dark astrology, the highest level of Sagittarius constellation astrology, extraordinary comprehension, judgment, reaction speed, learning speed, all of this was concentrated on a young man. What kind of genius was he? The pimp asked himself. He had lived for 3,800 years, and he had never met a genius more outstanding than Yi Xing, including the master of the Stellar Hall. Not long after, Yi Xing opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, an arrow appeared in his hand and shot out. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air. However, all of a sudden, the arrow turned in the air and changed its direction at an extremely strange angle. The angle was indeed strange. It was not an arc, but a hard right angle. It was as if there was suddenly something blocking the front, causing the arrow to have no choice but to change direction in an instant. It was completely different from Yi Xing's previous use of the spinning technique to change direction. One was an arc, using the spinning force to change direction, while the other was a hard right angle, directly changing direction. To be able to do this, one could only step into the second realm of archery, following one's heart. Following one's heart meant following one's heart's desires. The arrow that was shot out could change direction according to the archer's heart. The stronger the archer's heart, the faster the change in direction, and the more times it could change direction. Whoosh! In just the blink of an eye, the arrow that had already changed its direction actually made a sharp turn in the air and changed its direction for the second time at a rigid right angle. However, after the second change in direction, the arrow's power was greatly weakened and soon fell to the ground. Yi Xing let out a long sigh as a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His understanding of archery had broken through to the following one's heart realm and reached the following one's heart realm in one fell swoop. However, the second change was still too much pressure for him. The change in direction greatly weakened the attack power of the arrow, making it ineffective. Instead, it tired him out. The second realm of archery, following one's heart realm, changed the power of the arrow. It was not celestial essence or skill, but the heart, the power of the heart. This power was illusory and could only be obtained through the heart's comprehension. Yixing had just broken through the four symbols archery technique and comprehended this power. Under Yixing's enlightenment, he completely transformed it into his own power. Only then did he have some power of the heart, but compared to Zishanho, he was still far behind. Zishanho could achieve following one's heart 3 changes without changing his expression. Yixing could only achieve following one's heart if his expression did not change. The role of the heart was not only to change the direction of the arrow, but also to greatly increase the power of the arrow. It was closely related to one's attainments in archery. With every increase in level, there would be a qualitative breakthrough in power. Archers in this realm did not need a bow. The power contained in the arrow thrown by their hands was enough to kill people. In the past, Yixing had thought that Zishanho could easily kill low-level martial saints with a wave of his hand, which was hard to understand. But now, he could do the same. Pimp looked at the arrow thrown by Yixing and was amazed in his heart. He is not only a martial arts genius, but also an archery genius. He has just broken through to the second level of archery and has just begun to touch the power of the heart, but he can already achieve following one's heart realm. Although the second change is still very difficult, it is still extremely heaven-defying. He is so young, I wonder what kind of achievements he will achieve in martial arts and archery in the future. With a thought, Yixing stretched out his hand. The arrow that had fallen in the distance moved slightly and immediately flew back into Yixing's hand. Yixing put away the arrow and smiled faintly. The power of one's will was really strange. Yixing. Pimp turned into his human form and walked over. In the past 3.5 months, he had occasionally talked with Yixing. He already knew Yixing's name. You have completed the trial of the 4th level of the Star Palace. You have received the complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the falling star incantation, and a rare elixir that can increase cultivation, the Jade Star Elixir. After saying this, Pimp raised his hand and a bottle of elixir appeared in his hand. He handed it to Yixing. At the same time, a white light descended from the sky and entered Yixing's mind. It was the complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the falling star incantation. The complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the falling star incantation, was enough for Yixing to cultivate to the 9 stars enlightened being or even the half-honored being realm. In the entire true Xian domain, only the 9 upper sects had this peerless secret manual. Yixing had a faint smile on his face. With the complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the falling star incantation, sooner or later, he would become the strongest person in the Qinyan area. He might even become the strongest person in the entire true Xian domain. Thank you, Pimp. Yixing took the bottle of elixir and said, "What kind of elixir is the Jade Star Elixir?" "I have never heard of it." Pimp said, "It is a type of upper-grade elixir. Although it can increase cultivation, its main purpose is to strengthen the foundation, cleanse the impurities in the body. Therefore, although the Jade Star Elixir is an upper-grade elixir, it can only increase your cultivation by 1 realm." Yixing's heart skipped a beat as he said happily, "Increase 1 realm, this is already a peerless elixir." The 5-leaf ice lotus that he had obtained could only increase his cultivation by 1 realm. However, this Jade Star Elixir also had the same effect. Moreover, increasing cultivation was only the smallest effect of the Jade Star Elixir. Didn't this mean that the value of the Jade Star Elixir was much higher than the 5-leaf ice lotus? No wonder the Jade Star Elixir was an upper-grade elixir. Yixing felt relieved. Pimp smiled but did not say anything. His knowledge was naturally not something that Yixing could compare with. Yixing put away the bottle of elixir and blinked his eyes. "Pimp, now that I have passed the trial, you should tell me everything about the Star Palace." "Huh." Pimp laughed as his small eyes trembled. He looked very wretched. The trial is not over yet. You are in the enlightened being, honored being, and king realm. There are still trials. If you pass the trial in the king realm, the entire star palace will be yours. At that time, you will know everything. Yixing shrieked, King realm? I am only a martial saint now. If I want to become a king realm, how long will I have to wait? Pimp took out a token and handed it to Yixing. This is the star token. In the future, when your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can enter the trial at any time. Looking for monthly votes. Chapter 261. Yixing took the star token and asked, then how do I get out? The pimp pointed at the star token in Yixing's hand and said, it's the same. Yixing said in surprise, that means I can enter and exit the star hall at any time with the star token? The pimp nodded and said, but there's a distance limit. You can only teleport nearby. You can't go too far away. Yixing touched the star token and said happily, this is a good thing. Since I can go out whenever I want, I won't go out for the time being. I'll raise my cultivation to the 5th level of the star vortex realm first. Yixing had been a 4-star martial saint for several months. Now, his cultivation had stabilized to the late 4th level. The Jade Star Pill had the effect of raising the cultivation of a martial saint. He could use the Jade Star Pill to immediately break through to the 5th level of the martial saint realm. He had been in the Fallen Star secret realm for 4.5 months. The other disciples had already gone out 3.5 months ago. He didn't know the situation of the Fallen Star sect now. I haven't gone out for so long. They probably think I'm dead. How should I explain myself now that I'm out? If I don't die, Hua Tianshu will definitely know that I killed He Hongjiao. How should I deal with her revenge after I go out? I'd better break through to the 5th level of the martial saint realm first and increase my strength as much as possible. It's better to rely on myself than on the heavens and earth. The more outstanding I am, the more the sect will value me. Yixing thought a lot. Anyway, he hadn't gone out for so long. It didn't matter if he went out a few days later. Seeing that Yixing wasn't in a hurry to go out, the pimp turned into a big turtle and crawled away. His voice came from afar, take your time to cultivate. When you're done, go out. I'm going to rest. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. The pimp was very fast and disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. Yixing sat down cross-legged, took out the Jade Star Pill, and swallowed it. As soon as the Jade Star Pill entered his stomach, it turned into a surging river of medicinal power, flowing into Yixing's meridians, limbs, bones, skin, flesh, internal organs, tendons, bones, and other parts of his body. Yixing felt all the flesh and blood in his body wriggling as if they were on fire. The celestial essence within Ning Cheng's body also started to boil instantly, rampaging about. Some of the blind spots that Ning Cheng could not reach with his celestial essence in the past, under the influence of the Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies, Ning Cheng's celestial essence was now violently bombarded by his celestial essence. Soon, Yixing felt a layer of mucous membrane appear on the surface of his body. The mucous membrane had a fishy smell. It was the impurities that had been discharged from his body. As time went on, more and more mucous membranes appeared on Yixing's body, while Yixing's body felt more and more comfortable. The circulation of celestial essence, the circulation of blood, the transmission of power, everything became smoother. Moreover, while Yixing's celestial essence continued to cleanse the dead areas of his body, it also continued to absorb the Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies, causing them to grow more and more vigorous. At the same time, the celestial vortex in Yixing's dantian also absorbed a large amount of Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies and continued to expand. Not long after, Yixing's cultivation made a qualitative breakthrough, stepping into the 5th layer of the celestial vortex realm. After breaking through to the 5th star martial saint realm, the Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies were still abundant, and the process of cleansing continued. Similarly, Yixing's celestial essence continued to strengthen, his celestial vortex continued to expand, and his cultivation continued to consolidate and improve. After 2 hours, Yixing completely absorbed the Jade Star Pill's rich medicinal efficacies, and the process of cleansing Yixing's body finally came to an end. The mucous membrane on the surface of Yixing's body had turned into a layer of black shell, and it was unknown how many impurities had been removed from his body. Yixing's body felt unprecedentedly comfortable, and his whole spirit was much more uplifted. The super brain scanned his body and found that whether it was his skin, flesh, internal organs, tendons, or bones, they were much stronger than before. There had been earth-shaking changes. Since becoming a martial saint, Yixing had not cultivated his physical body, and the pure strength of his physical body had not changed. Today, due to the cleansing effect of the Jade Star Pill, Yixing's physical body had been greatly strengthened, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Yixing did not doubt that his physical strength was enough to crush any beginner martial saint, and he could even compete with a 4-star martial saint. Just the strength of his physical body alone had reached such a level. This was simply unheard of and unbelievable. Especially Yixing's cultivation. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the celestial vortex realm, it had been consolidated to the late stage of the 5th layer, and he was not far from the peak of the 5th layer. Yixing's current destiny was a 9-star orange destiny, which was the destiny of a peak martial saint. There was no bottleneck in cultivating in the martial saint realm. Once his cultivation had consolidated to the peak of the 5th layer, he would be able to charge toward the 6-star martial saint, and it would not be long before he could do so. Yixing's inner strength vibrated, and the mucous membrane and black shell on the surface of his body were all shattered. Even his clothes were torn to shreds. Yixing's body was revealed. His skin seemed to be made of bronze, and it was slightly reflective. The contours of his muscles were as smooth as flowing water, and they were filled with power and explosive strength. Yixing waved his hand, and a new set of clothes appeared from the storage ring. In the blink of an eye, he was neatly dressed. I seem to have grown taller. Now I'm a little over 1.8 meters. Yixing immediately sensed the change in his height. Under the scan of the super brain, he was now 1.82 meters tall, and he was only 1.77 meters tall before. While the Jade Star Pill had cleansed his body and strengthened his body, it had also accelerated his growth, and he had grown 5 centimeters taller. With the cultivation of the 5th layer of the celestial vortex realm and a more perfect body, I might be able to cultivate the falling star incantation to a higher level, reaching the 6th or even the 7th layer. Yixing thought to himself. The falling star incantation that he was currently cultivating was a middle-grade spiritual martial inheritance. Although he had the upper and supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation in his mind, the falling star incantation was of the same origin. Yixing could cultivate it from the lowest level to the highest level, which would greatly increase the speed of cultivating the supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation. If Yixing cultivated the middle-grade falling star incantation to the highest level, the 7th layer, it would be equivalent to cultivating the upper-grade falling star incantation to the 3rd layer, and he would be able to convert it directly without having to disperse his cultivation and cultivate it again. If he cultivated the upper-grade falling star incantation to the 7th layer, it would be equivalent to cultivating the supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation to the 3rd layer, and he would be able to convert it directly. Without the trouble of dispersing his cultivation and cultivating it again, Yixing would naturally cultivate it from the lowest level to the highest level. Otherwise, if he cultivated the supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation directly, with Yixing's talent in martial arts and the help of the super brain, he would be able to learn it. However, it would definitely take a long time. If it was fast, it would take 7 or 8 months, and if it was slow, it would take 1 or 2 years. During this time, Yixing's cultivation would not make any progress. Comparing the two, it was obviously more cost-effective to start cultivating the middle-grade falling star incantation. As for starting from the low-grade falling star incantation, it was completely unnecessary. Yixing cultivated the pure essence art, and the strength of his celestial essence was already above the low-grade falling star incantation. With the pure essence art as the foundation, he could directly cultivate the middle-grade falling star incantation. Yixing sat cross-legged and calmed his mind. In Yixing's mind, the super brain simulated a human figure, which clearly showed the cultivation method of the middle-grade falling star incantation. Yi Xing was very clear about the circulation of his celestial essence in each meridian, stopping at each acupoint, and the changes Yi Xing cultivated according to the model in his mind. It was as if he had the perfect teacher teaching him, and there was not the slightest mistake. Because of this, Yi Xing's attainment in the middle-grade falling star incantation improved so quickly. When he was a 4-star martial saint, he could reach the 5th level. Now, as a 5-star martial saint, he wanted to try to reach the 6th level. The 6th level of the middle-grade falling star incantation was a realm that many nobles could not reach. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that Yi Xing had a very strong premonition in his heart. Or rather, he judged that it would not be difficult for him to cultivate the middle-grade falling star incantation to the 6th level. In fact, it would not take him too long. It had been nearly 4 months since the core disciples came out of the falling star secret land. In the first 1 or 2 months, Yi Xing was still a hot topic in the falling star sect and even the entire falling star country. However, no matter how attractive the topic was, it could not withstand the passage of time. In the 2nd month, the topic about Yi Xing gradually began to decrease. In the 3rd month, there were very few people talking about Yi Xing. In the 4th month, no one cared about him. Yi Xing, the genius who died young in the hearts of the falling star incantation, had been sealed in the depths of their memory. As time passed, this memory became deeper and deeper. In the end, it was completely forgotten. Except for some people who were close to Yi Xing, the rest would not remember that there was a genius who died young in the falling star sect in the falling star country, Yi Xing. Chapter 262. On this day, the falling star sect was clean from top to bottom. The entire falling star sect looked brand new. There were twice as many people at the sentry posts as compared to usual. As for the inner sect square, it was even more extraordinary. Around the centermost ring, 3 tall pavilions were temporarily set up. On the pavilions near the falling star hall, many higher-ups of the falling star sect were gathered. Sect Master Lu Tianyuan was the leader, and beside him were perfected masters of the astral realm. Behind the perfected masters were the elders of the sect. They were either half-step perfected masters or marquis peak martial saints. On the left and right of the perfected masters stood some core disciples. More than half of the core disciples were here. Obviously, today was a special day. Out of the 3 pavilions, 1 was occupied by they and the other 2 were empty. No one knew who they were reserved for. If the sect master of some of the perfected masters, and the elders of the sect were waiting for someone, then the person they were waiting for was definitely not an ordinary person. The sect master of the Spirit Moon sect, perfected master Xingyue, is here to visit the falling star sect. Lu Tianyuan and the rest did not wait for long before a huge bird flew over from the horizon. A loud voice came from afar. The voice traveled more than 10 miles, and the entire falling star sect could hear it. No wonder sect master Lu Tianyuan was waiting for them personally. It was the sect master of the Spirit Moon sect, Ling Xingyue, who was leading the team. Since the sect master was visiting, the falling star sect naturally had to be received by the sect master. As the bird came closer, the people of the falling star sect realized that it was a huge Luan bird. When it spread its wings, it was more than 20 feet long. Its body was covered in shiny green fur. It was a level 3 demonic beast. A level 3 demonic beast was equivalent to a perfected master of the astral realm. There were more than 10 people standing on the back of the Luan bird. The 3 people in front had deep auras. They were all perfected masters of the astral realm. The 10 people behind them did not look old. They were all in their early 20s. They should be the younger disciples of the Spirit Moon sect. Their cultivations were not low. Most of them were 5 or 6-star martial saints. However, 2 of them were much stronger than the rest. They were like cranes among chickens. 7-star vortex martial saints. A 7-star martial sage could be conferred the title of marquis. For a disciple of the younger generation to reach such a cultivation realm, his talent was indeed outstanding. Among the disciples of the there was only one who had reached the 7-star martial saint realm. That was the first disciple, Ma-Ren. However, Ma-Ren had only broken through to become a 7-star martial saint after coming out of the Falling Star secret land. Even with the spiritual pills provided by the sect to help him consolidate his cultivation, he was only at the middle stage of the 7-star martial saint realm. Among the disciples of the Spirit Moon sect, there were 2 7-star martial saints. Among the disciples of the there was 1 7-star martial saint. From this, it could be seen that the younger generation of the Falling Star sect was indeed inferior to the Spirit Moon sect. However, this generation of Spirit Moon sect disciples was the most ordinary generation in the last 100 years. Even so, the disciples of the Falling Star sect were still inferior to them. Some people said that the Falling Star sect had declined in recent years and had no successors. This was true. Lu Tianyuan stood up and went out to greet them. Everyone from the Falling Star sect also stood up. Elder Hua Tianshu of the Tool Pavilion and Elder Yu Pinghai of the Enforcement Hall followed behind Lu Tianyuan to greet the guests from the Spirit Moon sect. Friends from the Spirit Moon sect have come from afar. It must have been hard on you. Lu Tianyuan cupped his fists towards the Spirit Moon sect leader in the air. Then, he pointed to a pavilion and said, "Friends from the Flying Clouds sect have not arrived yet. Sage Xingyu, please take our friends from the Spirit Moon sect to rest for a while." The level 3 demonic beast Luan bird landed on the pavilion that Lu Tianyuan pointed at. Everyone jumped down from the bird's back. Look, look! That 7-star martial saint in white is Mo Shilan. Among the core disciples of the someone pointed at a female disciple in white from the Spirit Moon sect and shouted excitedly. Beside him, several core disciples looked excitedly towards the pavilion where the Spirit Moon sect was located. Their eyes immediately lit up. Eldest senior brother Ma-Ren also looked over with a serious expression. Mo Shilan, the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, was 23 years old and was already a peak 7-star martial saint. Ma-Ren was also 23 years old this year and was also a 7-star martial saint. However, he had just become a 7-star martial saint. Mo Shilan had become a 7-star martial saint at the age of 22 and had been conferred the title of Marquis by the Spirit Moon country. It had been more than a year since then. There was a big gap between the two of them. Even the second disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, Tsing Jingru, made Ma-Ren feel a lot of pressure. Tsing Jingru had also broken through to the 7-star martial saint this year. It was about the same time as Ma-Ren. Her cultivation should also be at the middle stage of the rank 7 martial saint realm. This time, the Spirit Moon sect leader had brought the core disciples to participate in the gathering of the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect. Every 5 years, the top 10 sects of the Green Cloud region would go to the depths of the Green Cloud mountain range and open up the Green Cloud ancient land once. They would allow their best disciples to enter the Green Cloud ancient land to gain experience and explore for treasures. In the Green Cloud ancient land, there were many dangers. The greatest danger came from the disciples of the other sections. Especially the 4 sects in the north of the Green Cloud mountain range. They were strong and far stronger than the 6 sects in the south of the Green Cloud mountain range. Their disciples were also weaker. Therefore, the disciples of the 6 sects in the south had to unite and fight against their enemies. They had to fight against the disciples of the 4 sects in the Green Cloud ancient land. However, the 6 sects in the south were all located in the south of the Green Cloud mountain range. Usually, there were conflicts and disputes that were difficult to cut off. For example, the Falling Star sect and the Dongfu sect had great enmity and they always wanted each other to be destroyed. Therefore, it was impossible for the 6 sects in the south to unite. After many years of development, the 6 sects in the south had been divided into 2 camps. The Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect had joined forces and belonged to one camp. The other 3 sects had joined forces and belonged to the other camp. In fact, there were also conflicts between the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect. However, because the conflicts between them were small and they had to fight against the other camp, they joined forces. This kind of alliance was not stable and there were also internal conflicts. For example, if the disciples of the three sects entered the Green Cloud ancient land, who should they listen to since they were in an alliance? In order to solve this problem, every month before the Green Cloud ancient land opened, the three sects would bring their most elite core disciples and hold a gathering. The purpose of the gathering was to select the person who could command all the disciples of the three sects in the Green Cloud ancient land. In the Star Land, the strong were respected and the strong naturally would not listen to the weak. Therefore, the selection process was simple. The strongest core disciple of the three sects would listen to his command in the Green Cloud ancient land. In each sect, the ranking of the disciples was based on their strength. The strongest disciple would be the eldest disciple. Therefore, as long as the eldest disciple of the three sects competed, they would be able to select the strongest one. However, the three great sects only gathered once every 5 years. If the three great sects only had a competition between the three great sects, it would be too monotonous and not satisfying enough. Therefore, after discussion, the three great sects decided to have a competition between the elite core disciples during the gathering to see which sect's disciple performed the best. Therefore, the competition for command in the Green Cloud ancient land evolved into a competition among the core disciples of the three sections. In other words, it was a competition for face. Whichever sect won the core disciple competition of the three major sects and took the first place, that sect would be proud, their faces filled with glory. If any of the sects lost, they would naturally lose face. In the next 5 years, they would work hard and do their best to nurture their disciples. They would strive to be able to hold their heads up high in the next competition. 5 years ago, in the three sects competition, Spirit Moon sect was ranked first, Flying Cloud sect was ranked second and Falling Star sect was ranked third. This year, it was Falling Star sect's turn to host the three sects competition. However, the disciples of Falling Star sect were not as outstanding as the disciples of Spirit Moon sect 5 years ago. The eldest disciple of Spirit Moon sect, Mo Shilon, was a peak 7-star martial sage. She was very powerful and was famous in the entire Green Cloud region. Ma Ren's chances of winning against her were less than 10%. Therefore, as the host this time, Falling Star sect did not want to be ranked first. Instead, they wanted to be ranked second and not be ranked last again. Last time at the Spirit Moon sect, he had already lost face by coming in last place. This time, it was hosted by Dayan as the host. If he were to come in last place again, it would really be a huge loss of face. Whether they could be ranked second or not depended on the current core disciples of Flying Cloud sect. Chapter 263. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Since there was going to be a competition between the core disciples, the three sects naturally had to find out the strength of the other party's core disciples before the competition. Among the core disciples of the Flying Cloud sect, there were 2 7-star martial saints. In terms of numbers, they were stronger than the Falling Star sect. However, the 2 7-star martial saints of the Flying Cloud sect were not well known. Although the eldest disciple, Yun Bin, had already been a 7-star martial saint for a year, his heavenly fate was not very outstanding. He only had an 8-star orange fate. After becoming a 7-star martial saint, his cultivation progress was extremely slow. Currently, his cultivation was at most in the middle of the 7th level. Ma Ren was more confident in Yun Bin. He believed that Yun Bin had a 60% chance of winning. As for the other 7-star martial saint disciple, Yun Feng, he was the son of the Flying Cloud sect master, Yun Zhankong. He had just broken through this year, and he had broken through later than Ma Ren. According to the news from the Yun Feng didn't have any decent battle achievements. Ma Ren didn't put him in his eyes, thinking that he was just a good-for-nothing. Speak of the devil. Just as Ma Ren was thinking about the Flying Cloud sect's disciples, a huge winged black tiger appeared in the distance. The people of the Flying Cloud sect had arrived. Lu Tianyuan, the Flying Cloud sect is here. A mighty voice came from afar. The voice was wild and unrestrained, directly calling Lu Tianyuan's name without any respect. Compared to the politeness of the Spirit Moon sect, the guests of the Flying Cloud sect were extremely rude. The relationship between the Flying Cloud sect and the Falling Star sect wasn't harmonious. It was the Spirit Moon sect that had brought them together. Moreover, because of the enemy of the other camp, they had reluctantly joined together. Furthermore, the Flying Cloud sect master, Yun Zhankong, and the Falling Star sect master, Lu Tianyuan, were of the same generation. In that generation, Lu Tianyuan was not only a heavenly fate enlightened being, but he also had a lightning attribute physique. The purple lightning dipper fist that he cultivated was shockingly powerful. Yun Zhankong was one of the people of the same generation that Lu Tianyuan had crushed. Ever since the two of them met, in terms of strength, he had always been suppressed by Lu Tianyuan. In terms of individual strength, Yun Zhankong was far from Lu Tianyuan. Therefore, if Yun Zhankong wanted to regain his dignity, he could only do so through the sect competition. As the sect master, he felt extremely refreshed when the Soaring Cloud sect defeated the Falling Star sect once. It was as if he had finally turned defeat into victory and trampled Lu Tianyuan under his feet. The last time the three major sects gathered at the Spirit Moon sect, the Flying Cloud sect's disciple defeated the Falling Star sect's disciple and ranked second. At that time, Yun Zhankong was so happy that he laughed wildly, and this time, the Flying Cloud sect came to the Falling Star sect to slap the Falling Star sect's face. Their attitude was naturally not friendly. Since Yun Zhankong was not courteous, Lu Tianyuan would not stand up to welcome him like how he received the Spiritual Moon sect. Yun Zhankong, your strength hasn't increased, but you're getting more arrogant. The Spirit Moon sect sage Xingyu has been here for a while, but you're late. Among the three sect masters, the Spirit Moon sect sage Xingyu was the oldest, already over 90 years old. His cultivation was also the highest, sage 3-star. In terms of sect strength, the Spirit Moon sect was one of the two strongest among the 6 sects in the south. So, sage Xingyu could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige. The two of them had always had conflicts, and their words were sarcastic. Yun Zhankong expected Lu Tianyuan's words. He laughed and said, the Spirit Moon sect is closer, and the Flying Cloud sect is further away. It's normal that I'm later than sage Xingyu. Sage Xingyu, don't blame me. The Spirit Moon sect master, Ling Xingyue, smiled and said, what are you saying, sage Zhankong? Our 3 sects are united and help each other. How can I blame sage Zhankong? Moreover, it's still early, and there's more than enough time for the disciples to compete. Sage Zhankong, you're not late. The Spirit Moon sect had always acted as a mediator between the Falling Star sect and the Flying Cloud sect, neutralizing the conflict between the two great sections. Ling Xingyu naturally would not follow Lu Tianyuan to squeeze Yun Zhankong. Instead, she spoke pleasantly to both sides. Yun Zhankong laughed and said, Lu Tianyuan, look at sage Xingyu. How magnanimous. You have to learn more from sage Xingyu. You have to be broad-minded, haha. The double-winged black tiger landed on the empty pavilion. The Flying Cloud sect also sent 3 sage elders and more than 10 elite disciples. They all jumped down from the tiger's back. Yun Zhankong was 8 feet tall and had a rough appearance. After getting down from the tiger's back, his gaze swept across the Falling Star sect's disciples. Then, he curled his lips and said loudly, Lu Tianyuan, your Falling Star sect's disciples are getting worse with each generation. There are so many younger disciples, but there's only one 7-star martial saint. Ha! It seems like the Falling Star sect is going to be the last place again. The Falling Star sect's people all turned green when they heard that, and anger surged. Previously, Yun Zhankong and Lu Tianyuan had bullied each other. It was fine as the two of them didn't have a good relationship. However, the moment they arrived at the competition hadn't even started yet, and they mocked the Falling Star sect for being the last place. This was a real slap to the Falling Star sect's face. Running to someone else's house and slapping the host as soon as they entered, that was really a little inexcusable. Although the Falling Star sect might be the first place, if you wanted to mock, you had to wait until the Falling Star sect really got the first place. That way, the Falling Star sect would only be ashamed and wouldn't have any complaints. The moment Yun Zhankong arrived at he slapped the Falling Star sect's leader. The Falling Star sect's people only had anger. The Spirit Moon sect master, Ling Xingyue, saw the falling star sect's people's displeasure and hurriedly mediated. Elite, what's important is quality, not quantity. Although the falling star sect only has one 7-star martial saint disciple, it might not be the last place. Spiritual Master Zhankong, your conclusion is too arbitrary. Lu Tianyuan snorted coldly and said, Yun Zhankong, your flying cloud sect's disciples aren't that strong. Spiritual Master Xingyue is right, what's important is quality, not quantity. Your flying cloud sect has 2 7-star martial saint disciples, so what? My disciple, Ma Ren, is enough to defeat the 2 of them alone. Hearing that, Ma Ren's spirit was immediately roused. His back straightened, and his entire person revealed a strong self-confidence. Lu Tianyuan's words gave him great strength. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lu Tianyuan's words, Yun Zhankong laughed loudly. His laughter was arrogant and full of disdain. Yun Zhankong's laughter made Lu Tianyuan very uncomfortable. He stood up and said, What are you laughing foolishly for? Yun Zhankong continued to laugh wildly a few times before saying, Laughing foolishly? Ha! I'm laughing at you, Lu Tianyuan, for daydreaming. Your disciple, Ma Ren, is ordinary. He can only be the eldest disciple in the Falling Star sect. In my Flying Cloud sect, he can't even be ranked as the 2nd disciple. At most, he can only be ranked as the 3rd. Ma Ren's face was instantly blood-red. The anger in his heart burned, and he was so angry that his blood surged and rushed to his head. As the eldest disciple of even if Qi Jingyang had a prominent background and was arrogant and despotic, he still had to be respectful to him. He had never been looked down upon by anyone. But today, he was looked down upon by the Flying Cloud sect's leader, Yun Zhankong. Ma Ren's blood rushed to his head, and his anger soared to the sky. He immediately walked forward and said loudly, Spiritual Master Zhankong, you've gone too far. I want to see if your Flying Cloud sect's disciples have 3 heads and 6 arms. Let them fight with me, Ma Ren, and see who's stronger and who's weaker. Ma Ren's blood rushed to his head, but Lu Tianyuan was much calmer. Since Yun Zhankong was so confident, he shouldn't be speaking without thinking. Otherwise, if Ma Ren fought with the Flying Cloud sect's disciples and the Flying Cloud sect's disciples were defeated, Yun Zhankong would be slapping his own mouth. Yun Zhankong shouldn't be so stupid. However, if what Yun Zhankong said was true, Lu Tianyuan's heart skipped a beat, and his burning anger immediately extinguished by 30%. Ma Ren was most likely not a match for the Spirit Moon sect's Emoshilon. If he couldn't even compare to the Flying Cloud sect's disciples, then the Falling Star sect would take the last place again. Then, the slap that Yun Zhankong gave to the Falling Star sect would really explode. Ever since the 3 major sects joined forces, there had never been a host that took the last place. If they really took the last place this time, it would really be a disgrace to their home. Lu Tianyuan had a bad premonition in his heart. Facing Ma Ren's angry challenge, Yun Zhankong shook his head and still disdainfully judged, too impulsive, not calm enough. With such a state of mind, it's hard for you to achieve great things. Continued reading today. Begging for votes, continue to charge. Chapter 264. Yun Zhankong's words infuriated Ma Ren even more. He who had always been amiable was now on the verge of exploding. Ren. Calm down. Lu Tianyuan was afraid that Ma Ren would lose his composure. He opened his mouth slightly and transmitted his voice to Ma Ren. His voice rang in Ma Ren's mind like a clap of thunder. Ma Ren suddenly became clear-headed and suppressed his anger. Yun Zhankong took in the changes in Ma Ren's emotions and smiled faintly. The gathering of the 3 sects only happens once every 5 years. It's an extremely rare opportunity. According to the usual practice, the elite disciples will compete to liven things up. Finally, it will be the battle between the eldest disciples to choose the leader of the Qingyun ancient land. Ma Ren, if you want to prove yourself, there will be time later. However, you are only qualified to challenge the 2nd disciple of the sect. Ma Ren, who had just calmed down, was once again enraged and shouted, What did you say? You are only qualified to challenge the 2nd disciple of the sect. Yun Jiankong said word by word, if you really want to challenge the eldest disciple of the sect, that's fine. However, you have to prove yourself. If you can defeat the second disciple of the sect and the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, then you are qualified to challenge the eldest disciple of the sect. After saying that, Yun Jiankong's face was full of pride. Although these words were said to Ma Ren, it was actually said to Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyue. The meaning of Yun Jiankong's words was very obvious. The Flying Clouds sect would be first in this competition because Ma Ren would only be qualified to challenge the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect if he defeated the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect. Didn't that mean that the eldest disciple of the Flying Clouds sect was stronger than the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people of the Spirit Moon sect changed. They thought that the first place of the Spirit Moon sect would be unshakable in this competition. However, they did not expect the Flying Cloud sect's leader, Yun Jiankong, to say such bold words. With Yun Jiankong's status, he should not speak without thinking. Since he had said it, he must have something to rely on. However, the perfected persons and disciples of the Spirit Moon sect locked their eyes on the eldest disciple of the Flying Cloud sect, Yun Bin. No matter how they looked at it, they could not see that Yun Bin would be a match for the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, Mo Shilan. As for the people of they all frowned. This time, the Flying Cloud sect actually wanted to compete with the Spirit Moon sect for first place. They didn't put the Falling Star sect in their eyes at all. If the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect really had this strength, then wouldn't the Falling Star sect really be the last? This made the people of the Falling Star sect feel very depressed. Lu Tianyuan groaned inwardly as he glanced at Ma Ren. At this moment, his confidence had basically collapsed. When he thought about how the Falling Star sect would be the first to come in last place in the three sects gathering, Lu Tianyuan felt his face burning. Daoist Jiankong, looks like the Flying Cloud sect has already prepared a trump card for the gathering of the three sects this time. The voice of the Spirit Moon sect lord, Leng Xingyue, could be heard. Yun Jiankong's spearhead had already pointed at the Spirit Moon sect, and Leng Xingyue could no longer remain calm. Yun Jiankong laughed and said, "What trump card? Our sect's elite disciples are all here. Our Flying Cloud sect is full of talents and capable juniors. Ha! This time, it should be our Flying Cloud sect's turn to be number one among the three sections." Leng Xingyue faintly smiled and said, "It's still too early to say who will be number one. Now that the three sects have gathered, let's start the competition earlier so that we can see the heroic appearance of the Flying Cloud sect's disciples earlier." As Leng Xingyue's voice fell, a disciple of the Spirit Moon sect leaped out from the pavilion and landed on the arena in the middle of the three pavilions. The disciples of the Spirit Moon sect were all women. This disciple was in her early 20s, but she was a 5-star martial saint. Her talent was extremely good. She leaped onto the arena and cupped her fists towards the pavilions where the Falling Star sect and Flying Cloud sect were and said, "Spirit Moon sect's disciple, Ji Ying, would like to experience the great moves of the Falling Star sect and Flying Cloud sect's senior brothers." Someone took the lead. The competition between the three sects' core disciples had begun. These competitions were only the prelude to the showdown between the head disciples. What was truly related to the rankings of the three sects were the battles between the strongest disciples. The results of the battles between the elite and core disciples weren't very important. However, this was only relative to the rankings of the sections. In terms of personal glory, it was still very important. Moreover, if one won, not only would one be glorious, but the sect would also be proud. Therefore, no one wanted to lose. Everyone wanted to stand on the winning side. The battles were very intense. When the sun rose high in the sky, the competition between the core disciples below the 7th level of the martial saint realm had already ended. The three sects each had their own victories and defeats. In the end, a 6-star martial saint from the Flying Cloud sect, Li Kuang, stood at the end. He defeated the second disciple of the Qi Jingyang, and the third disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, Xiao Shui. Among the younger disciples present, Li Kuang was invincible below the 7-star martial saint realm. On the pavilion where the Spirit Moon sect was located, Ling Xingyue nodded towards the second disciple, Tsing Jingru, and said, Jingru, you go. Since Li Kuang was invincible below the 7-star martial saint realm, they could only send out a 7-star martial saint to defeat him. The Falling Star sect only had one 7-star martial saint, so they wouldn't easily go up. However, the Spirit Moon sect had two 7-star martial saints, so Ling Xingyue naturally sent out the second disciple, Tsing Jingru. Tsing Jingru's skin was slightly dark, but her facial features were delicate and delicate. Although she couldn't be considered a great beauty, she was still a rare beauty. A 7-star martial saint was a high-rank martial saint and could be conferred the title of Marquis. Their strength was far from what a 6-star martial saint could compare to. When Tsing Jingru went up, the result was obvious. Li Kuang was defeated. The competition between the core disciples of the three sects had already reached the stage of 7-star martial saints. This was the most exciting stage, and also the stage that the three sects paid the most attention to. The rankings of the three sects all depended on the results of the competition between the 7-star martial saints. Tsing Jingru stood on the arena, her gaze sweeping across the pavilion of the Falling Star sect and the Flying Cloud sect. She said, Senior brother, come up and fight. Ma Ren, Yun Bin, and Yun Feng didn't move. They looked over here and there, all wanting the other to go up first. Yun Zhankong laughed, Lu Tianyuan, doesn't your disciple want to prove herself? Why isn't she going up? Although Lu Tianyuan felt that the Falling Star sect would lose face this time, he couldn't show weakness until the last moment. He said coldly, your Flying Cloud sect's second disciple hasn't made a move yet. How can my Falling Star sect's first disciple go up? Hee hee. Yun Zhankong laughed and said, forget it. Anyway, it's a failure. 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, there's no difference. Yun Bin, go and play with the junior sister of the Spirit Moon sect. Yes, sect leader. Yun Bin, who was standing beside Yun Zhankong, responded. He jumped up and went up to the arena. The members of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect were all stunned. This isn't right. Yun Bin is the first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. The second disciple Yun Feng hasn't gone up yet. Why is the first disciple Yun Bin going up? Those with quick reactions reacted in the blink of an eye, and their hearts trembled. However, more people were puzzled and said directly, why is the first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect going up? Could it be that the second disciple directly admitted defeat and didn't dare to fight? Yun Zhankong laughed loudly and said, ha 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 ha. Who told you that Yun Bin is the first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect? Everyone was stunned. Yun Zhankong restrained his smile and said seriously, the first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect was once Yun Bin, but now, he's no longer. Now, the first disciple is Yun Feng, and the second disciple is Yun Bin. While talking, Yun Zhankong's expression revealed an uncontrollable complacency. Sure enough. Some who reacted quickly had already guessed it just now, but they were still surprised. And those who only understood now were shocked. They didn't expect that the news of the strength of the Flying Cloud sect disciples that they got was false. It turned out that the former second disciple Yun Feng was the real first disciple and the #1 expert among the Flying Cloud sect disciples. However, Yun Feng's cultivation just broke through to 7-star martial saint 2 months ago. Moreover, his reputation in the Flying Cloud sect had always been unknown, and his battle results were ordinary. How could his strength be above the first disciple Yun Bin when he became a 7-star martial saint? Looks like the Flying Cloud sect deliberately concealed Yun Feng's strength to make people ignore him. In fact, he's the trump card of the Flying Cloud sect. Fortunately, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat at the 3-sect gathering. Now that things had come to this, the answer was already very simple. The martial artists present all understood after thinking for a while. In order to be proud at the 3-sect gathering this time, in order to be glorious in the Yun Zhankong had already prepared for several years. Second update. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 265. Yun Zhankong, you've really hidden yourself well for today. Lu Tianyuan's face was livid as he said coldly, you have a genius disciple, but you keep it a secret and live with it every day. Don't you feel tired? He knew very well that Yun Zhankong had prepared and hidden for so long just to amaze everyone at the three sects gathering held by the Fallen Star sect. What was his real purpose? Because he, Lu Tianyuan, was the sect master of the Fallen Star sect. Yun Zhankong's real purpose was to slap Lu Tianyuan's face and destroy his prestige. This was Yun Zhankong's revenge for Lu Tianyuan suppressing him all this while. However, Yun Zhankong had prepared for several years just to take revenge on Lu Tianyuan. Then, he slapped the entire Fallen Star sect's face and even came here to do it. If Lu Tianyuan had known the true strength of the Flying Cloud sect's disciples, the location of the three sects gathering this time wouldn't be the Fallen Star sect. He would have given up the hosting rights. Since the three sects formed an alliance, the reason why there had never been a last-place host wasn't because the sect's disciples happened to be strong when it was their turn to host, but because the host thought that their disciples weren't strong enough, so they could give up the hosting rights to the sect with outstanding disciples. In history, there were two records where the Fallen Star sect hosted the three sects gathering instead of the Flying Cloud sect. It was because the Flying Cloud sect's disciples were mediocre and the Fallen Star sect's disciples were outstanding. Holding the three sects gathering would exhaust the sect's financial resources and energy. If they were to come in last place, they would lose money and face. There was nothing more shameful than this. Therefore, the three sects tried their best to avoid this embarrassment. However, the three sects gathering had already started, and it was impossible to stop it. Yun Zhankong had been hiding Yun Feng's true strength on purpose just for this moment. He wanted the Fallen Star sect to have no choice but to host the three sects gathering and then give the Fallen Star sect a hard slap. Lu Tianyuan, didn't you crush your peers? Didn't you defeat me in the three sects conference? Didn't you defeat me in many duels? But today, as the sect leader, you're the complete loser. I, Yun Zhankong, am the real winner. Ha 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 ha. When Yun Zhankong saw that Lu Tianyuan's face was ashen and his heart was filled with anger, he was incomparably happy and secretly laughed in his heart. However, the competition was not over yet. These words were still left for after the Flying Cloud sect became the first of the three sections. Yun Zhankong chuckled and said, I'm not tired at all. Lu Tianyuan, I've waited a long time for this day. Moreover, you don't know how happy I was because I knew that this day would come. Especially because every day that passes brings me closer to today. So, I'm happier every day, and today is the happiest day of all. Ha 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 ha. The more Yun Zhankong spoke, the prouder and happier he became. In the end, he let out a wild laugh. Not to mention that the Falling Star sect's people were displeased and furious, even the Spirit Moon sect's people were secretly frowning as they disliked Yun Zhankong's arrogance. Right now, the Flying Cloud sect had not gotten first place yet, but Yun Zhankong acted as if the first place already belonged to the Flying Cloud sect. Not only did he not put the Falling Star sect in his eyes, he also did not put the Spirit Moon sect in his eyes. The Spirit Moon sect's first disciple, Mo, was a peak 7-star martial saint. With her strength, if an 8-star martial saint did not appear, who would dare to say that they could defeat her? Whether it was the perfected elders of the Spirit Moon sect or the disciples of the martial saints, they did not believe that the Flying Cloud sect could get first place. Therefore, Yun Zhankong's pride made the Spirit Moon sect's people feel especially disgusted. Senior Sister Zheng, let him know the power of our Spirit Moon sect's disciples. A Spirit Moon sect's disciple shouted, looking forward to Zheng Jingru defeating Yunbin to vent the resentment in his heart. Zheng Jingru clenched her fist and made a gesture of victory, causing the Spirit Moon sect's disciples to cheer. On the opposite side, the Flying Cloud sect's disciple, Yunbin, looked at Zheng Jingru with a smile and said, Junior Sister Zheng, you're not my match. Zheng Jingru coldly snorted and said, we'll only know after we fight. Yunbin chuckled and said, okay, I'll let you know the difference between you and me. As he spoke, Yunbin's aura soared and released his cultivation. A surge of aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to shake and a circular wave to surge. Zheng Jingru's expression changed slightly. The spectators were also shocked. The cultivation that Yunbin displayed was shockingly, the late stage of the 7th level. Whether it was the Spirit Moon's sect or that they had heard that the Flying Cloud sect's first disciple, Yunbin, had a cultivation of the middle stage of the 7th level. However, the Flying Cloud sect had also released false information in this regard. Yunbin was not at the middle stage of the 7th level, but at the late stage of the 7th level. Although the middle stage of the 7th level and the late stage of the 7th level were both 7-star martial saints and belonged to the same realm, and there was not much difference between them, for martial artists who could not challenge those of a higher level, a higher cultivation was a great advantage. None of the martial saints who could become marquises were weak. Therefore, after becoming a 7-star martial saint, the difficulty of challenging those of a higher level would increase. Even if there was only a slight difference in cultivation, for a large number of 7-star martial saints, it was difficult to reverse the situation. Of course, the premise was that the strength of the astrology was the same. Zheng Jingru quickly regained her composure and shouted, "A martial artist's strength is not only based on cultivation, but also on astrology." Whoosh! As her voice fell, a ray of starlight rushed out from between Zheng Jingru's eyebrows and turned into a green star above her. On the star, there were dense vines growing, green leaves overlapping, and blue waves like the sea. It was a wood-based astrology. Zheng Jingru knew that her cultivation was inferior, so she had to use the power of astrology to have a chance of winning. Therefore, she decisively used the green vine astrology, which was a mid-level astrology. The green vine astrology poured down endless power of the stars. The power of the stars condensed into the shape of vines, which was extremely special. Zheng Jingru waved her hand and 2 vines shot out like arrows, shooting towards Yunbin. At the same time, she stomped her legs and 2 vines on the ground grew wildly, wrapping around Yunbin's legs. Yunbin smiled slightly. He was not afraid of Zheng Jingru's attack at all. A ray of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows as he used his astrology. In an instant, a star covered in flames appeared above Yunbin. He used the flame astrology. The fire was mighty and the aura was shocking. In terms of grade, it was even better than Zheng Jingru's astrology. A red metal fan engraved with flame runes appeared in Yunbin's hand. It was a mid-level spirit artifact. With a wave of the red metal fan, the fan blade was like a knife, slashing out an extremely sharp red light. Where the red light passed, the vines were cut in half and instantly infected by the flames. 1,000 hands and 100 arms. Zheng Jingru shouted. Her celestial essence revolved, and her strength erupted as she madly attacked Yunbin. Countless vines stretched out from behind Zheng Jingru and attacked Yunbin. It was really like 1,000 hands and 100 arms. The dense attack was extremely terrifying. Burn in all directions. Yunbin shouted coldly, his voice revealing a sense of awe. Shwa! The flame astrology suddenly poured down endless power of the fire star. It was all guided by the red metal fan in Yunbin's hand and shot out in all directions. The countless vines were blocked by the red flames and were unable to attack. Instead, more than half of them were burned away. Fire restrained wood. Zheng Jingru's strength was inferior to Yunbin's. Naturally, she was suppressed by Yunbin. Her attacks were easily broken by Yunbin. Plucking leaves to hurt people, meteor fall, kill. Zheng Jingru's celestial essence revolved to the limit, and the green vine astrology trembled. Obviously, she was exerting her strength beyond her usual state, displaying a unique skill that she could not display in her usual state. The green vine hung down, and countless leaves were swept down by Zheng Jingru. Then, in Zheng Jingru's hand, these green vine leaves were like stones turning into gold. They turned into extremely sharp weapons and all of them shot towards Yunbin. No wonder this move was called meteor fall. The sharp leaves were indeed like meteors falling from the sky. It's time to end this. Yunbin's expression remained unchanged as he shouted coldly, "Sparks fly, cold stars fill the sky." In an instant, the red metal fan in Yunbin's hand continuously shot out as fast as lightning. Sparks flew in front of him like a sky full of twinkling stars. With a series of crackling sounds, the dense vines and leaves were all extinguished by the flying sparks. Break! At this time, a red light crossed the sky and shot towards Zhang Jingru under the sky full of sparks. Chapter 266. The scarlet light stopped. Yunbin held the scarlet gold fan and placed it in front of Zhang Jingru's throat. The scarlet light in front of the fan spat out. As long as Yunbin willed it, the scarlet light would pierce through Zhang Jingru's throat and kill her. Zhang Jingru had lost this battle. Yunbin put away the scarlet gold fan and smiled proudly. Junior sister Zhang, thank you for letting me win. Zhang Jingru felt her throat burning. She looked deeply at Yunbin and returned to the pavilion where the spirit moon sect was. Whoosh! On the arena, Yunbin opened the scarlet gold fan in his hand and waved it gently, looking elegant. The breeze caused Yunbin's black hair to fly. He turned to face the pavilion where the falling star sect was and looked at Ma Ren from afar. His lips curled into a disdainful smile as he said, "Come down. Falling star sect's first disciple." His tone was frivolous and his attitude was arrogant, full of disdain for Ma Ren. Especially when he emphasized the words, falling star sect's first disciple. He specially reminded him that he, the second disciple of the flying cloud sect, was challenging the first disciple of the falling star sect. This was a form of mockery that the falling star sect had no successor. Ma Ren's face was ashen as he stood up. His figure flashed and he flew towards the arena. His heart was filled with anger and he had nowhere to vent it. He needed a battle to resolve it. Ma Ren landed on the arena. A cold light flashed in his hand and a dazzling white saber appeared. It had a threatening aura and was a middle-grade spiritual weapon. On the dazzling white saber, there were faint dragon patterns that were faintly discernible under the saber light. This saber was called Hidden Dragon Saber. With the saber in his hand, Ma Ren's aura was sharp like a lone mountain that pierced through the sky. He waved the hidden dragon saber and pointed it at Yunbin. Ma Ren said coldly, "I want to see if you can still be so arrogant under the hidden dragon saber." Ma Ren cultivated the middle-grade spiritual weapon, Big Dipper Dragon Saber. This saber focused on offense and had strong destructive power. When used, it could easily cut through dragons and tigers. The Big Dipper Dragon Saber technique was suitable to be used together with the Hidden Dragon Saber. Furthermore, after breaking through to 7-star martial sage, Ma Ren had bitterly cultivated his saber techniques. A few days ago, the Heavenly Dipper Dragon Breaking Saber had already broken through to small accomplishment. In terms of strength, Ma Ren was not far behind among the 7-star martial sages. Even if his opponent was a late-stage 7th-star martial sage, he still had the strength to fight. Yunbin waved the crimson gold fan lightly and spoke cheerfully. His bearing was extraordinary, and he was filled with confidence. It was as if victory was already in his grasp. He walked towards Ma Ren step by step. With every step he took, flaming runes would appear under his feet like a fire lotus. Lotus blossoms with every step. This was an effect that only martial artists who had comprehended fire force could create. With every step Yunbin took, the fire he condensed grew stronger. He looked at Ma Ren with a smile and said, "The falling star sect is getting worse and worse with each generation. When it comes to your generation, you are no different from trash." "What eldest disciple?" "Hee, defeating you will be as easy as flipping my hand." "Trash?" The blood in Ma Ren's body began to boil. He was the first disciple of the but he was being called a piece of trash. Moreover, he was being called a piece of trash in the falling star sect. This was like being slapped in his own home. This was a personal insult, a naked personal attack. The dignity and prestige of the falling star sect were nothing. Even though Ma Ren was a gentleman, he was completely enraged at this moment. He roared, "I will destroy your ancestors." In an instant, a starlight rushed out from between Ma Ren's eyebrows and turned into a huge star. On the star, there were mountains, rivers, and rivers. It was an astrological sign with all 5 elements, but its grade was not low. It was enough to be classified as a high-grade astrological sign. Whoosh! As he roared, a saber light shot out like lightning. The surging power of the stars fell from the 5 elements, causing the power of the saber to increase by several times. The Big Dipper dragon's severing saber was ferocious and domineering. When the saber slashed down, it was unstoppable. However, Yunbin did not retreat in the face of this terrifying saber light. Instead, he advanced. Facing the terrifying saber light, he closed the crimson gold fan in his hand and pointed it out like a spear piercing forward. The flaming star dropped an infinite amount of flaming star power, which turned into a crimson light that shot out from the crimson gold fan. The crimson light was like a spear piercing forward. It was heavy and powerful. In an instant, the crimson light, which was like a spear piercing forward, collided with the saber light. Boom! An explosion resounded in all directions, causing the void to tremble. The unstoppable saber was torn apart by the crimson light. The crimson light was like a spear piercing toward the hidden dragon saber in Yixing's hand. The terrifying power collided, causing the hidden dragon saber to tremble and hum. However, Ma Ren held the hidden dragon saber firmly. Obviously, he would not be sent flying by the crimson light. However, the crimson gold fire fan that followed closely behind also struck the hidden dragon saber in an instant. At this moment, the hidden dragon saber seemed to have been hit by a big hammer. Ma Ren could no longer hold it. With a whoosh, the saber flew out of Ma Ren's hand. One move. Just one move. Ma Ren's Big Dipper dragon saber move was broken, and the middle-grade spiritual weapon, hidden dragon saber, in his hand was also sent flying. Although Yunbin's cultivation was one level higher than Ma Ren's, after all, they were in the same realm as the 7-star martial sage. There should not be such a big gap in strength. This result shocked everyone. When the hidden dragon saber flew out of his hand, Ma Ren exclaimed, "This is impossible. How did you know the flaw in my move?" Whoosh! The answer was a wave of the crimson gold fan, which shot out several crimson flames. Ma Ren was surprised and asked Yunbin. How could he have time to defend? As soon as he circulated his star essence, he was hit by several crimson flames. His body suddenly splashed with blood, and he flew backward. While still in the air, Ma Ren had already vomited blood. He was seriously injured. Yunbin opened the crimson gold fan and waved it gently. Looking at Ma Ren, who was flying out of the arena, the corner of his mouth raised into a proud smile. Yun Zhankong had long expected that Yunbin would fight with Ma Ren. Therefore, he had investigated Ma Ren's strength and characteristics clearly, and then launched targeted training for Yunbin. Ma Ren was eager for instant success. After breaking through to the 7-star martial sage realm, he did not calm down and slowly consolidate the foundation of the Big Dipper dragon saber. Instead, he rushed to cultivate the Big Dipper dragon saber to the small success realm. In the end, Ma Ren successfully cultivated the Big Dipper dragon saber to the small success realm before the 3 sects gathering. However, he also left a fatal flaw. And this flaw happened to be known by Yun Zhankong's friend who was monitoring Ma Ren in the Falling Star sect. Therefore, Yunbin targeted Ma Ren's attack. Otherwise, even if Yunbin's cultivation was higher than Ma Ren's, it would not be easy to defeat Ma Ren. Even if it was a fierce battle, Ma Ren might not have no chance of winning. The best way to defeat Lu Tianyuan was not for the eldest disciple of the Flying Cloud sect to defeat Ma Ren, but for the second disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. Moreover, the faster the defeat, the better. Only in this way could it cause the greatest impact. The eldest disciple of the Falling Star sect was defeated by the second disciple of the Flying Cloud sect in one move. If this news spread out, it would be shocking. Yunbin's gaze moved away from Ma Ren and swept across the core disciples of the Falling Star sect. He said coldly, "The disciples of the Falling Star sect are getting worse with each generation. In this generation, they are all trash. As the eldest disciple of the You can't even take one move from me, the second disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. TSK. How disappointing." The disciples of the Falling Star sect were all enraged. Their eyes were red and they were extremely angry. The elders of the Falling Star sect were also pale. They were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Ha 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 ha. In the arena where the Flying Cloud sect was, Yun Zhankong stood up and laughed loudly. He was in high spirits and proud of himself. Yun Jiankong looked at Lu Tianyuan proudly and smiled. Lu Tianyuan, didn't you crush your peers? Didn't you defeat me at the Three Sects Conference? Didn't you defeat me in many duels? But today, as the leader of the sect, you're the complete loser. Even though you're in charge of the disciples you've trained can't even withstand a single blow. Your eldest disciple of the Falling Star sect was defeated by the second disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. In this three-sect competition, your Falling Star sect is the last. Lu Tianyuan, I really have to congratulate you. Under your leadership, Theus the host, is the last in the three-sect competition. This is really unprecedented. Ha 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 ha. Who said that my Falling Star sect is the last? Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind Yun Jiankong. I, Yi Xing, have not made a move yet. Some clowns are celebrating too early. Chapter 267. Yun Jiankong was an outstanding figure in the Flying Cloud sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ascended to the position of Flying Cloud sect master. His destiny was as high as a one-star yellow fate, and he was destined to be an enlightened master. Moreover, because of his hard work in cultivation, he was already a two-star enlightened master. In the Flying Cloud sect, he was a proud son of heaven when he was young. When he grew older, he became a sect master and could be said to be peerless in his generation. However, this peerless in his generation was limited to the Flying Cloud sect. As the saying went, there was always a taller mountain. Yun Jiankong was a proud son of heaven in the Flying Cloud sect, a sect master who led an era. However, in the entire Azure Cloud Mountain Range's southern 6 sects, he was somewhat behind others. No matter if it was when he was young or when he grew older, Lu Tianyuan was always like a mountain that pressed down on him. This mountain didn't look that tall because Lu Tianyuan's cultivation was always the same as his. Moreover, their final achievements were the same. 2-star enlightened master, a sect master. If the gap between the two was too big, Lu Tianyuan would be like an unsurpassable mountain to him, and Yun Jiankong might be convinced. However, the two of them were very close, which made Yun Jiankong always have hope to surpass Lu Tianyuan and prove himself. Just like that, year after year, from when he was young until now, Yun Jiankong challenged Lu Tianyuan many times. Every time he challenged, Yun Jiankong would end in failure. He had never won a single time, and he had never even achieved a tie. This kind of failure that seemed to be close and made people want to chase, but no matter how hard they chased, it was the most torturous to the mind. Yun Jiankong's failure under Lu Tianyuan's hands made him angrier and angrier, and it became more and more unbearable. Under the torment of his mind for a long time, he developed a mental barrier. He wanted to win. No matter what, whether it was scheming or using unscrupulous means, he just wanted to beat Lu Tianyuan. No matter from which aspect, he wanted to beat Lu Tianyuan and then ruthlessly slap Lu Tianyuan's face. Only then would his mind be at ease. In the Star Continent, strength was revered. In the beginning, Yun Jiankong only wanted to surpass Lu Tianyuan in terms of personal strength. However, after failing time and time again and knowing that he could never surpass Lu Tianyuan, a mental barrier formed in his heart, which was why he wanted to prove himself in other aspects. Last time at the Spirit Moon Sect's 3-sect gathering, the Flying Clouds sect had placed second and the Falling Star sect had placed third. This result made Yun Jiankong incomparably happy. He finally felt the joy of surpassing Lu Tianyuan. However, this was not enough. This was far from enough. The demonic barrier in Yun Jian's heart was too deep. What he wanted was far more than this. After the feeling of defeating Lu Tianyuan the first time, he wanted to do it a second time. Furthermore, he wanted this feeling to be even stronger and more profound. At that time, he had a plan. 5 years later, at the Falling Star Sect's 3 sects gathering, he was going to show up and slap the Falling Star sect in the face. He was going to make the Falling Star sect fall to last place again and humiliate the Falling Star sect. This feeling was 10 times more intense and profound than when he had defeated the Falling Star sect in the Spirit Moon sect. He had been preparing for 5 years. Today, seeing that he had succeeded and that the eldest disciple of Thema Ren had been defeated, the anger that he had been suppressing in his heart finally burst out completely. Therefore, he laughed frivolously, proudly, and somewhat hysterically. Laughing madly, he viciously humiliated Lu Tianyuan. His laughter was extremely grating to Lu Tianyuan's ears. Lu Tianyuan gritted his teeth and was extremely furious. However, at the three sects gathering, Yun Zhan had defeated the Falling Star sect's disciple according to the rules agreed upon by the three sects. This filled him with anger, but he had nowhere to vent it, so he could only forcefully endure it. The more embarrassed Lu Tianyuan was, the happier and prouder Yun Zhankong was, the more frivolous and arrogant he was. However, Yi Xing's loud shout came from afar, causing Yun Zhankong's laughter to stop. It also caused everyone from the three sects to be surprised as they looked over in unison. Yi Xing was in the Starry Hall. After cultivating the middle-grade Falling Star incantation to the 6th level, he left the Starry Hall with the Starry Token and appeared outside the Starry Valley. After Yi Xing entered the Starry Valley, he did not come out for nearly 5 months. The people of the Falling Star sect all thought that he had died. The disciples guarding outside the Starry Valley were scared half to death. After learning from the disciples guarding the Starry Valley that today was actually the day of the three sects gathering, Yi Xing went straight to the inner court square. Unfortunately, he arrived a little late. While he was still far away, he saw the scene of Ma Ren being defeated by the Flying Cloud sect's disciple. He executed the sky bat steps and sped up. Seeing the Flying Cloud sect master laughing so arrogantly and humiliating the Falling Star sect in his words, Yi Xing, as a member of the was also enraged. How could he allow Yun Zhankong to continue being arrogant in the Falling Star sect? He shouted from afar and interrupted Yun Zhankong's complacent laughter. At this moment, all the martial artists of the three sects looked over at Yi Xing. The martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect and Flying Cloud sect were stunned. They did not know who Yi Xing was. Even the Falling Star sect's head disciple, Ma Ren, was defeated, yet he still had such courage. Could it be that he was stronger than Ma Ren? However, if that was the case, then the Falling Star sect's head disciple should not be Ma Ren, but him, Yi Xing. The martial artists of the Flying Cloud sect and Spirit Moon sect did not know Yi Xing. The three sects gathering was a competition between the most elite core disciples, so they only inquired about the top 10 core disciples of the Falling Star sect. When Yi Xing entered the Falling Star secret realm, he was only an inner court disciple. Although he defeated the core disciple, Ma Ji, he was still far from the top 10 core disciples. Moreover, after he entered the Falling Star secret realm, he never came out again. Naturally, the Flying Cloud sect and Spirit Moon sect did not pay attention to Yi Xing. They were very puzzled by Yi Xing's appearance. However, there was a perfected person elder in the Spirit Moon sect. After hearing Yi Xing's name, her expression changed slightly. Perfected person Yan Yu had heard her disciple, Wei Qingxian, talk about a youth called Yi Xing many times. She said that although his destiny was very low, he had surpassed many geniuses. Therefore, when perfected person Yan Yu heard Yi Xing's identity, she had some reaction. Wei Qingxian had been taken away by King Lanqin long ago, but perfected person Yan Yu had a very deep impression of this disciple whom she had only taught for a few months. Therefore, when Wei Qingxian mentioned Yi Xing, she also remembered it in her heart. However, when perfected person Yan Yu saw Yi Xing, she quickly rejected the idea that the Yi Xing in front of her was the Yi Xing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned. The Yi Xing that Qingxian mentioned has the same cultivation as her. More than half a year ago, he was only a 7th level martial artist and a 2-star destiny. However, this Yi Xing is a 5-star martial saint. Even with Qingshuan's aptitude, it would be difficult for her to increase her cultivation at such a speed. Since the Yi Xing that she mentioned has such a low destiny, even if he is a martial arts genius, I'm afraid that he hasn't become a martial saint yet. Perfected person Yan Yu thought to herself. Compared to the surprise of the martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect, the martial artists of the Falling Star sect were obviously more shocked. Yi Xing had not appeared after entering the Falling Star secret territory. Everyone in the Falling Star sect had publicly acknowledged that Yi Xing had died. Now that nearly 5 months had passed, how could Yi Xing suddenly appear again? Where did he come from? The sect master, the elders, the deacons, and the disciples were all petrified when they saw Yixing quickly approaching from afar. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A person who was thought to be dead suddenly appeared in front of them. This kind of impact was indeed too great. Even the astral realm sages were stunned at this moment. Yixing flew to the pavilion where the Falling Star sect was located. He cupped his fists and bowed to Lu Tianyuan and the other elders. Sect master, elders, disciple Yixing was trapped in the Falling Star secret territory. Today, I finally came out. Looking at Yixing's figure in front of them and hearing Yixing's voice, the Falling Star sect recovered from their dreamlike state. The shock in Lu Tianyuan's eyes did not diminish, but he was overjoyed. According to the description of the core disciples, when Yixing was still a 4-star martial saint in the Falling Star secret territory, he had defeated 2 6-star martial saints, Qi Jingyang and Li Yuanqing. Now, Yixing's cultivation had broken through again. He was already a 5-star martial saint. Did that mean that there was hope for him to fight with a 7-star martial saint? Although the gap between a 5-star martial saint and a 7-star martial saint was bigger than the gap between a 4-star martial saint and a 6-star martial saint, Yixing's appearance undoubtedly gave them more hope and despair at this moment. As for the sect master's wife, Hua Tianshu, after recovering from her shock, a gloomy aura flashed in her eyes. This little bastard, he actually did not die. He actually did not die? Killing intent instantly rose in Hua Tianshu's heart. Continue to update 4 times today, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 268. Although Hua Tianshu's killing intent was boiling in her heart, it was condensed and did not dissipate. Outsiders could not sense it at all. Only Yixing, as Hua Tianshu's target, could sense the strong killing intent with his extraordinary perception. Yixing's lips curled up slightly. His wings were really full now. Yixing did not care about Hua Tianshu's killing intent. Now, his strength was unmatched among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. Moreover, he could make a great contribution to the sect right now, so Hua Tianshu could only dream of killing him. And the cultivation method he learned had reached the level of the supreme spiritual martial art. His future cultivation would be smooth sailing. It would not be long before he became the #1 person in the Falling Star sect. He might even be the #1 person in the Qingyun region. At that time, his personal strength would be above everything. It would be easy for him to seek justice for his master, Zi Shanho. Killing Hua Tianshu would be like killing an ant. With the experience in the Starry Palace, Yixing's vision was wider and he had a greater vision. He really had a great spirit. In the past, in front of astral realm enlightened masters, he could not help but feel pressured. It was a little different from when he was in the astral realm. But now, standing in front of an astral realm enlightened master and standing in front of an ordinary warrior, he felt no different. His heart was as calm as water. This was the strength of the soul, the sublimation of the soul. The strong must have a strong heart first. Now, Yixing already had such a strong heart. Lu Tianyuan looked at Yixing. At this moment, he did not have the time to find out how Yixing came out of the Falling Star secret realm. The most important thing now was how to get back the dignity of the Falling Star sect. Good. 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 Lu Tianyuan shouted the word good 3 times in a row. It was obvious how happy he was. Now, he put the dignity of the Falling Star sect and his own hopes on Yixing. Lu Tianyuan said, Yixing, Ma Ren has already been defeated in today's 3 sects competition. You're the only disciple from our sect who can fight. Are you confident? On the way here, Yixing had already scanned the disciples of the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect. The one with the highest cultivation was a peak 7-star martial sage. With Yixing's current strength, as long as the other party did not have the strength to challenge someone of a higher rank, he could completely crush any martial artist below 8-star. Furthermore, this was under the premise that the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation were not exposed. If Yixing unleashed his full strength, bringing out all his trump cards, even he himself did not know what level he would reach. Perhaps even an 8-star martial sage would not be able to compete with Yi Xing. Yi Xing said, "Don't worry, sect master. I won't let you down." Lu Tianyuan walked up to Yi Xing and heavily patted Yi Xing's left shoulder. "The glory of the Starfall sect is in your hands. Junior brother Yi." Among the core disciples, Lin Tongyu's excited voice came. Her face was full of joy. Seeing that Yi Xing was not dead, she was so excited that tears flashed in her eyes. She clenched her fist and waved at Yi Xing. "Junior brother Yi, go for it." Yi Xing looked over and saw Lin Tongyu's concerned eyes. His heart warmed. He clenched his fist and nodded heavily at Lin Tongyu. "Senior brother Yi, go for it." The core disciples all clenched their fists and shouted at Yi Xing. Today, the Flying Cloud sect came to slap their faces. With Ma Ren's defeat, the disciples of the Starfall sect could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat. While the sect's dignity was lost, their faces were also lost. At this moment, all their hopes were pinned on Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded to the disciples. With a serious expression, he leaped into the air and entered the arena. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Yun Zhankong, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, laughed wildly again. His laughter was wilder and more arrogant than before, and it was filled with sarcasm. The laughter was ear-piercing. Everyone looked at Yun Zhankong, including Yun Bin and Yi Xing in the arena. Yun Zhankong bent over and held his stomach as if his stomach was hurting from laughing. After laughing wildly, Yun Zhankong said loudly, "Lu Tianyuan, it seems that your Falling Star sect has no successor. Even your first disciple, Ma Ren, has been defeated. You actually let a mere 5-star martial saint disciple come out and make a fool of yourself. The funny thing is that you actually still have hope for him." Ha! Lu Tianyuan, I'm not mocking you. Although the Starfall sect is in the last place and you're feeling bad, I can understand that you're trying your best. However, if you want to send someone, you should send someone more decent. You even send a 5-star martial saint out. Is your Starfall sect really so weak? If Yi Xing was a 6-star martial saint, Yun Zhankong might think that Yi Xing was a martial arts prodigy who had heaven-defying combat power and could challenge those of a higher level. In that case, he would pay attention to him and not look down on him. However, Yi Xing was only a 5-star martial saint, and his opponent was a 7-star martial saint. Was it possible for him to challenge those of a higher level? Even in the entire Qingyun region, it was rare for a genius to challenge those of a higher level to appear in a few hundred years. How could a disciple of the Starfall sect have such a genius? Yun Zhankong did not believe it. Yun Zhankong was also a genius, but he knew how rare it was for a genius with outstanding cultivation talent to be able to challenge those of a higher level. It was precisely because he didn't have the strength to jump ranks to battle, while Lu Tianyuan's strength could sweep through those of the same rank. Therefore, for several decades, he, Yun Zhankong, had always been suppressed by Lu Tianyuan, suffering defeat after defeat. Therefore, when he saw that Yi Xing was only a 5-star martial saint and that the Starfall sect had placed their hopes on Yi Xing, Yun Zhankong could not help but laugh until his stomach hurt. Even the martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect shook their heads secretly. They did not think that the Starfall sect could turn the situation around with a 5-star martial saint disciple. Lu Tianyuan was angered by Yun Zhankong's words. Although he had hope for Yi Xing, the hope was very slim. It was so slim that he did not have the confidence to argue with Yun Zhankong. If he argued, what if Yi Xing lost? After the battle, wouldn't it give Yun Zhankong another reason to humiliate him and the Starfall sect? The other people of the Starfall sect were the same. Although they had hope for Yi Xing, the hope was too slim. They did not have any confidence at all. Facing Yun Zhankong's aggressiveness, they could only swallow their anger. However, this did not include Yi Xing. His cold gaze swept to the pavilion where the Flying Cloud sect was and he shouted coldly, "Are you done laughing?" His tone was fierce and carried a sharp aura. It was extremely aggressive and caused everyone to be stunned. Yi Xing was only a 5-star martial saint, while Yun Zhankong was a 2-star martial sage and the sect leader of the Flying Cloud sect. The two of them were worlds apart in terms of cultivation and identity. Logically speaking, Yi Xing should not speak to Yun Jiankong in such a tone. Yi Xing did not care so much. Since you have come to my Starfall sect to slap my face, I don't care if you are a martial sage or the sect leader. Now that Yi Xing represented the Starfall sect, the stronger he was, the happier the Starfall sect would be. As for the Flying Clouds sect being unhappy, Yi Xing wanted them to be unhappy. Of course, this kind of strength also required strength. If one did not have strength, they would die miserably in the following battle. Yi Xing had full confidence in himself and was not afraid of the following battle. All the martial artists of the Flying Clouds sect were enraged. Yun Jiankong's smile froze and his face turned serious. A junior disciple of the Starfall sect, a mere 5-star martial sage, dared to speak to him like this in front of everyone. This was outrageous. Yun Jiankong's sharp gaze fell on Yi Xing and he said coldly, "A mere 5-star martial sage, how dare you?" Yi Xing was not affected by Yun Jiankong's gaze at all. He was not oppressed by the aura of a martial sage. He directly interrupted Yun Jiankong and said, "So what if I'm a 5-star martial sage? As the sect leader of a sect and a martial sage of the astral realm, are you so short-sighted? Don't you know that there are many talents in the world? Some are talented in cultivation and their cultivation is much higher than ordinary people. Some are talented in martial arts and their combat strength is much higher than ordinary people. Have you not seen or heard of a 5-star martial sage who can fight a 2-star martial sage?" Yi Xing's words caused Yun Jiankong's face to change. He was short-sighted? A 5-star martial sage scolded him for being short-sighted? If these words were said by Lu Tianyuan, Yun Jiankong could still tolerate it. However, being scolded by a 5-star martial sage junior made him unable to back down. He could not tolerate it. Yun Jiankong was about to reprimand him when Yi Xing shouted coldly again, "You don't have the strength to fight those of a higher level. Do you think that the disciples of the Starfall sect are so mediocre?" Second update, seeking monthly votes. Chapter 269.No Strength to challenge those of a higher rank? Mediocre? Yi Xing's words hit Yun Jiankong's sore spot. It was precisely because he did not have the strength to challenge those of a higher rank that Lu Tianyuan had suppressed him since they were both 1-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators. However, even so, who said that Yun Jiankong was mediocre? Who dared to say that? However, at that moment, a 5-star martial saint of the younger generation actually said that Yun Jiankong was mediocre in front of everyone. As the saying went, the best way to hit someone was to hit their face, and the best way to scold someone was to expose their shortcomings. Yun Jiankong's current shortcomings were exposed by Yi Xing. This was also a shortcoming that he had always wanted to hide and not admit in his heart. Now that it was exposed by Yi Xing, the anger in his heart could be imagined. The blood in his body was boiling. Even though Yun Jiankong was a 2-star martial sage, he could not suppress the boiling blood and almost spat it out. "You dare to say that I'm mediocre?" Yun Jiankong's eyes were red as he stared at Yi Xing and said word by word. Yi Xing's eyes were clear and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. He said, "If not for your lack of knowledge, why would you mock me like this? If not for your mediocre strength, why wouldn't you believe that a 5-star martial sage can challenge a 7-star martial sage? If you're not mediocre, what are you? Yun Jiankong, your strength is indeed mediocre." Lu Tianyuan finally found a chance to fight back against Yun Jiankong. How could he miss it? He said coldly, "Yi Xing is right. Don't look down on the martial artists in the world just because your strength is mediocre." Yi Xing said that Yun Jiankong's strength was mediocre, but that was just empty talk. However, Lu Tianyuan had defeated Yun Jiankong many times, which had a practical meaning. It was undoubtedly a slap to Yun Jiankong's face. Puff! Yun Jiankong had already been provoked by Yi Xing, and his blood was boiling. He almost spat out blood, but he suppressed it. Now that Lu Tianyuan had added fuel to the fire, Yun Jiankong could no longer control his blood and spat out a mouthful of blood. A dignified 2 stars enlightened master vomited blood because of someone's tone. This was truly a strange story. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. For example, Lu Qianyuan's anger wasn't any lighter than Yun Zhankong's, but he still restrained himself. The reason why Yun Zhankong was so angry that he vomited blood was related to the demonic barrier in his heart. People who practiced martial arts were most afraid of having a demonic barrier in their heart. If their qi wasn't flowing smoothly, their blood wouldn't flow well. If it accumulated for a long time, it would develop into a mental illness. Yun Zhan's inner demons had long accumulated into a mental illness. Therefore, his emotions would be magnified infinitely. When he was happy, he would laugh with pride and arrogance. When he was angry, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Master. The first disciple, Yun Feng, who was standing behind Yun Zhankong, was shocked to see Yun Zhankong spit out blood. He took a step forward and came to Yun Zhankong's side. Yun Feng glanced at Yi Xing who was in the ring, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Yun Zhankong waved his hand and stopped Yun Feng from helping him up. He stared fiercely at Yi Xing who was in the ring and said through gritted teeth, "Yun Bin, don't hold back. Teach him a lesson." On the arena, Yun Bin's expression was gloomy to the extreme. He'd accumulated a bellyful of rage towards Yi Xing since long ago, causing his body to reveal a terrifying baleful aura, and he'd completely lost his graceful image from before. "Don't worry, sect leader. He dares to speak rudely to you. I'll tear his mouth apart and give him an unforgettable memory." Yun Bin shouted. His aura surged and the crimson gold fire fan in his hand was spitting out flames as he prepared for a terrifying attack. However, although Yun Bin was constantly increasing his aura and strength, he didn't take any precautions against Yi Xing. He looked down on Yi Xing from the bottom of his heart and appeared to be very casual. It was as though he could easily defeat Yi Xing. Yi Xing raised his hand and the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. He glanced at Yun Bin indifferently and spat out 2 words, "Idiot." Yi Xing dared to enter the ring and the people of Meteor Sect had high hopes for him. This meant that he wasn't weak. Moreover, Yi Xing dared to contradict Yun Zhankong. This meant that he was very confident and had great confidence in defeating Yun Bin. If Yi Xing couldn't even defeat Yun Bin, wouldn't he be an idiot if he said those bold words just now? Yun Bin looked down on Yi Xing naturally. He saw Yi Xing as an idiot. In that case, in Yi Xing's eyes, Yun Bin was really an idiot. Whoosh! As soon as Yi Xing finished his words, he made the first move and stabbed out with his spear. Dark Spirit Spear Skill, Spiritual Flash. How fast was the Dark Spirit Spear skill at the Great Achievement Realm? How powerful was it? Almost as soon as Yi Xing raised his spear and stabbed out, a dark spear radiance burst out. In an instant, it was already in front of Yun Bin. This spear contained the power of darkness. When the dark spear radiance stabbed out, Yun Bin was also affected by the power of darkness. His vision suddenly turned black. However, the sharp aura penetrated his skin and he could feel it clearly. If Yun Bin was facing a great enemy and was extremely alert, he might have had some hope of blocking this spear attack from Yi Xing. However, he looked down on Yi Xing and thought that he could react to Yi Xing's attack at any time. However, when Yi Xing really stabbed out with his spear, he realized that it was already too late. A moment ago, he still saw the cold radiance at the tip of the spear. In the next moment, he fell into darkness. Moreover, the sharp aura penetrated his skin and flesh, causing his soul to tremble. In an instant, Yun Bin was in a desperate situation. A strong sense of fear and helplessness arose in his heart. However, Yi Xing was a 7-star martial saint who could be conferred the title of Marquis. Although Yun Bin was frightened and helpless, he still instinctively resisted. Whoosh! The crimson gold fire fan in Yun Bin's hand suddenly opened and a bright red radiance shone. At this moment, Yun Bin's vision turned black and he lost the precise position of the spear tip. However, his body could sense where the aura was the sharpest. The crimson gold fire fan in his hand fiercely fanned in that direction. Whoosh! The crimson gold fire fan brought out endless red radiance and blazing flames. It was like a wall of fire on the shore. However, Yi Xing's spiritual flash was extremely fast. Even though Yun Bin's reaction was extremely fast, he was still the first to be unprepared. By the time Yi Xing's spear tip was in front of him, it was already too late. Before the crimson gold fire fan could block the spear tip, the dark spear light penetrated the wall of fire and heavily hit Yun Bin's body. Yun Bin's celestial essence defense could not withstand the penetration of the sharp spear light. In an instant, it was penetrated. The hit area instantly tore his clothes and his skin was bruised. Although the sharp spear light could not break Yun Bin's skin, a lot of the sharp aura penetrated the skin and killed into Yun Bin's body. A sharp pain came. However, the more terrible thing was still to come. Although the purple feather spear was behind the dark spear light, it stabbed almost at the same time. Yun Bin had just felt the sharp pain caused by the spear light in his body when the tip of the purple feather spear had already pierced his body. The purple feather spear was a spirit weapon. The tip of the spear was very sharp. It was not at the same level as the dark spear light. It easily broke Yun Bin's skin and pierced into his flesh. Clang! Only then did the crimson gold fire fan in Yun Bin's hand hit the purple feather spear, making a crisp sound. The purple feather spear suddenly shook and was pushed to the side by the force of the crimson gold fire fan. At this moment, half of the tip of the spear had pierced into Yun Bin's body. Although the conflict between the two sides was sharp, the Falling Star sect and the Flying Cloud sect were allies. Yi Xing naturally would not kill Yun Bin. A shallow hole was enough. The tip of the spear had pierced halfway and had to be pulled back. However, after being hit by the crimson gold fire fan, the tip of the spear moved in Yun Bin's body. With a swoosh, a large wound was cut open. In an instant, blood gushed out. Yun Bin's body was also pushed to the side by the force of the tip of the spear. With one spear, Yun Bin was defeated. Moreover, because he had not used the fan at the right time, he had been seriously injured. Yun Bin fell more than 10 meters away. The intense pain made him sweat profusely. His face was pale. He hurriedly pressed the acupuncture points on the wound to stop the bleeding and swallowed a healing elixir. Yi Xing held the purple feather spear in one hand and stamped it to the side. With a bang, everyone's gaze shifted from the injured Yun Bin to him. Yi Xing's gaze swept toward the pavilion where the Flying Clouds sect was and said, "The 7-star martial saint of the Flying Clouds sect is only a so-so." At this moment, Yi Xing's black hair was flying. His aura was fierce. The power of the spear that had seriously injured Yun Bin was still there. When he spoke, it was shocking. When the disciples of the Flying Clouds sect heard this, their hearts trembled. The face of the Flying Clouds sect's leader, Yun Zhankong, was as black as the bottom of a pot. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 270. Yun Zhankong was not the only one in disbelief. All the martial artists of Flying Cloud sect and Spirit Moon sect were in disbelief. Even the martial artists Afwa were hoping for Yi Xing to defeat Yun Zhankong, found it hard to believe. This was because Yi Xing had won too quickly. One move. Just one move. A 5-star martial saint had severely injured a 7-star martial saint. This was too shocking. Crossing 2 realms to defeat an opponent in one move, this was not on the same level as crossing 2 realms to challenge. There was a fundamental difference. Crossing 2 realms to challenge meant that one had the strength to fight with an opponent 2 realms higher. However, having the strength to fight did not mean that one could defeat the opponent. One might even be defeated by the opponent. Therefore, crossing 2 realms to challenge meant that one's strength was equivalent to a martial artist 2 realms higher than the opponent. Crossing 2 realms to challenge was already a legend. In the entire Qingyun region, it was hard to find one in a few hundred years. However, Yi Xing had defeated an opponent 2 realms higher than him in one move. This made people feel like they were in a dream and it was somewhat unreal. Good. Lu Tianyuan was also deeply shocked. He did not expect Yi Xing to defeat Yun Bin so quickly. When he came back to his senses, he shouted excitedly. The martial artists of Falling Star sect also cheered excitedly. The core disciples looked at Yi Xing with a change in their eyes. Most of them revealed looks of worship. In the Falling Star secret land, Yi Xing had defeated Qi Jingyang and Li Yuanqing. The core disciples looked at him with respect and fear. They kept a respectful distance from him. However, worship was different. It was heartfelt admiration, and they were proud of Yixing. To make people respect, one only needed to be strong. To make people worship, one needed to be admired. One had to do things that others wanted to do but could not think of. To contribute to the sect, to protect the sect's honor, to defeat a 7-star martial saint disciple of Flying Cloud sect. This was obviously something that the disciples of Falling Star sect wanted to do but could not do. However, Yixing had done it. At this moment, Yixing had obviously completed the transformation from respect to worship. On the pavilion of Spirit Moon sect. The sect master of the Spirit Moon sect, Ling Xingyue, looked at Yixing with a deep gaze. The Falling Star Martial School has a good seedling. They have a lot of geniuses with great cultivation talent, but only a few with great martial arts talent. Such a character is hard to come by in the Blue Cloud region even in 1,000 years. If he becomes a sage in the future, he will definitely be one of the top warriors in the Blue Cloud region. With such a character, the Falling Star Martial School will definitely prosper in the future. Under the leadership of Yun Zhankong, the Flying Cloud Martial School is getting more and more out of hand, and the conflict between them and the Falling Star Martial School is getting bigger and bigger. It seems like we have to maintain our distance with the Flying Cloud Martial School and strengthen our relationship with them. Enlightened Master Yenhua nodded and said, "A generation of geniuses is an era. Unfortunately, our Spirit Moon sect had even more monstrous geniuses, but unfortunately, we couldn't handle it." Enlightened Master Yenhua naturally thought of Wei Qingxian. Not only did Wei Qingxian have the ability to challenge those above his level, his cultivation talent was even more terrifying. The most conservative estimate was that he would be at the peak of the Enlightened Master realm, or even the Honorable realm. His future achievements were unimaginable. Although there weren't many geniuses who could challenge those above their level, and they were relatively more outstanding than those with outstanding cultivation talent, once one's cultivation talent reached a certain level, many geniuses would be left in the dust. After all, it was already shocking for a genius to be able to challenge those above their level by 1 level. 2 levels were too rare, and 3 levels were only a legend. What if there was a difference of 4 or 5 levels? No matter how heaven-defying a genius was, it was impossible to challenge those above their level without limit. Therefore, once the gap in cultivation reached an irreversible level, any challenge above one's level would be useless. Because of this, Wei Qingxuan's talent was terrifying. Not only was he monstrous in cultivation, he could also challenge those above his level. With these 2 advantages, if he became a peak enlightened master in the future, he would be invincible below the honorable realm. If he became an honorable, he would become a powerhouse even among honorables. Ling Xingyue patted enlightened Master Yenyue's shoulder and said, "Junior sister Yenyue, it's your disciple's fortune to be chosen by a king. When she succeeds in cultivation in the future, she will become an earth-shattering character. As long as she remembers you as her master and the Spirit Moon sect, the sect will receive unimaginable benefits. As long as she's a sentimental person, it won't be a problem whether she cultivates in the sect or not." It wasn't a secret that King Lanqin left his name outside the Spirit Moon sect and enlightened Master Yenyue's disciple being taken away by a king. While Ling Xingyue and enlightened Master Yenyue were secretly discussing Yixing, Hua Tianshu murmured to herself, "This child's battle talent is indeed shocking. If I can make him my own, he'll be a sharp blade. Unfortunately, it'll be difficult to make him submit." Difficult. Difficult. Yun Zhankong reacted from the shock of disbelief. He looked at the severely injured Yun Bin and recalled that Yixing said his strength was mediocre. It was particularly jarring. Yun Zhankong's anger instantly burned, and he was so angry that he lost his mind. He clapped his hands and said angrily, "What a vicious little thief. How dare you do this? Do you want to take my life?" Earlier, Ma Ren, the disciple of the Fallen Star sect, was also seriously injured by Yun Bin, but Lu Tianyuan did not say anything. Now that Yun Bin was injured, Yun Zhankong made things difficult. It was obvious that he was pestering endlessly and had lost his mind. As expected, Lu Tianyuan snorted coldly and said, "In a martial artists' competition, swords and sabers have no eyes, so injuries are inevitable. Yun Zhankong, Are your flying cloud sex disciples allowed to injure my falling star sex disciples, but my falling star sex disciples aren't allowed to fight back? Yun Zhankong was being unreasonable, and he was speechless after Lu Tianyuan said that. This was then Lu Tianyuan's strength was stronger than Yun Zhankong's. In the battle between Yunbin and Ma Ren, Yunbin could have defeated Ma Ren without using too much strength, but Yunbin did, causing Ma Ren to be severely injured. Lu Tianyuan did not pressure Yun Zhankong because of their relationship, but now that Yun Zhankong dared to bully others with his strength, he was simply looking for trouble. Lu Tianyuan was extremely pleased. Yi Xing's victory had filled him with confidence. He sneered. He sneered and said, Yun Zhankong, if you're afraid that your disciples will be defeated and injured, why did you let them fight? There's still one left, you should treasure him well and just admit defeat. Yun Zhankong deliberately concealed Yun Feng's strength. Lu Tianyuan's words were full of sarcasm when he asked Yun Zhankong to treasure Yun Feng well. Who said I can't afford to lose? Yun Zhankong snorted and shouted, Yun Feng, go up. Remember to return a big gift to the Falling Star sect. Previously, Yun Zhankong's words revealed the confidence that the Flying Cloud sect would take first place. It could be seen that Yun Feng's strength was only stronger than a peak 7-star martial saint. Otherwise, Yun Zhankong would not have said such bold words if Yun Feng could not defeat the Spirit Moon sect's first disciple, Mo Shilan, who was a peak 7-star martial saint. The truth was so. Yun Feng was a martial arts genius. His comprehension was outstanding, and his martial arts attainments were far superior to martial artists of the same realm. Although he had just become a 7-star martial saint, his strength was almost invincible in the same realm. Below 8-star martial saints, there were few who could compete with him. In the Flying Cloud sect, Yun Feng had defeated peak 7-star martial saints several times in secret battles. Therefore, Yun Zhankong was so sure that the Flying Cloud sect would take first place in this gathering of the 3 sections. Yun Feng's figure flashed and went up the arena. He was 2 years younger than Yun Bin. He was only 22 this year. A 7-star martial saint at 22 years old, and his combat strength was the best in the same realm. He could indeed be called a genius. At this moment, Yun Bin had already stood up. The effect of the healing spiritual medicine was remarkable. The wound on his chest had already healed completely, forming a scar. In a few days, it would be completely healed. Senior brother, avenge me. Yun Bin said to Yun Feng after standing up. Yun Feng nodded and said, don't worry. I will pay him back double for what he gave you. Good. Yun Bin shouted in a low voice. Then, he looked at Yi Xing coldly. After a soft snort, he returned to the pavilion where the Flying Cloud sect was. Yun Feng raised his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It looked very slender, shining with a cold light and revealing an extremely sharp aura. Yun Feng caressed the body of the sword as if he was caressing a lover. With a proud look on his face, he looked at Yi Xing and said, this sword is called Tai Feng, a middle-grade spiritual weapon. In my hands, it has drunk the blood of 66 people, including 18 marquises. Among them, 3 were peak 7-star martial saints. You will be the 67th person. Chapter 271. The Tai Feng sword shone brightly with a sharp aura. Obviously, it was a rare good sword. What was more terrifying was that this sword had drunk the blood of 18 marquises, including the blood of 3 peak 7-star martial saints. Yun Feng's words were frightening. Most of the younger disciples of the 3 major sects felt their hearts skip a beat upon hearing this. Even the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect only knew today that Yun Feng was the real eldest disciple. Now, they knew that Yun Feng's strength was actually so terrifying. The Tai Feng sword had drunk the blood of 3 peak 7-star martial saints, which meant that Yun Feng had defeated 3 peak 7-star martial saints. No wonder Yun Zhankong thought that the Flying Cloud sect would definitely take first place. They did have something to rely on. Yi Xing looked at the arrogant Yun Feng and chuckled. He said, I really don't know where your arrogance comes from. Is a weapon that has drunk the blood of many people considered powerful? As he spoke, Yixing thrust the purple feather spear in his hand forward and pointed it at Yunfeng. He continued, "This spear is called Purple Feather, a low-grade spiritual weapon. When I first became a martial saint, I obtained it from the first inner disciple of the Dongfu sect. I don't know how many people it has drunk the blood of, but most of the blood it has drunk is from people whose cultivation is at least one level higher than mine." The purple feather spear was covered with engravings. It no longer shone brightly like when it had just been in Yixing's hand. It did not look as threatening as Yunfeng's Taifeng sword. However, the carvings on the purple feather spear all came from the attacks of middle-grade spirit weapons. This meant that Yixing had used the purple feather spear, a low-grade spirit weapon, to fight against many experts who had middle-grade spirit weapons. However, he had never been defeated. Although the purple feather spear was covered with engravings, it had drunk the blood of experts who had middle-grade spiritual weapons. However, Yixing's blood had never been drunk by a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Yixing's words shocked everyone even more. Under the purple feather spear, he had defeated and killed many opponents whose cultivation was higher than his. Yunfeng was a genius that only appeared once every few hundred years in the Flying Cloud sect. Not only did he have a 2-star yellow fate cultivation talent, but he was also a martial arts genius. His cultivation talent was better than his master, Yun Zhankong's. His martial arts talent was even harder for Yun Zhankong to catch up. However, he was such a genius of a generation, but in the Flying Cloud sect, he had to hide his strength and not let outsiders know. In the eyes of outsiders, he had always been suppressed by the eldest disciple, Yun Bin. No one knew that he was the true eldest disciple, the true genius. Yunfeng felt very aggrieved because she couldn't get the admiration of others. Today, Yunfeng finally tore off her disguise and showed her genius face to the public. Of course, she was extremely proud. Unfortunately, this pride of his was not even worth mentioning in front of Yixing. He did not receive even the slightest bit of admiration from Yixing. Instead, it was mercilessly shattered. Where does my pride come from? Yunfeng's face turned pale, but he recovered immediately. Raising his head slightly, he said, "I am Tianming, a 2-star sage. My real age is actually 21 years old, and I only turned 21 3 days ago. This means that I became a 7-star martial saint at the age of 20, and I have invincible battle strength in the same realm. How many people in the world can compare to me?" Many people gasped. Even Yunfeng's age was fake. His real age was actually 1 year younger than what outsiders knew. Tianming, a 2-star sage, had become a 7-star martial saint before the age of 21, and his strength was invincible in the same realm. What kind of potential did he have? He would definitely have amazing achievements in the future. It was inevitable that he would become a 2-star sage, and there was a great chance that he would become a 3-star sage. In addition to his talent in martial arts, his strength was absolutely terrifying. Compared to Yunfeng, the eldest disciple of the spiritual moon sect, Mo Shilan, was inferior. They were not on the same level. With his qualifications, he could indeed hold his head high and be proud among the disciples of the 3 sections. However, he was an exception in front of Yixing, not to mention Yunfeng saying that there were not many people in the world who could compare to him. This was simply arrogant. "That's it. Is it that great?" Yixing said lightly, his voice full of disdain. "I'm 17 years old this year, a 5-star martial saint, and I have the battle record of defeating a 7-star martial saint with 1 move. Tianming, I'm not as good as you. I'm also younger than you. However, in terms of strength, you have no advantage in front of me. If you were 17 years old, I could crush you with 1 finger today. What right do you have to be proud of? A 17-year-old 5-star martial saint with the battle record of defeating a 7-star martial saint with 1 move." Compared to Yunfeng, it was indeed more shocking. Everyone knew about Yixing's information, but no one thought about it. Now that Yixing said it, everyone realized how monstrous Yixing was. To be able to defeat a 7-star martial saint at the age of 17, this was a true genius. In the entire Qingyun region, it was rare to see such a person in 1,000 years. Compared to Yixing, Yun Feng was like a bright star next to the moon. He was overshadowed all of a sudden. Yun Feng's breathing suddenly quickened, and his chest heaved up and down. The genius that he was proud of was finally displayed in front of everyone today. When he was supposed to enjoy everyone's exclamations and praises, he was trampled on by Yixing. His pride was crushed into pieces. Yun Feng couldn't stand it. However, before Yun Feng could speak, Yixing continued to reprimand him. Today is only the gathering of the 3 sections. In front of me, Yixing, you're so mediocre. If you look at the entire Qingyun region, among the disciples of the top 10 sects, how many geniuses are there? What do you think you're ranked? The Qingyun region is only a small area in the True Xian domain. Compared to the entire Star Land, the True Xian domain is only the tip of the iceberg. The world is so big and there are so many geniuses. In the Qingyun region, even if you're not outstanding, in the True Xian domain, you're not even worth mentioning. In the whole world, even I don't dare to say that there are many people who can be compared to you. Yun Feng, what right do you have to say that? How ignorant and arrogant are you? It's ridiculous. Facing Yixing's reprimand, Yun Feng's belief collapsed continuously. His aura collapsed, and his face became paler and paler. Yixing took a step forward, and his powerful aura pressed down. He shouted fiercely, "Tell me, where does your pride come from?" Thud, 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 Yun Feng took 3 steps back. On the 3 pavilions, the warriors of the 3 sects were all stunned. Just from his words, Yixing actually collapsed Yun Feng's fighting belief, causing his aura to drop greatly. Humph. Yun Zhankong snorted angrily, and it was like a clap of thunder that shocked Yun Feng. Yun Zhankong said, "Nothing is important. The result now is the most important. The strength in front of you is the most powerful strength." Feng, what does he have to be afraid of? Yun Feng reacted instantly. That's right. What's there to be afraid of about Yixing? So what if he has the battle record of defeating a 7-star martial saint at the age of 17? So what if he has amazing potential? All of these are not important. The most important thing is the result of the battle. The strength in front of you is the most powerful strength. Without the present, what future is there? Yun Feng was enlightened by Yun Zhankong, and his belief was immediately firm. However, he had suffered a great setback from Yixing's words just now. His current aura was no longer the same as when Yun Feng was on the stage. That's right. The result now is the most important. The strength in front of you is the most powerful. I will use my true strength now to crush your arrogant pride. Yixing shouted. He took big strides like a meteor and rushed towards Yun Feng. The purple feather spear suddenly pierced out a dark spear radiance. Dark Spirit Spear Technique, Spiritual Flash. Yun Bin, the disciple of the Flying Cloud clan, was defeated by this move of Yixing's. The spear radiance pierced through the air. It was as fast as a flowing light and arrived in front of Yun Feng instantly. However, Yun Feng was not Yun Bin. Although he was arrogant, he was not like Yun Bin, who did not take Yixing seriously. He was always paying attention to Yixing's every move. The sun rises from the east, sword of the rising sun. Yun Feng shouted softly. The Tai Feng sword in his hand gave off a dazzling radiance. In an instant, the sword pierced out like the rising sun. It was unstoppable and had a magnificent momentum that could illuminate the world. This sword contained the momentum of heaven and earth. The momentum of the sword was shocking. Yun Feng had already comprehended this momentum of heaven and earth to an extremely profound level. No wonder there were few opponents of the same level who could match him. The purple feather spear was blocked and another thin notch appeared on the tip of the spear. When a low-class spiritual weapon collided with a middle-class spiritual weapon, it was obviously the side that was at a disadvantage. Undercurrent surging. Yixing's eyes focused. Yun Feng's strength was indeed not something that Yun Bin could compare with. He used 100% of his energy and attacked with all his might. Sun in the sky. Yun Feng shouted softly. He jumped up and slashed down with the Tai Feng sword. The radiance was dazzling like the sun in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The momentum of the sword was even stronger. Chapter 272. When this attack came, the temperature became hot and it contained the power of fire. The power of fire and the power of the rising and setting sun. Yunfang's attack contained two powers of heaven and earth. Among the 7-star martial saints in the same realm, there were very few who could block this attack. Even a peak 7-star martial saint would be in danger when facing this attack. The sun in the sky tore the darkness apart. Yixing's attack was broken by Yunfeng again. Moreover, the dazzling sword light attacked Yixing's dark spear screen. Yixing attacked with his spear like rain. The surrounding area was airtight. The power of darkness shrouded the area. The area within a 1-foot radius turned pitch black. Layers of spear shadows were faintly discernible. Yixing's dark spirit spear art had reached the large success stage. Every move and style of Yixing's dark spirit spear art was completely natural. The dark spirit spear screen was impenetrable. All the sword light was blocked by the dark spear screen and bounced back. On the 3 pavilions, all the martial artists watched the battle intently. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yunfang's performance was too terrifying. The power of his sword was shocking. The power of his sword was invincible. Some of the older 7-star martial saints looked at the battle in the arena. Their eyes were full of fear. They put themselves in Yixing's shoes and realized that if they did not use the power of astrology, they would definitely not be able to block Yunfang's terrifying attack. However, the great sun in the sky was so powerful and the attack was so terrifying. However, Yixing blocked all of it. The power of this 5-star martial saint was shocking. Dark Spirit Spear. A cold shout came from the dark spear screen. Yixing used his ultimate move to counterattack. The force of darkness, the force of fire, and the force of wind, the 3 forces of heaven and earth were all contained in this ultimate move. Yixing's strength exploded to the limit. Boom! The dark spear screen was instantly retracted. It turned into a terrifying dark spear shadow and blasted towards Yunfeng. The wind was whistling and the ground was shaking. The airflow was like a blade, tearing the void apart. Under this spear, everything in the world was covered with a layer of murderous intent. Even the air had become a terrifying killing move. The power of such a terrifying spear was fully unleashed. How terrifying was that? It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. It was unstoppable. The sword light in front of it was shattered in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the dark light of the spear collided with the opponent's sword. The purple feather spear pierced through the air like lightning. Under the cover of the dark light of the spear, it pierced towards Yunfang's throat. Dusk Sword. The Tai-Feng sword in Yunfang's hand was as fast as lightning. He also stabbed out. There was an extra aura of dusk in the sword. Yunfeng had mastered the Day Transformation Sword technique, a middle-level spiritual martial force. Each of his moves had a corresponding force of nature. When he performed them, they were as smooth as flowing water. Ding! The purple feather spear and the Tai-Feng sword instantly clashed. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword clashed against each other, producing a crisp sound. Boom! The terrifying collision of star essence sounded like the explosion of a cannonball. From the point where the tip of the spear and the tip of the sword were facing each other, the violent airflow instantly surged in all directions. A circle of horrifying ripples rapidly expanded in the void. In the surging airflow, the 2 figures shot backward at the same time. They were knocked back by that horrifying power. Dong, dong, dong. Yixing only flew back a dozen meters. He stepped on the ground and steadied his body after taking 3 steps back. Yunfeng, on the other hand, flew back a dozen meters in an instant. He took another 8 or 9 steps back before he stopped. He had almost retreated to the edge of the arena. The collision between the two just now was equally powerful. However, Yixing's body had been transformed by the Jade Star Elixir. He was far more powerful than other martial saints. Therefore, Yi Xing's situation seemed to be much better than Yunfeng's after receiving the same recoil. On the three pavilions, the martial artists of the Falling Star sect finally showed a trace of joy. It seemed that Yi Xing had retreated less and had a slight upper hand. However, the martial artists of the Flying Cloud sect all frowned. Yun Zhankong, in particular, frowned. He was both shocked and angry. He knew Yunfeng's strength very well. Especially when he used the Sword of Dusk, even a peak 7-star martial saint could not resist it. Even so, he still could not gain the upper hand. Yi Xing's strength was really horrifying. Your strength is really good. You are qualified to fight with me. You deserve my full strength. Yunfeng looked serious. His eyes revealed a shocking fighting spirit. His sword momentum was getting stronger and stronger. In the void around him, the invisible sword chi was swimming, almost forming an illusory sword shadow. It pierced the sky and pierced a big hole in the airflow above. Yunfeng was originally a powerhouse. After a fierce fight, the momentum that was broken by Yi Xing's words had been condensed again. The sword momentum was shocking and unstoppable. Yi Xing stood with his spear. He had the sharpness of the sword momentum, which broke the void. He also had the dominance of the saber momentum, which was as dignified as a mountain. The spear was the saint of weapons. It had the combined momentum of the sharpness of the sword and the dominance of the saber. At this moment, Yi Xing's momentum was not inferior to Yunfeng's. However, it had an additional weight and dominance. He sneered and said disdainfully, "This is only the qualification to fight with you? Is your ridiculous pride back again?" Yunfeng was no longer moved by Yi Xing's words. His eyes gradually became sharper, revealing a sharp light. He raised the Tai Feng sword and the sharp sword momentum accumulated to the strongest point. "I will let you know the real attack power of a swordsman." Yunfeng's voice was calm and his expression was cold. He was completely integrated into the sword momentum. He was like a sharp sword, revealing a sharpness. Dusk is late, everything returns to silence. Take my sword, sword of silence. There was no more light in Yunfeng's eyes. There was no more emotion in his voice. He stabbed out with the Tai Feng sword. There was no dazzling color or glamorous sword glow. It was just a normal sword, a normal sword. However, this sword brought with it an endless aura of death. It was like dusk was late, everything returned to silence. The sword of silence could also be called the sword of death. It was an extremely ferocious and powerful sword technique. When the sword stabbed over, Yi Xing's heart tightened. He had a feeling that he could not figure it out and that he could not block it. The aura of death enveloped him. Yi Xing's back was immediately covered in a layer of cold sweat. His hair stood on end. This sword was extremely ferocious. Extremely powerful. Extremely horrifying. Super brain. Scan. His opponent did not use astrology. Of course, Yi Xing would not forcefully defend himself with the power of astrology. Instead, he turned on his super brain to scan and find the flaws in his opponent's attack. This sword of silence was perfect. However, his opponent's skill was not perfect. Although there were no flaws, there was a weakness. The weakness was that this sword was too slow. Dusk is late, everything returns to silence. It was not something that happened in an instant. It needed some time. This attack was about momentum, not speed. Right now, Yunfeng's momentum was not perfect, so his speed naturally could not reach the limit of this attack. A flash of light. Yi Xing gave up on using his unique skill, the Dark Spirit Spear, to clash head-on. Instead, he used a flash of light and maximized his speed. The force of darkness and the force of wind were contained in this move, causing it to be even more powerful and faster. It was like a flickering black light. Crack. At that moment, a crack appeared in the momentum of death that returned to silence because of Yi Xing's spear. The dark spear glow charged towards Yunfeng like a flash of light. This spear was several times faster than Yunfeng's sword. Even though it was launched later, it arrived first. If Yunfeng continued to stab forward, he would be pierced through by this spear before he could kill Yixing first. Whoosh, Yunfeng withdrew his sword immediately. He became one with the sword and his entire body flashed like a flash of sword light. He increased his speed to the limit and dodged Yixing's spear at the critical moment. However, a few strands of hair fell from the sky. In the distance, Yunfeng stood still. His hair was messy. Even though he dodged the spear, he looked extremely embarrassed. Yixing's voice came coldly, "Is this what you meant when you said that I'm qualified to fight with you? I thought your ultimate ability would be very powerful. Unfortunately. I'm so disappointed. You're not qualified to fight with me." As he spoke, Yixing pointed his purple feather spear at Yunfeng. He walked towards Yunfeng step by step. The wind whistled around Yixing. The airflow was like a blade, cutting through the air continuously. The momentum of the spear was so strong that it became more terrifying with every step he took. Above Yixing, there was an illusionary spear that pierced through layers of airflow and the sky. The clouds above all retreated in all directions. Its momentum was so powerful that it shocked the world and shocked everyone. Second update. I update 4 times a day, but the monthly votes are getting less and less day by day. It's the end of the month. Brothers, where are your monthly votes? It's not easy to maintain 4 times a day. I'm exhausted, but I'll work hard. Even if it's midnight today, I'll still finish 4 times a day. I'm begging for a monthly vote. Chapter 273. Yunfeng's face flushed. He was already furious and his eyes immediately turned red. What did you say? I'm not qualified? Yunfeng's voice seemed to be squeezed out word by word from between her teeth as her shoulders shook violently. What kind of person was he? He was a genius of the Flying Cloud sect. Although he was arrogant, he also admitted that Yixing had the qualifications to fight with him. However, from Yixing's mouth, he said that he was not qualified to fight with him. This was simply crushing his dignity. Yunfeng said coldly, "You just have a slight advantage. If we continue to fight, I won't be able to defeat you and you won't be able to defeat me either. There's a 90% chance that we'll end up in a tie, but you said that I'm not qualified. What makes you so arrogant?" Everyone didn't understand why Yixing said Yunfeng wasn't qualified to fight with him. To them, what Yunfeng said was true. Even though Yixing's combat ability was unbelievable and shocking, he only had the upper hand in the battle with Yunfeng and Yunfeng hadn't been injured yet. Both of them had yet to use their astrology, but since there was no substantial difference in their strength, unless there was a great disparity in the level of their astrology, it would be difficult to determine the winner. Yixing looked at Yunfeng with a faint smile. Do you really think you haven't lost? Looking at Yixing's expression, Yunfeng suddenly had a bad feeling. Immediately after, he felt a slight tingling sensation on his neck. This feeling was very, very light. It was so light that he couldn't feel it at first. Only now did he feel it a little. At this moment, a series of gasps sounded from the Falling Star sect and Spirit Moon sect's pavilions. The pavilion of the Flying Cloud clan was behind Yunfeng. They couldn't see that a thin line of blood suddenly appeared on Yunfeng's neck. This line of blood was not there at first, or it could be said that it was barely noticeable. However, as the blood seeped in bit by bit, it gradually became obvious. Yunfeng reached out and wiped his neck. When he saw the blood on his hand, his expression turned into horror immediately and he screamed, "That's impossible." Yunfeng's heart was trembling and a strong sense of fear gushed out of her. Looking at the blood on her hand, she couldn't believe it. Although there wasn't much blood, it came from his neck. This meant that Yixing had injured him. He could not believe that he had dodged Yixing's attack. He had clearly dodged Yixing's attack, so how could he be injured? Furthermore, the wound was on his neck, at his throat. The throat was a vital part of a person. If it was cut open, the person would definitely die. Even the healing panacea wouldn't be able to save him. Thinking that his neck was cut open by Yixing and he didn't even notice it at the beginning, Yunfeng suddenly had a creepy feeling of fear. The martial artists of the Flying Clouds sect were still surprised about how Yun Feng was injured. The disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spiritual Moon sect were also confused because of this. However, the Astral Realm enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect were deeply shocked at this moment. They looked at each other with doubt in their eyes. This can't be, right? However, although they had this doubt, only that answer could explain it. You think you dodged my attack? Huh. If I wanted to kill you, your head would be long gone by now. If it was a battle of life and death, you would be killed by my attack with your strongest attack. Tell me, what right do you have to fight with me? Yi Xing stopped more than 10 meters in front of Yun Feng. His powerful aura pressed down like a boundless mountain as he shouted coldly. Hearing this, the 3 enlightened masters of the Spiritual Moon sect's pupils dilated instantly, revealing deep shock. The 3 enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect were the same, especially Lu Tianyuan. There was indescribable joy in his shock. His heart was thumping, and he stood up immediately. Lu Tianyuan exclaimed in shock, nuance. Nuance to the smallest detail. Yi Xing, you've comprehended some kind of momentum of heaven and earth to the realm of nuance, and you've stepped into the initial success of momentum? The momentum of heaven and earth wasn't just about the strength of momentum. It wasn't that the stronger the momentum, the more powerful it was. Instead, it was divided into 3 levels. The first level was purely about the strength of momentum. The stronger the momentum, the greater the power. The second level was when one's comprehension of the momentum of heaven and earth reached a certain level. One could precisely control the momentum of heaven and earth, turning it big or small. It looked inconspicuous and undetectable, but it could be an extremely terrifying attack. This was the initial success of momentum, also known as the realm of nuance. The third level was when one's comprehension of the momentum of heaven and earth reached the peak. Not only could one precisely control the momentum of heaven and earth, but one could also merge with the momentum. In this level, one's body was the momentum of heaven and earth. With a raise of one's hand, one could move mountains and fill seas, and turn heaven and earth upside down. It was already close to the realm of Tao. This was the great success of momentum, known as the unity of heaven and man. The momentum of heaven and earth was extremely difficult to comprehend. In the martial sage realm, most people could only comprehend one kind of momentum of heaven and earth. Those who could comprehend 2 or more were geniuses. And to comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth to the initial success, also known as the realm of nuance. Normally, only sages, or high-level enlightened masters, could easily achieve this. Below the 7 stars enlightened masters, those who could comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth to the realm of nuance were geniuses who surpassed ordinary martial artists. In the entire Qingyun region, the strongest martial artist was only a 6 stars enlightened master. In the true Xian region, only the 9 great sects had sages above 6 stars enlightened masters. One could imagine that the realm of nuance was a difficult level for enlightened masters in the entire Qingyun region. There were many enlightened masters in the Qingyun region, no less than 100. However, the number of enlightened masters in the Qingyun region who could comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth to the realm of nuance was probably less than 10. From this, one could see how difficult it was to comprehend the initial success of momentum and the realm of nuance. However, Yi Xing was only a 5 stars martial sage, yet he had already reached this level. Could it be that the enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect and the Spiritual Moon sect were all shocked and in disbelief? There were 9 enlightened masters present, but none of them had comprehended the momentum of heaven and earth to the realm of nuance. Yi Xing had reached the initial success of momentum, the realm of nuance. When Yun Zhankong heard Lu Tianyuan's words, he was instantly stunned and his entire body was petrified. Yi Xing nodded at Lu Tianyuan and said, "Disciples' wind momentum has reached the initial success." When he was still a level 5 martial sage, he had already comprehended the wind momentum. As his cultivation increased and he continued to comprehend, his wind momentum became stronger and stronger. Especially in the Starry Hall, he had continuously fought with the trial targets and continuously used the wind momentum. This allowed his understanding of the wind momentum to have an extremely deep and profound accumulation. Later on, during the process of cultivation, he slowly digested it and naturally broke through to the initial success of the wind momentum. The spear of the realm of nuance was extremely terrifying. As long as it was within a certain distance, it could completely kill someone unexpectedly and invisibly. Just like just now, Yi Xing could completely chop off Yun Bin's head before he could react. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the realm of nuance was the control. This realm of nuance was not merely minute, it was so minute that it was undetectable. Yi Xing clearly cut Yun Feng's neck, but she didn't feel any pain at first. Yun Feng didn't feel like she was cut at all either. It wasn't until a few breaths later that blood started to seep out slowly and she slowly felt a bit of pain. This kind of attack was hair-raising. Even though the perfected persons had already expected that Yi Xing had reached the realm of nuance through some kind of momentum, they still could not help but gasp when they heard Yi Xing admit it personally. The junior disciples were also dumbfounded from shock. If the martial artists present knew that Yi Xing had comprehended the wind momentum by chance when he was only a level 5 martial sage, the shock they felt towards him reaching the initial success of the wind momentum would be much lesser. Impossible. This is impossible. This is a coincidence, this must be a coincidence. Yun Feng shouted. His disheveled appearance made him look crazy. I dodged too quickly, so the sharp chi of the spear tip cut my skin. This is a coincidence. Yun Feng did not believe it. He was the pride of the Flying Cloud sect and he was not even qualified to fight with Yi Xing. Therefore, he did not believe that Yi Xing's wind momentum had reached the realm of nuance. This is just your luck. It's just a coincidence. There will be a first time for a coincidence, but there won't be a second time. Let's continue to fight. Yun Feng shouted. A streak of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows. The Tai Feng sword in his hand exploded with a dazzling light as he charged towards Yi Xing. Work hard to write the 4th update, 10,000 words every day. Persevere. Ask for a monthly vote. Good luck. Alright. Chapter 274. Yun Feng used the power of astrology. The starlight shot up into the sky and turned into a fiery star. Top-level astrology, Earth Fire. However, astrology powers were also different in the same astrology. Yun Feng's Earth Fire Star astrology was only stronger than Zi Shanho's Earth Fire Star astrology. Day Change Sword Technique, Sun in the Sky. This was the Sun Sword. In terms of power, it was the most powerful move in the Day Change Sword Technique. It was ferocious. The sun in the sky shone everywhere and heated up the world. This move was performed with the Fire Star astrology, so its power doubled. Especially when the fire force was integrated into the move, it increased its power even more. Although Yun Feng's mind was in a mess right now and he was almost crazy, people could often unleash their extraordinary potential and become even more terrifying when their emotions fluctuated to the limit. Therefore, although Yun Feng's move wasn't very delicate and there were many flaws, its power was 30% stronger than normal. For Yi Xing, who was scanning with his super brain, any flaw would be magnified infinitely. If Yi Xing wanted to fight this move head-on, he would have to use the power of astrology to block it. However, if he only wanted to defeat Yun Feng, he didn't need to fight head-on. Whoosh, Yi Xing moved his feet and executed the heavenly bat steps. His body transformed into a phantom, disappearing without a trace in a flash. Dark Spirit Spear. A cold yell was heard. As Yi Xing's figure flashed, a terrifying dark spear light pierced out at the same time. The force of darkness, the force of fire, and the force of wind, the 3 forces of heaven and earth were all infused into this move, making the already terrifying Dark Spirit Spear even more terrifying. Yi Xing scanned all the flaws in Yun Feng's move. This move happened to hit the biggest flaw. The dark spear light pierced out. It was simply unstoppable. The power in the flaw was nothing compared to Yi Xing's move. Yun Feng's attack was pierced through instantly and collapsed directly. One part collapsed, and the other parts collapsed. The terrifying power of Yun Feng's move collapsed in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Xing's spear was unstoppable. The Dark Spirit Spear could kill anything in its way. It destroyed everything in front of it. Yun Feng spat out blood immediately. His body shot backward and flew out of the ring. There was a bloody hole the size of a fist on his chest. Everyone only saw Yun Feng being blown away as soon as the dark spear light appeared. They didn't see when the purple feather spear pierced a hole in Yun Feng's body. This was the terrifying part of the Tittle realm. As long as one was within a certain distance, the attack of an arcane realm expert would have already landed on one's body before one could react. Before, Yixing had used his imperceptible realm spear technique to leave a shallow mark on Yun Feng's neck. That was already a warning, which proved that Yun Feng had lost. But Yun Feng didn't know what was good for him. He wanted to fight again and attacked with all his might. Then, Yixing's second attack wouldn't be so harmless. He had to teach him a lesson. This was the price. Yixing put away his spear and stood there. His aura was like a mountain, piercing through the sky. He watched Yun Feng fall out of the arena calmly. Whoosh! A figure flashed and flew out from the pavilion where the Flying Cloud clan was. It was Yun Jiankong. Before Yun Feng landed, he was caught by Yun Jiankong. He pressed the acupoint on Yun Feng's chest and stopped the blood from gushing out. Yixing knew how to control his strength. He didn't stab the heart or other organs. Warriors had strong vitality. As long as the vital parts weren't hurt, other injuries could be healed easily. Although Yun Feng seemed to be seriously injured, his life wasn't in danger. As long as he had healing panacea, he could recover in less than 10 days. Yun Feng was severely injured and fainted from the pain. Yun Jiankong stuffed a healing panacea into his mouth. He glanced at Yixing viciously and said to Lu Tianyuan, "Good. Lu Tianyuan, you're really good. I thought that my preparations in the past 5 years were enough, but I didn't expect that you were even more treacherous and cunning than me. Today, my Flying Clouds sect has fallen, but let me tell you, the one who will have the last laugh will be my Flying Clouds sect." Then, he carried Yun Feng and leaped back to the pavilion. "Let's go." Yun Jiankong waved his hand and led the Flying Cloud clan martial artists onto the back of the double-winged black tiger. Whoosh! The double-winged black tiger spread its wings and soared into the sky. Yun Jiankong's voice came from afar, "Lu Tianyuan, you'll fail one day. When you fail, I'll be watching you from the side." Lu Tianyuan snorted coldly. Yun Jiankong always put his personal grudge into the relationship between the Flying Cloud clan and the Falling Star clan. In this way, what was the use of having an ally like the Flying Cloud clan? However, there was only a month before the Qingyun ancient land would open. For the time being, they could only form an alliance. As for the next time, Yun Jiankong was so ungrateful. Lu Tianyuan already had the idea of keeping a distance from the Flying Cloud clan. It would be difficult to maintain such an alliance. This thought was quickly concealed in Lu Tianyuan's heart as a smile appeared on his face. Today, Yixing had given him a huge surprise, causing him to be overjoyed. Naturally, he wouldn't be unhappy because of Yun Jiankong's words. "Yixing, good. Good. You're good." Lu Tianyuan was jubilant. He clapped his hands and praised Yixing, "You've given me a big surprise today. You've given the entire Falling Star sect a big surprise. Our Falling Star sect is blessed to have such a genius like you. Today, you've protected the dignity of the Falling Star sect. On behalf of the entire sect, I express my gratitude to you." Then, Lu Tianyuan stood up, clasped his fist and bowed slightly to Yixing. The disciples were stunned. The sect leader actually bowed to a disciple to express his gratitude. This treatment was too great. Even the other enlightened masters and elders could not enjoy such treatment. What they didn't know was that Lu Tianyuan was the sect master of the Falling Star sect. If the Falling Star sect was ranked last in the 3 sects gathering held by the Falling Star sect this time, not only would the Falling Star sect lose face, but Lu Tianyuan, the sect master, would also be mocked by Yun Jiankong to the point of losing all his dignity. All of this changed because of Yixing. Although Lu Tianyuan was expressing his gratitude to Yixing on behalf of he was also expressing his gratitude to Yixing naturally, It was a grand gesture. Lu Tianyuan's action surprised Yixing. Since the establishment of the Yixing was probably the only junior disciple to receive such a gesture of gratitude from the sect leader. Yixing also clasped his fist and bowed slightly to Lu Tianyuan. He said, "Sect leader, you're too kind. I'm a disciple of the Falling Star sect. Everything I did was my duty. I dare not claim credit for it." If it were an ordinary person, they would have been overjoyed by Lu Tianyuan's courtesy. Even if they said they dared not claim credit for it, they would have suppressed their joy and said it modestly. However, Lu Tianyuan could see that Yixing's expression was calm. Although his aura fluctuated, it was not strong. It could be seen that he was not overjoyed because of this. Then, Yixing's words were not deliberate modesty. They were sincere. This made Lu Tianyuan think even more highly of Yixing. As the sect leader, he was naturally happy to have such a disciple in the Falling Star sect. Lu Tianyuan's face was full of joy. He said, "Whether it was your duty or not, you have protected the honor and dignity of the Falling Star sect. This is a great contribution. I hope you can take first place for the 3 sects gathering this time." Ha! Lu Tianyuan laughed happily for a while. He turned to the sect leader of the Spirit Moon sect, Xingyue, and said, "Because Yun Zhankong was ashamed, he took the people of the Flying Clouds sect and left first. However, this is still a competition. Spiritual Master Xingyue, please invite your eldest disciple to the arena." Xingyue raised her hand and pressed down, stopping the restless Mo Shilan. Xingyue said, "Yixing's strength is not inferior to Yun Feng. Moreover, he has comprehended the wind force of the imperceptible realm. Shilan is no match for him. There is no need for this round. The Spirit Moon sect has lost. In the Green Cloud Ancient Land, disciples of the 3 sects will listen to Yixing's command." Mo Shilan pursed her lips slightly. Although she felt that Yixing was indeed very strong, as a peak 7-star martial sage, she did not think that she could not even put up a fight. Martial artists were proud, especially powerful martial artists. If there was not a huge gap in strength, they would not think that they were inferior to others. However, since Xingyue had said it, as a disciple, she naturally would not refute. In the last 3 sects gathering, the Falling Star sect had been last. This had always been a sore point in Lu Tianyuan's heart. It was his failure as the sect leader of the Falling Star sect. Whenever he thought of it, he would feel unhappy. Chapter 275. Now, the Falling Star sect had finally won first place among the 3 sections. They could finally wash away their previous failure and prove that as the leader of his disciples were not all mediocre. He was extremely happy. Lu Tianyuan laughed and said, "Good. The competition between the 3 sects has come to an end. Yixing is number 1 and he is the leader of the disciples of the 3 sections." Hua Tianshu walked up and held Lu Tianyuan's arm. "Brother Tianyuan, I haven't seen you smile so happily since the 3 sect gathering 5 years ago. You finally walked out of the shadow. I'm so happy for you." Lu Tianyuan was overjoyed. He patted the back of Hua Tianshu's hand and said, "As the sect leader, the development of our sect is the most important thing in my heart. The only thing I'm afraid of is that the Falling Stars sect has no successor. Now that we have Yixing, the gods favored one, as the sect leader, what else can I be unhappy about?" Haha, then, Lu Tianyuan saluted Xingyue, the sect leader of the Spirit Moon sect, and said, "Thank you for letting me win. Jinren Xingyue, we've made preparations in the Shilin court. Please go to the Shilin court to rest. It's rare for Jinren Xingyue to come here, so please rest for a few more days. Our 2 sects can have more exchanges." Xingyue and her companions, whether senior Jinren Xingyue or junior disciples, were all important figures in the Spirit Moon sect. Their original plan was to leave after the 3 sect gathering. However, Xingyue believed that the Falling Star sect would prosper in the future, so she wanted to maintain a good relationship with the Falling Star sect. Since Lu Tianyuan had asked her to stay, Xingyue naturally took the opportunity to get closer to the Falling Star sect. Xingyue said, I haven't been to the Falling Star sect for many years. Most of these disciples are here for the first time. Let them see the glory of your sect. Everyone in the Spirit Moon sect was female. After the 3-sect gathering, the sect leader's wife, Hua Tianshu, led the Spirit Moon sect to the Shilin court. Yixing naturally followed sect leader Lu Tianyuan to the main hall of the Falling Star sect. Now that the 3-sect gathering was over, he had to explain why it took him so long to come out of the Falling Star secret land. This was a strange thing that had never happened in the history of the Falling Star sect. Everyone in the Falling Star sect found it strange and paid close attention to it. When the sect elders received the news that Yixing had come out of the Fallen Star secret realm, they were all shocked. They all rushed to the Fallen Star main hall, wanting to hear Yixing's explanation. Even the Supreme Elder Lin Xiuyuan was alarmed. The main hall of the Falling Star sect. Yixing and his master, Lin Fenghua, had just met. After learning that Yixing was still alive and had displayed his prowess in the 3-sects gathering, Lin Fenghua was overjoyed. When Grand Elder Lin Xiuyuan arrived, the upper echelons of the Fallen Stars sect were basically all present. Hua Tianshu, the sect master's wife who had sent the Spirit Moon sect to Shilin court, had also returned. 2 affair elders, 2 sect elders, the Formation Elder, the Martial Pavilion Elder, the Weapon Pavilion Elder, the Alchemy Pavilion Elder, the Disciplinary Elder, and 3 Battle Pavilion Elders. Among the 12 perfected persons, apart from the Battle Pavilion Elder who was guarding the starry crystal vein, the other 11 had all arrived at the Fallen Star main hall. Including sect leader Lu Tianyuan and Supreme Elder Lin Xiuyuan, there were a total of 13 perfected persons in the Fallen Star main hall. In addition to that, there were many half-martial persons, peak martial sacred realm seniors, and the personal disciples of the elders. The reason why they were so well prepared was that not only were they curious as to why Yixing had taken so long to come out from the Starry Palace, they were also curious as to what benefits Yixing had obtained from the Starry Palace. Judging from the strength that Yixing had displayed, it was obvious that his result in the Starry Palace had surpassed the progenitor of the perfected Luo Xing, and had set a new record. In that case, Yixing must have obtained the Falling Star incantation, which was of a higher level than the inheritance that perfected Luo Xing had left behind. Lin Xiuyuan sat on the main seat in the hall. He was close to 150 years old, but he looked very energetic, like an old man in his 60s. His skin was ruddy and his hair was slightly white. Ever since he had passed on his position to his disciple Lu Tianyuan, Lin Xiuyuan had lived in seclusion for the past 16 years. The number of times that he had appeared in public could be counted on one hand. Today, Yixing's matter was related to the inheritance of the Falling Star sect. It was of utmost importance, so Lin Xiuyuan made an exception and came out to preside over the situation. Lin Xiuyuan's figure was like a mountain, and there was a vast aura that was as deep as the sea. He sized up Yixing in the hall and said, "Yixing, tell everyone about your experience in the Starry Palace. Tell them clearly, so that they can understand and don't let their imagination run wild." The entire upper echelon of the sect focused their attention on Yixing. Among them, there were 13 perfected masters in the astral realm. To any martial saint, it was a great pressure and they could not help but feel nervous. However, Yixing's state of mind had already surpassed ordinary people. Regardless of the super brain or the black hole astrology, they had allowed his emotions to remain stable. Therefore, Yixing's expression was extremely calm and did not show any signs of nervousness. Yixing said, reporting to the Great Elder, "Within half an hour in the Starry Palace, I had defeated the target of the 3rd level of the trial. My trial score was level 4, and I received the first 4 levels of the upper spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star incantation. Then, I entered the 4th level of the Starry Palace." Everyone's goal lit up. Just the fact that Yixing had received the first 4 levels of the Falling Star incantation of the upper spiritual martial inheritance was already a great harvest. Compared to the upper spiritual martial inheritance left by their ancestor, the perfected Luo Xing, he had received 1 more level. With 1 more level, it would greatly increase the chances of breaking through to the 4-star perfected person. Although Yixing's eyes did not observe the people in the palace, he could tell from the sudden heavy breathing that everyone's hearts were not calm at the moment. Yixing continued, the target of the 4th level of the trial was 3 levels higher than me. I was not his opponent. However, the rules of the 4th level of the trial had changed. There was no time limit for the trial. The target would only appear for half an hour and then disappear. Therefore, as long as I could hold on for half an hour, I could recover my genuine essence and physical strength and continue the trial. I could try again and again. I used my qin gong to delay the time and held on for half an hour. I thought that after trying again and again, my martial attainment would gradually improve and I would defeat the target at least once. Unfortunately, there was a gap of 3 levels. The gap between us could not be closed at all. Every time I fought, I lost miserably and could only rely on my qin gong to escape. I tried again and again until today. Finally, there was an accident. I couldn't escape from the target of the trial. I failed the trial and was sent out. After I came out, I found out from the disciples guarding the Starfall Valley that today is the day of the 3 sects gathering. Then, I went to the inner sect square. The eyes of the law enforcement elder Yu Pinghai sparkled as he said excitedly, "You lasted for half an hour in front of the target of the 4th level of the Starry Palace. Doesn't that mean that you also have the 3rd level of the trial and received the first 3 levels of the Supreme Grade Falling Star Incantation?" Hearing Yu Pinghai's words, many people swallowed their saliva and their eyes shone with a bright light. The Supreme Grade Falling Star Incantation. Even if it was the first 3 levels, as long as one had the talent, there was hope to cultivate to the Advanced Perfected Person. The Advanced Perfected Person was an elite who was respectfully called Sage. In the entire True Xian domain, they were the existence that stood at the peak. Even the calm Lin Xiuyuan could not help but feel excited. What a pity. Yi Xing shook his head and his tone immediately disappointed everyone. The trial rules of the 4th level have changed and the evaluation of the trial results has also changed. The results of the 4th level are not divided into 7 levels but only 2. If you win, you will receive the complete inheritance of the Supreme Grade Falling Star Incantation. If you lose, you will fail the trial and be eliminated. Yi Xing said in a melancholy tone, I fought with the target of the trial for several months in the 4th level of the Starry Palace, but in the end, I did not get anything. Oh, you can't say it like that. My heavenly bat footwork has improved greatly because of the long period of escaping from the target of the trial and broke through to the great success realm. My strength has also improved after a few months of tempering. That's why I was able to defeat the 2 7-star martial saint disciples of the Flying Cloud sect so easily. Hearing Yi Xing say that he did not get anything in the 4th level of the Starry Palace, the excitement in everyone's eyes suddenly dimmed. The law enforcement elder Yu Pinghai asked unwillingly, "You really did not get any rewards in the 4th level?" I'm in tears. I've finished writing the 3-sect gathering. There is a transitional plot between the Qingyan ancient land and it's a bit stuck. I thought about the plot for the whole day and only started writing at night. I really want to stick to 4 chapters every day, but it's very likely that I won't be able to do it today. I'll give it a try. I'll write until midnight tonight and see how much I can write. I'll strive for 4 chapters. If I can't, I'll only be able to complete 3 chapters in the end. Chapter 276. Yi Xing nodded with a certain expression. Unless there is a monstrous genius who can defeat an enemy 3 levels higher than him, or else you will not get anything from the 4th level. Of course, the people in the palace did not believe that Yi Xing had the ability to defeat an enemy 3 levels higher than him. They had never even heard of such a monstrous genius, let alone seeing one. Such a monstrous genius could only exist in the ancient legends of the entire mainland. However, the supreme spiritual martial art inheritance was too tempting. Some people were doubtful about the changes in the 4th level's result as mentioned by Yi Xing. If the results of the 4th level did not change, Yi Xing would be able to last for half an hour under the trial target's attack. Then, he would be able to get the first 3 levels of the Supreme Falling Star Incantation. What they did not know was that Yi Xing's words were mixed with lies. The rules of the 4th level's trial and the results had changed. Yi Xing was telling the truth. However, it was not that he did not get any benefits from the 4th level. He was a monstrous genius who could defeat an enemy 3 levels higher than him. He had successfully passed the 4th level and obtained the complete supreme spiritual martial art, the Falling Star Incantation. This was something that no one had expected. In the main palace of the some people sighed with a disappointed expression. Some people were thinking and pondering. Grand Elder Lin Xiuyuan looked around and glanced at everyone in the palace. He said, how could it be so easy to get the supreme Falling Star Incantation? The rules of the 4th level have changed and the results will naturally change as well. Yixing, submit the first 4 levels of the Supreme Falling Star Incantation inheritance to the sect. The sect will reward you with the special right to practice any martial arts. Although Lin Xiuyuan had retired from the position of Grand Elder, his prestige in the Falling Star sect was still like the sun and moon in the sky. Since he had made his decision, even if there were still people who had doubts, they would not dare to say anything. Yixing wrote down the cultivation chant for the first 4 layers of the upper grade Falling Star Incantation and handed it over to the sect. The cultivation chant was already in his mind, so he didn't lose anything by taking it out. Instead, he obtained the special right to practice any martial arts. Naturally, it was a great profit. Yixing didn't care if some people in the sect doubted his words. What he gained in the Stellar Hall was an absolute secret. Before his strength reached the peak of the Qingyun region, he wouldn't tell anyone, not even his master. That was because there was no benefit to it at all. It was impossible for the people of the Meteor sect to rise instantly just because they had the Meteor Fall art. If outsiders knew that the Falling Star sect had a supreme spiritual martial art inheritance, before the Falling Star sect could rise, they would have worked together to destroy the Falling Star sect. Falling Star Sect, Shilin Court. After Yixing came out of the Falling Star main hall, he asked his master, Lin Fenghua, if Perfected Yan Yu was among the elders of the Spirit Moon sect. After receiving an affirmative answer, Yixing came to Shilin Court. Ever since Yixing found out from Zi Shanho that Wei Qingxian was taken away by Perfected Yan Yu of the Spirit Moon sect as a disciple, he remembered the name of Perfected Yan Yu of the Spirit Moon sect. He and Wei Qingxian had experienced life and death. His life was saved because of Wei Qingxuan's persistence. Both of them had left an indelible mark in each other's hearts. It was because of Wei Qingxian that although Yixing had a good impression of Chu Jingyue and Lin Tongyu, they did not truly enter Yixing's heart. Without Yixing, Wei Qingxian would have died long ago in the underground cave of the Green Cloud Mountain Range. Without Wei Qingxian, Yixing would have died at the hands of Dongfu country's martial saint, Dong Xianing. The two of them had gone through life and death together to survive the calamity of life and death. They both had deep love for each other in their hearts. This time, Yixing did not see Wei Qingxian among the Spirit Moon sect disciples. However, since Perfected Yan Yu was here, he naturally had to ask about Wei Qingxuan's situation. It's you? What is senior brother Yixing doing here at Shilin Court? The Spirit Moon sect disciples guarding outside Shilin Court naturally recognized Yixing and were very respectful towards him. A 5-star martial saint defeating a 7-star martial saint was indeed shocking. Especially to cultivators of the same generation, Yixing was already a tall mountain that they had to look up to. Yixing smiled faintly at the Spirit Moon sect disciple. I'm here to visit your honorable sect elder, Perfected Yan Yu. What was the relationship between Yixing and Elder Yan Yu? The disciple asked in his heart and said, come with me. Soon, Yixing arrived at Perfected Yan Yu's residence. After reporting, he was received by Perfected Yan Yu. Perfected Yan Yu was an elder of the Spirit Moon sect. When he was staying in Theet was a little unreasonable for a disciple of the Falling Star sect to visit him in private. If it was an ordinary disciple of the Perfected Yan Yu would definitely not receive him. If there was something, he could come and talk to him through an elder. However, the person who requested to see him was Yixing. It was because the Falling Star sect had Yixing that the Spirit Moon sect wanted to get closer to the Falling Star sect. Perfected Yan Yu naturally treated him specially. In the room, Perfected Yan Yu asked the Spirit Moon sect disciple who had brought Yixing to leave and said, Martial nephew Yixing, take a seat. Why are you looking for me? Yixing did not sit down. Instead, he cupped his fists and said, would like to inquire about a friend of yours. I heard that Wei Qingxian was accepted as a disciple by you. I wonder how she is now. Perfected Yan Yu's expression instantly froze. She was petrified. At first, when she heard the name Yixing, she thought of the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned. However, when she saw that Yixing was a 5-star martial saint, the difference in cultivation between him and the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned was too great. Perfected Yan Yu had dismissed that idea. However, now that Yixing had asked about Wei Qingxian, didn't that mean that the Yixing in front of her was the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned? Perfected Yan Yu quickly regained her senses. Her eyes flashed with astonishment as she said, "You are Hua Tianfeng's disciple, Yixing?" Yixing nodded his head, "Yes." Perfected Yan Yu secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, it was the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned. However, according to Wei Qingxian, Yixing's heavenly fate realm was very low. He was only a 2-star red life realm cultivator. Moreover, his cultivation was the same as hers, a rank 7 martial artist. A 2-star red life realm cultivator had actually become a 5-star martial saint in less than a year. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Perfected Yan Yu had seen ordinary heavenly fate realm cultivators who had worked hard to become martial saints. However, she had never seen or even heard of someone like Yixing. Perfected Yan Yu let out a long breath and calmed her emotions. She said, "I heard Qingxian mention you before. I thought that you were still in Zishan County. I didn't expect that you were the Yixing that Qingxian had mentioned." Yixing had heard that Wei Qingxian had also mentioned him before. A wave of warmth and longing rose in his heart as he said, "Senior, is Qingxian doing well now?" "Qingxian, she." Perfected Yan Yu said and sighed. When Yixing saw this, he was shocked and asked, "What happened to Qingxian?" Perfected Yan Yu said, "Don't worry, Qingxian is fine. It's just that, she met a great benefactor." Yixing said in surprise, "Great benefactor?" Perfected Yan Yu nodded. "It's a king called Lanqin King." When Qingxian broke through to martial saint, her astrology awakened and caused quite a big anomaly. It attracted Lanqin King's attention. Lanqin King saw Qingxuan's potential and came to the spiritual moon sect to take her away. "I haven't seen Qingxian for half a year. I don't know how she is now." After a pause, Perfected Yan Yu continued, "She should be doing well with a king. Under the nurturing of a king, her cultivation progress might not be slower than yours." A king? This time, it was Yixing's turn to be stunned. He was petrified on the spot. Currently, the strongest warrior that Yixing had seen was a perfected person, and a beginner one at that. He had not even seen a middle perfected person or a high perfected person. The honorable realm was incomparably distant, like a legend. A king was above the honorable realm. It was said that they were the rulers of the entire star continent and stood at the peak of existence. Yixing had never expected that Wei Qingxian would be taken away by a king. A king realm cultivator was strong enough to run amok in the entire star continent. This meant that Wei Qingxian could be anywhere in the star continent. She could be 1,000,000 miles away from him, or even 1,000,000,000 miles away from him. Yixing realized a serious problem. Would he be able to see Wei Qingxian again in his life? Yes, he had to see her. Even if his woman was at the end of the world, he had to see her. The key was how to see Wei Qingxian. If she followed a king and left the Green Cloud region and the True Xian region, Yixing would not be able to see her just by being a king in the Green Cloud region. Second update. Chapter 277. Yixing shook his head. It wasn't just that he couldn't be revered in the Qingyun region. Even if they were revered in the True Xian region, they had yet to reach the honorable realm. In the entire star continent, they were not considered experts. The star continent was vast and boundless. If one did not become an expert, how could one have the ability to search for Wei Qingxian in the entire star continent? Yixing deeply realized that even though he had the heaven-defying battle prowess to challenge those of a higher level, he was merely a 5-star martial saint. In the perspective of the entire continent, he was merely an ant. If he wanted to stand out and make a difference in the entire continent, he was far from enough. Become stronger. I want to continue to become stronger. I must continue to work hard. Yixing roared in his heart. His vision was not limited to the Green Cloud region or the True Xian region, but the entire continent. He knew that a 17-year-old 5-star martial saint defeating a 17-year-old 7-star martial saint was probably the only one in the Qingyun district. However, in the perspective of the entire star mainland, perhaps this was nothing. Only by broadening one's horizons and looking into the future would one not be blinded by the small benefits in front of one's eyes. Only then would one not be complacent because of a small achievement. Only then would one have an endless source of motivation to continue charging forward. Yixing bowed to Immortal Yenue and left Shilin Court. Although he did not obtain any specific information about Wei Qingxian from Master Yenue, he obtained an urgent desire to become stronger, a broad vision of the entire continent, and a resolute heart to constantly strive for self-improvement. After leaving Shilin Court, Yixing went to the Elixir Pavilion and found the Elixir Pavilion's outer sanctum elder, Yang Xian. Yixing had obtained quite a number of spiritual herbs in the Falling Star arcane realm, especially a few middle-grade spiritual herbs, which had been around for a long time and were considered rare treasures. Yixing had said that after he obtained the spirit herbs in the Falling Star secret realm, he had to thank Gong Yang Xian properly. Moreover, he also wanted to ask Gong Yang Xian to help him refine new spirit pills. His cultivation was already at the late stage of LV5. With the help of the middle-grade Saint Spirit Pill, he could easily stabilize his cultivation to the peak of LV5. Then, he could break through to LV6. Although Yixing's cultivation speed was like a rocket in the eyes of others, Yixing felt that it was not enough. It was far from his goal of standing out in the entire star continent. He wanted to reach 6-star Martial Saint as soon as possible, then 7-star Martial Saint, 8-star Martial Saint, 9-star Martial Saint, and then Astral Realm Enlightened Master. He had enough cultivation methods and inheritances to reach the 9th level of the Astral Star Realm. The only thing he lacked was time, treasures, and elixirs that could save time. Oh. Perhaps this was not all that was missing. Yixing reacted. His current fate was a 9-star orange fate. This was the fate he had devoured from the number 1 inner disciple of the Dong Fu sect, Du Biancheng. It was difficult for a 9-star orange fate to break through to the Astral Realm Enlightened Master. It required a certain amount of luck. If he wanted to break through to the Astral Realm, perhaps Yixing would have to think of a way to increase his fate. A fate higher than the 9-star orange fate was enough to reach the Enlightened Master's fate. This meant that Yixing had to find a target with the Enlightened Master's fate. I heard that Master Du Bian of the Dong Fu sect is the number 1 genius in the history of the Dong Fu sect. He is a well-known genius in the entire Green Cloud region. He is ranked as one of the 6 great childs of the Green Cloud region. Among the younger disciples of the 6 sects of the Green Cloud region, he is the only one who is on par with the top geniuses of the 4 sects of the north. His fate is as high as a 3-star yellow fate. We will probably meet in the Green Cloud ancient land this time. This is a good target. Yixing thought to himself. His target of devouring the Enlightened Master's fate was the first disciple of the Dong Fu sect, Master Du Bian. Yixing could not bear to devour other people's fate for no reason. However, he did not have this mental barrier when it came to the people of the Dong Fu sect. Not to mention that he was a disciple of the people of the Dong Fu sect were already mortal enemies. Even the personal grudge between him and the Dong Fu sect was a great enmity. Whenever Yixing thought about the past, the faces of his 3 comrades, Wan Xingliang, Yang Yun, and Lu Chen, would always appear in Yixing's mind. He could not forget the scene of his 3 comrades dying in front of him. And all of this originated from the war between the Dong Fu sect and the Falling Star sect. The next day, Yixing received his first batch of spiritual pills from the outer elder, Gong Yang Xian. Yixing had given Gong Yang Xian too many spiritual pills. In just one day, he could not refine too many spiritual pills. Yixing received the saint's spiritual pills first for cultivation. He would wait for a few days before receiving the rest of the spiritual pills. This time, Yixing still didn't ask for a reward. However, Yixing had given him plenty of gifts as thanks. Gong Yang Xian was overjoyed, and he did his best to refine the pills Yi Xing had requested of him. He used all of his energy to refine pills. With the saint's spiritual pills in hand, Yi Xing practiced the falling star incantation and consolidated his cultivation base in addition to learning the array from Lin Fenghua every day. There was only a month before the opening of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. Yi Xing wanted to break through to the 6-star vortex realm before the opening of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. Yi Xing used the medium-grade saint spiritual pills to consolidate his cultivation base. 3 days later, after refining one medium-grade saint spiritual pill, Yi Xing felt that his cultivation base was not far from the peak 5th-star vortex realm. It seemed that with 2 or 3 medium-grade saint spiritual pills, his cultivation base would be completely consolidated at the peak 5th-star vortex realm. He would then be able to break through to the 6th-star vortex realm. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. The people of the Spirit Moon sect stayed in the Falling Star sect for 5 days. In these 5 days, the disciples of the Spirit Moon sect toured all the places that could be visited in the Falling Star sect. The two sects also held 2 exchange banquets. Today, the Spirit Moon sect master said goodbye and led the people of the Spirit Moon sect back to the Spirit Moon sect. In these 5 days, Yi Xing was either studying array formations or cultivating the falling star incantation. He did not attend any of the exchange banquets between the 2 sections. Today, when the Spirit Moon sect left, the core disciples of the Falling Star sect came out to see them off. After some pleasantries and thanking the Falling Star sect for their hospitality, Leng Xingyue led the people of the Spirit Moon sect out of the main hall of the Falling Star sect. She summoned the one demonic beast and prepared to leave. At this moment, a golden light was flying towards them from the distant horizon. Soon, it turned into a giant golden eagle and appeared in everyone's field of vision. There was a flame rune on the eagle's head. It was a level 3 demonic beast, the golden flame eagle. Seeing the golden flame eagle from afar, the perfected persons were stunned. The 3 perfected persons of the Spirit Moon sect stopped in their tracks and did not rush to leave. The golden flame eagle was a kind of grassland eagle. There were not many of them in the true Xian domain. The Qingyun region did not have this kind of demonic beast and no sect had it. Obviously, the person who came was not a martial artist from the Qingyun region, but from somewhere else in the true Xian domain. Soon, the golden flame eagle arrived in the sky above the Falling Star sect. It swooped down and landed in the square in front of the main hall. A middle-aged man in black stood on the back of the golden flame eagle. His expression was cold and he exuded an extremely powerful aura that was intimidating. Yi Xing scanned it with his superbrain and was shocked. The golden flame eagle was equivalent to a level 3 perfected being, The black-clothed middle-aged man was even more terrifying. He was a level 4 perfected being, 1 level higher than Lin Shuyuan. This was the first mid-level perfected persons that Yi Xing had seen. This made Yi Xing very curious. Where did this 4th star venerable come from and why did he come to the Falling Star sect? The golden flame eagle landed and the middle-aged man in black jumped down. He raised his hand and a black scroll appeared in his hand. The middle-aged man in black shouted, "Falling Star Sect Master Lu Tianyuan, receive the 9 Sect Alliance's decree." Lu Tianyuan's expression turned solemn when he heard this. The other perfected persons also looked respectful. The 9 Sect Alliance was the alliance of the 9 exalted sects. It was the supreme organization of the true Xian domain and dominated the entire true Xian domain. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyue took a step forward and cupped their fists. Falling Star Sect Master Lu Tianyuan, Spirit Moon Sect Master Leng Xingyue, greets the envoy. The middle-aged man in black looked at Leng Xingyue and said, "Spirit Moon Sect Master is here too? Great, I don't have to go to the Spirit Moon Sect again. You can receive the decree together." Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyue said respectfully, "We respectfully receive the decree." The middle-aged man in black opened the black scroll and said, "The 9 Sect Alliance's decree, on the 1st of January next year, the 9 Sect Alliance will hold a young hero assembly. All the young talents of the major sects in the true Xian domain and all the young talents of rogue cultivators below the age of 25 and above are to attend the assembly in the 9 Heaven City. Those who do not attend will be killed. Fight. Let's go to the fourth update. I must persevere. The fourth update will be very late. It might be around 1:30 p.m. Brothers, you can watch it tomorrow. Chapter 278. Those who don't go will be exterminated. The black-clothed middle-aged man's tone was heavy. It was like a heavy hammer pounding on everyone's heart, causing them to be shocked. On one hand, the black-clothed middle-aged man was very powerful. He was a 4-star sage. His heavy tone was already intimidating. On the other hand, the black-clothed middle-aged man was reading the imperial edict of the 9 sect alliances. How powerful were the 9 sect alliances? They were the rulers of the entire True Xian region. Only the 9 sect alliances dared to utter the word exterminate to any sect in the True Xian region. With the 9 sect alliances' strength, it was easy for them to exterminate a sect. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu looked at each other in horror. What was the 9 sect alliances trying to do? What young hero assembly? Did they want to challenge the genius disciples in the entire True Xian region? That shouldn't be the case. Which sect had the genius disciples of the 9 high sects? Moreover, even if they wanted to select the genius disciples, they should have selected some young children to test their heaven's fate. This way, they could be brought to the sect for nurturing. What was the point of holding a young hero assembly and asking the other sects to send their genius disciples? If they recruited the genius disciples of the other sects, it would cause the other sects to be disgusted. Although the 9 high sects weren't afraid of the other sects being disgusted, these genius disciples had their own sects and masters. Even if they were forced to join the 9 high sects, they might not be able to gain their loyalty. If they were given higher-level inheritances and martial arts, they might end up losing their wives and soldiers. Without loyalty, what if they betrayed the sect when they were fully fledged? The 9 high sects were filled with experts and wise people. They shouldn't be that stupid. However, if it wasn't to select the geniuses of the other sects, why would they spend so much money and effort to hold the young hero assembly? Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu couldn't figure it out. The two of them said respectfully, "We will obey the imperial edict." The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. With a wave of his hand, 2 black scrolls flew towards Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu. After the two of them received the scrolls, the black-clothed middle-aged man said, "Take a good look. There are specific rules for the rewards. The 9 sect alliances attach great importance to this young hero assembly. The rewards are very generous." After he finished speaking, the black-clothed middle-aged man turned around and left. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu were not in a hurry to read the scroll. Instead, they bowed and sent him off. They cupped their fists and said, "Farewell, esteemed envoy." The black-clothed middle-aged man leaped onto the golden flame eagle's back. The golden flame eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Only when the golden flame eagle completely disappeared from sight did the crowd begin to discuss the young hero assembly. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu looked at each other and opened the black scrolls. Immediately, the two of them sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time and exclaimed, "Resurrection pill?" The perfected ones of the older generation were all shocked when they heard this. The younger disciples blinked their eyes and were filled with curiosity. They did not know what this revival pill was and why the 2 sect masters were so surprised. Lu Tianyuan continued, "The 9 great sects are so generous. The first place of the young hero assembly is actually rewarded with a supreme grade spirit pill. TSK. This is a priceless treasure." Leng Xingyu knew that the younger disciples rarely knew about the revival pill. She said, "The revival pill is a supreme grade spirit pill. As its name suggests, this pill has the heaven-defying effect of bringing the dead back to life. I heard that even if a person is dead, as long as they can consume the revival pill within an hour, they can be brought back to life. Even if their limbs are cut off, they can be regrown." Regrown, Leng Xingyue's words sounded like thunder in Yixing's ears. In an instant, Yixing thought of his master, Zi Shanho. Zi Shanho's legs were cut off by Hua Tianshu more than 10 years ago, and he was still disabled. Hearing that the revival pill had such a heaven-defying effect, Yixing's blood surged. He wanted to participate in the young hero assembly. He wanted to rush to first place. He wanted to be rewarded with the revival pill. Then, he would cure his master, Zi Shanho's disabled legs. Yixing asked, "The revival pill can only bring a dead person back to life within an hour. Is there a time limit for regrown?" Lu Tianyuan looked at Yixing thoughtfully. Hua Tianshu also looked at Yixing at the same time, but she quickly looked away. Obviously, they all guessed that Yixing's question had something to do with Zi Shanho, Hua Tianfeng. Leng Xingyue said, "There is no time limit for regrown. Even if the limbs were cut off 10 or 20 years ago, they can be regrown after consuming the revival pill." Yixing was overjoyed, and his face was full of excitement. At this time, a disciple asked, "If the head is cut off, can it regrow after consuming the revival pill?" All the elders showed funny expressions. Leng Xingyue said unhappily, "If the head is cut off, even the gods can't save it. How can it regrow? Let alone the supreme grade revival pill, even a profound pill won't work. What a pity." Lu Tianyuan looked at the black scroll for a while and sighed. The 9 great sects really put in a lot of effort in this young hero assembly. As long as you can get into the top 10, you will be rewarded handsomely. However, the 9 great sects have countless young geniuses. The geniuses of other sects can't be compared to them. This reward is given by the 9 great sects. Only the disciples of the 9 great sects can enjoy it. Many people showed their emotions. Obviously, they had seen the strength of the 9 great sects' young disciples. However, there were many young disciples who didn't understand. They only knew about the young geniuses of the Qinyan region. Some of them didn't even know about the young geniuses of the Qinyan region. For example, Yixing knew that the most outstanding young geniuses of the Qinyan region were the 6 great young masters. However, he only knew about Master Watanabe of the Dongfu sect. As for the 5 great young masters of the 4 great sects in the north, Yixing only knew about the 5 great young masters. As for who they were and which sect they belonged to, Yixing didn't know. There were many people who were as ignorant as Yixing. A core disciple of the Spirit Moon sect asked, "Sect leader, how powerful can the young disciples of the 9 great sects be?" Leng Xingyue glanced at that disciple and said, "It's a bit too far-fetched to talk about the young disciples of the 9 great sects. Let me put it this way. In our Qinyan region, the most talented young disciples of the 10 great sects are the 6 great young masters. They have the strength of an 8-star martial saint. The number 1 Yin-Yang young master has the battle record of defeating a 9-star martial saint. However, the Yin-Yang young master is only ranked 63rd on the Earth Profound list. The other 5 great young masters can't even enter the Earth Profound list. More than 90% of the top 50 disciples of the 9 great sects are disciples of the 9 great sects. The top 20 disciples are all disciples of the 9 great sects." Some of the young disciples who heard this for the first time all sucked in a breath of cold air. Including Yixing. The number 1 Yin-Yang young master of the Qinyan region, who has the battle record of defeating a 9-star martial saint, is only ranked 63rd on the Earth Profound list. This means that there are 62 young geniuses in the true Xian region who are stronger than the Yin-Yang young master. Earth Profound list? The Spirit Moon sect disciple who asked just now somewhat understood what the Earth Profound list represented. Leng Xingyue explained, in the true Xian region, there are 2 rankings of strength. The ranking of the older generation is called the Heavenly Profound List and the Earth Profound List is the ranking of the younger generation. It only includes the younger generation martial artists who are under the age of 25. Although the rankings are not determined through competition and may not be completely accurate, it is still based on each person's battle record. In order to let the young disciples know clearly about the Earth Profound List, Lu Tianyuan explained in detail, the Earth Profound List has a total of 72 young geniuses. Those who can be ranked in the top 10 are at least astral martial saints. There are even a few astral martial saints who can't even enter the top 10. Those who are ranked in the top 30 are at least half-step astral martial saints. Those who are ranked in the top 30 are at least first-rate astral martial saints. Even those who are ranked at the bottom are at least mid-9th level 9-star martial saints. In other words, among the younger generation of the true Xian region, there are many early 9th level 9-star martial saints who can't even be ranked at the bottom of the Earth Profound list. When everyone heard this, they were secretly shocked. Yi Xing was also stunned. With his current strength, he can't even be ranked on the Earth Profound list. He is 108,000 miles away from first place. The following is free, 4th update. I'm done. This is the 6th day in a row. I haven't stayed up to write for a long time, but today, I stayed up until almost 2:00 in the morning. Not for anything else, but for the persistence in my heart. 4th update, I want to keep it up. I want to see how many days I can keep it up. Of course, there is a more important reason, and that is, I want the monthly votes. This month, I've worked hard. I want to get the 1,000 yuan monthly vote award for the Xuanhuan category. Casting a monthly vote doesn't benefit me at all. However, if my brothers accumulate monthly votes one by one, I will be able to get a place in the monthly votes ranking. As long as I can get into the top 6 of the Xuanhuan category, excluding the overall ranking and the new book, the Archer God will be able to get $1,000 as a monthly vote reward. I'll update more, brothers, let me get the award by voting more. This is the reward given to me by my brothers. I know that if I don't update more, there will be no monthly votes and no award. So, I've persevered. Today, I'll continue to update 4th update. 6th day in a row. As for whether the monthly votes can get the award, it will depend on the brothers. The Arrow God has to move up one rank on the Xuanhuan monthly votes list to be able to get the 1,000 yuan reward. Brothers, there are only a few days left this month. Don't waste the monthly votes. Please vote for the Arrow God, thank you. Chapter 279. Yi Xing had always set his sights on the entire continent. In fact, he didn't really understand the structure of the entire continent, nor did he understand the younger generation of the continent. He didn't even understand the younger generation of the true Xian domain. It was only today that he heard the news. In the past, he only knew that the younger generation of the true Xian domain must be full of geniuses, but he didn't know how many geniuses there were. Now, the Earth Profound ranking gave him a direct understanding of the younger generation of the true Xian domain. In just the true Xian domain, there were more than 10 astral realm enlightened masters among the younger generation. It was really shocking. Compared to the younger generation of the true Xian domain, only the Yinyang young master of the Qingyun domain was ranked on the Earth Profound ranking. Moreover, he was ranked 63rd, which was really a bit behind. This made Yi Xing feel a lot of pressure. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to get first place in the Young Hero Assembly. This way, he wouldn't be able to get the Resurrection Elixir. The Young Hero Assembly would be held on the 1st of January next year. There were only 5 months left, but Yi Xing was only a 5-star martial saint. Could it be that he could compete with the younger generation of the enlightened masters in 5 months? Yi Xing clenched his fists tightly. It seemed impossible, but his blood was boiling, and a fighting spirit surged in his heart. This was related to the recovery of Zishan Ho's legs. Even if the pressure was great and the hope was slim, Yi Xing had to work hard for this goal. Not only did Yi Xing feel the pressure, but all the younger generation of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect also felt the pressure. Moreover, unlike Yi Xing, the other younger generation of the Spirit Moon sect couldn't resist the pressure. They couldn't see any hope of catching up. Putting away the black scroll, Ling Xingyu thanked Lu Tianyuan again and left. Lu Tianyuan cupped his hands and said, "I wish you all a safe journey." The Spirit Moon sect's group left on the Wan Bird and soon disappeared from sight. After Lu Tianyuan watched the Spirit Moon sect disciples leave, he approached Yi Xing and patted Yi Xing's shoulder. There are still 5 months before the Young Hero competition. Next month, the Qingyun Ancient Land will open. The Qingyun Ancient Land is full of opportunities. You are very lucky, so work hard. If you can get a few opportunities in the Qingyun Ancient Land, you may shine in the Young Hero competition 5 months later. You may rush up the Earth Profound list and show the glory of the Falling Stars sect. After thinking for a while, Lu Tianyuan continued, among the younger generation disciples of the Qinyan region, only the Sun-Moon sect's Yin Yang young master has entered the Earth Profound ranking. You have a high chance of becoming the second one. At that time, you can also become one of the young masters, and be on par with the Yin Yang young master. He was only ranked on the Earth Profound ranking and was on par with Yin Yang young master, who was ranked 63rd on the Earth Profound ranking. Yi Xing smiled. His goal was not just this. To him, entering the Earth Profound ranking was not a problem. The problem was to become number one on the Earth Profound ranking. Of course, he could also hide this idea in his heart. If he said it out loud, others would think that he had lost his mind. Yi Xing smiled and said, "Sect Master, I will work hard." At the same time, Hua Tianshu looked at Lu Tianyuan and Yi Xing with a meaningful smile. After leaving the Falling Stars Palace, on the way to the Formation Elder's mansion, Yi Xing asked Lin Fenghua for advice. "Master, I don't know much about the younger generation geniuses of the Qinyan region. Can you introduce me to the 6 young masters?" Before Lin Fenghua could speak, Lin Tongyu beat her to it. "I know this. The 6 young masters are the Yin Yang young master, the Great Sun young master, the Thunder young master, the Tianlua young master, the Dark Nether young master, and the Watanabe young master. They are at least peak 8-star martial saints." Yi Xing had risen too quickly. Although his strength was higher than Lin Tongyu's, his understanding of the Qinyan region was not as good as Lin Tongyu's. It was Yi Xing's first time hearing the names of the 6 young masters. Yi Xing asked, "Which sects do they belong to? Is there no ranking for their strength?" Lin Tongyu said excitedly. It was rare for her to be Yi Xing's teacher. "The strongest one is the Yin Yang young master, he's the publicly acknowledged number 1. As for the other 5, there isn't any ranking. Their strength should be about the same. Among the 6 young masters, the Sun-Moon sect has 2 of them. The Yin Yang young master and the Great Sun young master are both from the Sun-Moon sect. The Thunder young master is from the Blue Thunder sect. The Tianluo young master is from the Tianluo sect." Yi Xing's eyebrows twitched slightly as he said, "The Sun-Moon sect actually has 2 young master-level freaks. Furthermore, the number 1 young master, the Yin Yang young master, is also a disciple of the Sun-Moon sect. In terms of junior disciples, the Sun-Moon sect is very strong." Lin Tongyu nodded and said, "They are indeed very strong. The most famous sect in the Qinyan region is the Sun-Moon sect." Lin Fenghua said, "It's not just the younger generation. In terms of overall strength, the Sun-Moon sect is also the strongest. However, because of Sir Watanabe, the Sun-Moon sect has been close to the East Fu sect in recent years. To our Falling Stars sect, they are not friends but enemies." Yi Xing's eyes flashed. He saw young Master Watanabe as his prey. He hoped that the Sun-Moon sect's Yin Yang young master and Great Sun young master would not interfere with his feud with the Dongfu sect. Lin Fenghua said, "Among the 6 great young masters, the most outstanding ones are the Yin Yang master and Master Watanabe. The other 4 great young masters are able to defeat their peers. However, the Yin Yang master and Master Watanabe are able to challenge those of a higher level. Their cultivation is 1 level lower than that of the other 4 great young masters. They are peak 7-star martial saints. However, in terms of strength, Master Watanabe is not inferior to the other 4. Yi Xing was stunned. He thought that the 6 young masters were all 8-star martial saints. He did not expect the Yin Yang young master and young Master Watanabe to be geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level. Especially the Yin Yang young master, who could defeat opponents of 2 levels higher. Lin Fenghua glanced at Yi Xing and said, "Yi Xing, you are very powerful when it comes to challenging those of a higher level. However, don't underestimate them. Especially the Yin Yang young master. He is the number 1 genius in the Qinyan region in the past 1,000 years. He has a 6-star yellow fate star and his astrology is of the same origin. He can also defeat opponents of 2 levels higher. Even in the entire True Xian domain, the Yin Yang young master is a top genius. In a few years, when he becomes a star realm enlightened being, he will definitely shine on the Earth profound ranking. He might even be in the top 10. Yi Xing nodded. The star continent was vast and there were many geniuses. He was not Yunfeng. He would not think that there were only a few people in the world who could be compared with him. He would never underestimate other geniuses. However, he was very confident in himself after comparing himself with the Yin Yang young master. When he was a 5-star martial saint, he could defeat a peak 7-star martial saint. However, when the Yin Yang young master was a peak 7-star martial saint, he could only defeat a middle 9-star martial saint. There was still a gap between him and Yi Xing. However, the Yin Yang young master's record of defeating a middle 9-star martial saint did not mean that this was the limit of his strength. He might be able to defeat a late 9-star martial saint, but he did not show it. However, no matter what, Yi Xing's strength had already surpassed the Yin Yang young master. If he used all his trump cards and unleashed his full strength, the Yin Yang young master would naturally not be a match for him. Therefore, although the Yin Yang young master was outstanding, Yi Xing believed that he was far superior to him in terms of fighting against those of a higher level. Not to mention the same level, even if Yi Xing was one level lower than the Yin Yang young master, he would not be afraid of him. As Lin Fenghua walked, she said, the 4 sects in the north are all 1-star sects, while the 6 sects in the south are 1-star sects. Regardless of whether it is the strength of the sects or the foundation of the sects, there is a big gap between them. Among the younger generation disciples of the 4 sects, other than the young masters, there are still outstanding disciples. Not to mention 7-star martial saints, each sect has a few of them. As for 8-star martial saints, the 4 sects have 1 each. They are all very strong and can defeat the disciples of the 6 sects in the south. Yi Xing, if you meet them in the Qingyun ancient land, you have to be careful and avoid them. Yi Xing nodded and said, the sects are of different levels and have different foundations. There is indeed a big gap. However, as long as I break through to 6-star martial saint, I will not be afraid of them. Thank you brothers for your support. Today's monthly votes have exceeded 100 for the first time this month. Thank you. Today, I will continue to update. Chapter 280. After a few more days, Yi Xing's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level even before he finished absorbing the 3rd saint's spiritual pill. Yi Xing could feel the barrier of the 6th level of the celestial vortex realm. Once he broke through the barrier, he would be able to advance to a 6-star martial saint. With Yi Xing's martial attainment and talent, his strength would increase tremendously every time he broke through. As long as he became a 6-star martial saint and entered the Qingyun ancient land, Yi Xing would not be afraid of anyone. Even if he encountered the Yin Yang young master, he would be able to fight or even kill him. Yi Xing's falling star art had reached the 6th level. His true origin energy was extremely dense and could be compared to a 7-star martial saint. He had a great advantage in breaking through the barrier of the 6th level of the celestial vortex realm. However, after a few days, the barrier of the 6th level of the celestial vortex realm did not budge under the impact of Yi Xing's star essence. Yi Xing's efforts were in vain. This puzzled Yi Xing. He was now a 9-star orange fate. It was not a big breakthrough from the celestial vortex realm to the astral realm. There should not be a bottleneck. With the belief that he would be able to break through the barrier and become a 6-star martial saint, Yi Xing spent the rest of his time on trying to break through the barrier of the 6th level of the celestial vortex realm. Day after day, after 10 days, Yi Xing's attainment in the copper wall formation had reached the minor completion realm. However, his cultivation was still unable to break through. More than 20 days had passed and the Qingyun ancient land was about to open in a few days. Yi Xing saw that his cultivation was still unable to break through and started to panic. On this day, after Yi Xing finished learning about array formations at Lin Fenghua's place, he asked Lin Fenghua for guidance. Master, my cultivation has been at the peak of the 5th level for more than half a month, but I can't break through to the 6th level no matter what. Not only was Lin Fenghua a grade 3 array master, but he was also a Daoist in the astral realm. He also had extremely high attainments in martial arts. Lin Fenghua glanced at Yi Xing and said, "Your cultivation is increasing very quickly, but your heavens will isn't high. It's normal for you to encounter a bottleneck without the help of treasures. Yixing knew very well that it had nothing to do with the heavens if he couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Yixing said, what if it's not fate? Could there be other factors involved? Lin Fenghua pondered for a moment before nodding. Cultivation isn't just about cultivating one's martial arts, it's also about cultivating one's mind. Your cultivation is rising too quickly, and if your state of mind isn't able to keep up, it's normal for you to encounter bottlenecks. If your state of mind isn't able to keep up, you might even end up developing inner demons. In the worst-case scenario, your cultivation might even go berserk, crippling your cultivation, and leaving your life hanging by a thread. Yixing pondered for a moment. His state of mind shouldn't be unable to keep up. He felt that his heart was firm and unwavering. He could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Yixing muttered to himself, I feel that my state of mind is very good. Lin Fenghua smiled faintly and said, that's your own opinion. If your state of mind isn't able to keep up, it's not just because your state of mind isn't strong enough. A person with a strong state of mind might also encounter obstacles in their state of mind. Furthermore, the chances of them going berserk are even higher than those with a weak state of mind. Yixing's heart skipped a beat. With a solemn expression, he said, Master, please give me some pointers. Lin Fenghua said, people with a strong state of mind may be too determined and too persistent. You have to know that hardness cannot last long and softness cannot be defended. If you keep straining the string in your heart, you may be able to break through without any hindrance at the beginning. But because you are too persistent, once the persistence in your heart reaches a critical point and you can't relax, you may reach a bottleneck and not be able to make any progress. At this time, the more anxious you are, the harder you work, the more stagnant you will be. More haste, less speed. This is the principle. I see that you are very persistent. Sometimes you need to relax. Combining hardness and softness is the way to a long time. Stubbornness? Inner demons? When Yixing heard Lin Fenghua's words, he suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment and was suddenly enlightened. He understood. Since his cultivation bottleneck wasn't due to the heavenly mandate, then it must have appeared in his state of mind. Because his cultivation had been smooth sailing and he had broken through again and again, his heart had been tense and had never relaxed for a moment. Therefore, a problem had occurred when he was breaking through to the 6-star martial saint realm. At this time, he should relax and rest. However, he had blindly pursued breakthroughs and kept sprinting, causing him to be unable to break through the bottleneck. His cultivation had been stuck at this point. If he continued sprinting with all his strength, not to mention this month, he might not be able to break through the bottleneck next month, or even the month after that. Lin Fenghua continued, look at your martial uncle Gu Tianshang. He is too stubborn. Moreover, because of decades of stubbornness, he has already formed an inner demon. Now that the inner demon has been born, even if he stops and relaxes his mind, it will be useless. As long as he continues to persevere, there might be a chance to break through the inner demon, achieve enlightenment, and become a third-grade array master. However, this chance is very small. Yixing nodded repeatedly. He could see that Gu Tianshang was too stubborn. It turned out that he had unknowingly embarked on the same path as Gu Tianshang. If it were not for Lin Fenghua's guidance, Yixing would not have realized his own problem. This was the so-called, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player involved. Realizing his own problem, of course, he had to find a way to solve it. Yixing said, Master, I have realized that I have been too stubborn. Since I started cultivating and entered the I have been thinking of ways to improve my cultivation and strength. I have not slacked off for even a moment. These days, I want to relax. Whether it is martial arts or arrays, I will not think about them for the time being. There are still a few days before the Qingyun ancient land opens. I plan to take this opportunity to go back to Zishan Prefecture. First, I want to see Master Zishan Ho. Second, I have not been back for more than a year since I left the family. I want to go back and have a look. Lin Fenghua nodded and said, sometimes, some concerns in the heart will affect the purity of the state of mind and have an impact on the breakthrough of cultivation. Especially when the state of mind is stubborn, the impact is particularly obvious. It is good to go back to the family and have a look. On the same day, Yixing rode Old Black back to Zishan Prefecture and saw Zishan Ho. Zishan Ho's posture was still tall and straight, and his aura was still majestic. However, the white hair on his temples gave him a sense of vicissitudes. Yixing had seen this sense of vicissitudes on Zishan Ho before, but later, because of him, this sense of vicissitudes disappeared and was replaced by a high-spirited spirit. Today, the sense of vicissitudes reappeared. Obviously, it was related to the news of Yixing's death in the Falling Star Secret Land. Although Yixing came out of the Falling Star Secret Land and proved that the news of his death was false, Zishan Ho's hope had been shattered for several months. The blow he received was not easy to recover from. After not seeing Zishan Ho for more than half a year, Yixing's heart tightened when he saw the vicissitudes of life on Zishan Ho. There was an indescribable feeling. He felt that he had been too obsessed with cultivation. After coming out of the Falling Star Secret Land, he should have gone back to Zishan Prefecture and personally reported his safety to Master Zishan Ho. In the back hall of Zishan Ho's residence, Yixing and Zishan Ho sat opposite each other, reporting his experience in the Falling Star Secret Land to Zishan Ho. Other than the gains in the Starry Hall, Yixing kept the same as what he had said in the Falling Star sect. He told Zishan Ho everything he had experienced in the Falling Star Secret Land, including the killing of Hua Tianshu's disciple, He Hongjiao. Hearing Yixing's story, the smile on Zishan Ho's face gradually became brighter. Yixing felt that the vicissitudes of life on Master's body gradually receded, and that high-spirited spirit returned. Good. Good, good. After listening to Yixing's story, Zishan Ho repeatedly said good, and his voice was filled with emotion. Yixing, your experience and growth have indeed greatly exceeded my expectations. How long has it been? In the blink of an eye, you have already surpassed me. 15 years ago, when I entered the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, I was 24 years old, and my cultivation was at the late stage of the 7th Star Vortex realm. Although your cultivation is not as good as mine, your strength has already surpassed mine. Moreover, you are only 17 years old now. I really don't know what kind of achievements you will have in the future. For a monstrous genius like you, fate can't restrict you at all. Second update. Only 10 more votes, and today's monthly votes will exceed 150. Please give me 10 more votes. Chapter 281. Yixing's Sagittarius constellation and Black Hole constellation, other than himself, only Zishan Ho knew about it. Zishan Ho was very clear that Yixing's two supreme constellations greatly increased Yixing's strength. Since Yixing had defeated a top 7-star martial saint, it meant that Yixing had used all his trump cards. Even an 8-star martial saint would not be able to compete with him. Therefore, Zishan Ho knew that Yixing's current strength was much stronger than when he entered the Clear Cloud Ancient Land. Moreover, this was only Yixing's strength when he was a 5-star martial saint. Now that Yixing's cultivation was at the peak of the 5th-star martial saint realm, who knew when he would break through to the 6th-star martial saint realm? At that time, his strength would be even more terrifying. In the Clear Cloud Ancient Land, the disciples of the Clear Cloud region's top 10 sects would gather. If they met some murderous people from the opposing camp, they might lose their lives. With Yixing's strength, Zishan Ho was not worried about Yixing's safety. In the Clear Cloud region, the dangerous ones should be Yixing's enemies. Zishan Ho asked, "How's your archery cultivation? How's your attainment in the 4 symbols arrow art?" Yixing said truthfully, "Disciples' archery has reached the 2nd realm. I can barely follow my heart and reach the great accomplishment of the 4 symbols arrow art." After Yixing finished speaking, the hall suddenly became silent. Zishan Ho looked at Yixing and even forgot to breathe for a moment. After a full 2 breaths of time, Zishan Ho said in surprise, "The 2nd realm of archery, and the 2nd transformation of heart? The great accomplishment of the 4 symbols arrow art?" No wonder Zishan Ho was shocked. Yixing's archery attainment was indeed shocking. When Zishan Ho entered the Clear Cloud Ancient Land, his archery was still far from the 2nd realm. The four symbols arrow art had only reached the small accomplishment, which was not at the same level as Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded affirmatively. Zi Shanho's voice was still filled with shock as he said, with this level of attainments in archery, if you were given a good middle-grade spirit bow, you would be able to kill an 8-star martial saint in your normal state. If you were to combine it with the Sagittarius constellation, I'm afraid that even a 9-star martial saint could be killed. Bows and arrows were fundamentally different from other weapons. Firstly, they had a long attack range. Secondly, they contained great power. For example, a middle-grade spirit bow. As long as one could draw the bow, the arrows shot out would be enough to kill a 6-star martial saint. A good middle-grade spirit bow could kill a 7-star martial saint or even an 8-star martial saint. If Yi Xing had a good mid-grade spiritual bow, with Yi Xing's attainments in the four symbols archery art, it would be more than enough to kill an 8-star martial sage. As for the Sagittarius constellation, it could greatly increase the power of the bow and arrow. In this state, it would not be surprising to kill a 9-star martial saint. It was not surprising, but in reality, it was a 5-star martial saint who killed a 9-star martial saint. There was a gap of 4 realms in between. This kind of leapfrogging was simply too terrifying. It completely broke the limit of leapfrogging based on martial arts strength. Even in the legends, leapfrogging could not exceed 3 realms. After all, with every higher realm in cultivation, one's strength would increase greatly. It was impossible for one's strength to leapfrog infinitely. Only an extraordinary weapon like the bow and arrow could break the limit of leapfrogging. This was because it was not the martial artist's personal strength that leapfrogged. It was the strength of the bow and arrow itself. Although the limit of a leapfrog challenge should not exceed 3 realms, since ancient times, there had been countless cultivators who had died at the hands of cultivators who were 4 realms, 5 realms, or even more. It was not as if there had never been anyone who had died at the hands of cultivators who were 4 realms, 5 realms, or even more. However, this was not a victory in terms of strength. It could be due to various reasons. It could be due to the environment, it could be due to a sneak attack, it could be due to the help of external objects. Such leapfrogging obviously could not be counted as a conventional leapfrogging based on strength. Using a high-grade bow and arrow to kill the enemy was using external objects. It could not be counted as a normal leapfrogging. The bow and arrow could break the conventional record of leapfrogging. From this, it could be seen that this was indeed a terrifying weapon. It could be counted as a non-conventional weapon. After Zi Shanho finished speaking, he took out a bow. This bow was nearly 2 meters tall. When it stood upright, it was as tall as Yi Xing. The body of the bow was made of purple metal and exuded a noble light. Yi Xing's pupils shrank. He recognized this bow. It was Zi Shanho's purple cloud bow. Zi Shanho handed the purple cloud bow to Yi Xing and said, "A treasure sword should be given to the best swordsman, and a treasure bow should also be given to the best archer. This purple cloud bow is a top-notch mid-grade spiritual bow. If you use this bow to shoot with all your strength, it is enough to kill a 9-star martial saint. Take it with you and it will ensure that you will be unimpeded in the Qingyun ancient land." Yi Xing took the purple cloud bow. He was excited and his blood was boiling. With this bow, he could kill a 9-star martial saint. Such a weapon could be said to be terrifying. Yi Xing said, "Master, you gave me the purple cloud bow. What will you use?" Zi Shanho said, "I have a spare bow. The purple cloud bow is very useful to you. It is most suitable for you to use. However, with your current cultivation, it is extremely difficult to draw the purple cloud bow. Even if you can draw it, I am afraid that it will consume more than half of your physical strength and celestial essence. Generally, try not to use it." Bows and arrows, as an extraordinary weapon that could break through the limits of those of a higher realm, had advantages but also disadvantages. Because the arrow shot was closely related to the strength of the bow, when a martial artist's strength was too weak, it was impossible to draw a bow that was too strong. Moreover, as the martial artist's cultivation increased, the increase in the power of the bow would not be very large. This was because the strength of the bow accounted for a large part of the arrow's power. When the martial artist's strength increased, the grade of the bow would not increase. In this regard, it could not be compared to conventional weapons such as sabers, spears, swords, and staffs. As the martial artists' cultivation increased, their strength increased, and their martial arts attainments increased, the power of the martial arts they displayed with sabers, spears, swords, and staffs would become stronger and stronger. Even if it was a 9-star martial saint, having a low-grade spiritual weapon and not having one were two completely different concepts. However, if two archers had comprehended the second realm of archery, there was basically no difference whether they had a low-grade spiritual bow or not. For an archer, only a stronger bow could exert power far beyond their own strength. Once the bow's grade could not keep up with their own strength, there was no substantive difference whether they had a bow or not. It was because of this that Zhi Shanhou said that the purple firmament bow in Yi Xing's hands was more useful than in his own. Yi Xing could use the purple firmament bow to kill enemies 4 realms higher than him, but Zhi Shanhou could not. Moreover, when Yi Xing became a 9-star martial saint, it would be impossible for him to use the purple firmament bow to kill enemies 4 realms higher than him. At that time, he would not even be able to kill enemies 3 or 2 realms higher than him. At that time, the purple firmament bow would be much less useful than it was now. I understand, Master. Yi Xing stroked the purple firmament bow, like a peerless swordsman stroking the treasured sword that accompanied him throughout his life. Zhi Shanhou waved his hand, and another quiver of purple arrows appeared in front of Yi Xing. Zhi Shanhou said, "The purple firmament bow is too strong. Ordinary arrows simply cannot withstand its power. Before it can kill the enemy, it will directly explode. The arrows shot from the purple firmament bow must be forged from spirit metal. This quiver of purple gold arrows was forged from the peak of low-grade spirit metal. It can completely withstand the power of the purple firmament bow and increase its power. Good arrows." Yi Xing put away the purple firmament bow and took the quiver. He took out a purple gold arrow and looked at it, praising it. In the quiver, there were a total of 30 purple gold arrows. Each purple gold arrow was forged from the peak of low-grade spirit metal, and the material of 10 purple gold arrows was enough to forge a low-grade spirit weapon sword. In other words, just these 30 purple gold arrows were equivalent to 3 low-grade spirit weapon swords, and were extremely precious. And the arrows, under the shooting of a strong bow, had a terrifying collision force when they hit an object. Even if it was an arrow equivalent to a spirit weapon, it could only be used a few times. It could be seen that the consumption of a good bow and some good arrows was extremely shocking. If it was used frequently, an ordinary person would not be able to withstand it. Yi Xing also put away the purple gold arrows. He stood up and respectfully bowed to Zhi Shanhou, saying, "Thank you, Master, for giving me the bow and arrows." Zhi Shanhou stood up and pulled Yi Xing up, saying, 15 years ago, in the Azure Cloud ancient land, because my strength was not enough, I could only obtain the first volume of the Azure Cloud Eye. Now that you have the purple firmament bow in your hands, there is hope for you to obtain the second volume of the Azure Cloud Eye. The complete Azure Cloud Eye is a peak-grade spirit weapon, a priceless treasure. If you can obtain it, it would be a great fortune. Chapter 282. That night, Yi Xing stayed in Zhi Shanhou's residence. Zhi Shanhou had been to Qingyan ancient land once and told Yi Xing everything he knew about it. This included the place where he had obtained the Eye of Green Cloud. Through the conversation, Yi Xing had a better understanding of Qingyan ancient land. Qingyan ancient land was similar to the 100 illusion formation that Yi Xing had entered when he entered Meteor Sect. It was an area that was enclosed by a formation. However, the 100 illusions formation couldn't compare to the size of the area and the quality of the formation. It was said that the formation in Qingyan ancient land was at least a level 3 formation. Furthermore, the formation contained the power of space. This meant that some of the formations had reached level 4. This was because only level 4 formations contained the power of space. In Qingyan ancient land, there were many disordered spaces. When you climb a mountain, you will find that you are not at the top of the mountain. You might be in a valley, or on an island in a lake, or in an ancient palace. When you jump off the cliff, you will realize that although you are walking on flat ground, in fact, you are stepping on solid ground. Of course, this was rare. Every time you entered a disordered space, it meant that you had entered a treasure land. There were treasures in the disordered space. There were all kinds of treasures. They could be secret martial arts manuals, elixirs, metal materials, natural treasures, spirit weapons, and so on. However, whether you could obtain these treasures depended on your luck and strength. If you were lucky, you would enter a disordered space where there were no demonic beasts or puppet martial artists guarding you. You could obtain the treasures directly. If you were unlucky, the treasures would be guarded by demonic beasts or puppet martial artists. You would have to defeat the guardians to obtain the treasures. There were very few treasures that were not guarded by demonic beasts or puppet martial artists. Therefore, most of the time, you would have to rely on your strength. Yi Xing was looking forward to his trip to Qingyun ancient land. He had the strength, and with Zi Shanho's guidance, he knew where the Eye of Azure Cloud was located. This meant that he must have gained something in the Azure Cloud ancient land. Furthermore, if he could obtain the complete Eye of the Blue Cloud, it would be an extreme spiritual martial art. Furthermore, it was an eye technique. It would be a priceless treasure. It would be a huge gain. Yi Xing could not wait to get his hands on the complete Eye of Green Cloud. Therefore, he was looking forward to the opening of the Green Cloud ancient land. The next day, Yi Xing bade farewell to Zi Shanho and rode Old Black towards Tiansung City. Ever since Yi Xing had entered the Purple Mountain Academy last year, he hadn't returned for about a year. Although Yi Xing didn't have much feelings for this family, it was still where he started in the Star Continent. Yi Xing was a nostalgic person. As his cultivation increased, the distance between him and the Ye family grew further and further. Gradually, they were no longer in the same world. Therefore, while he was still in the Luo Xing kingdom, and before he was completely estranged from the Ye family, he came back to visit. Returning to the Ye family wasn't to improve their relationship, but to take a look. As long as the Ye family developed well, he would be able to completely cut off his worldly ties and fulfill his wish. From now on, he would wholeheartedly reach the peak of the martial Tao and would no longer be affected by the Ye family. In the past year, the Ye family in Tiansung City had developed rapidly and had become the #1 family in Tiansung City. Whether it was the Xiong family or the Wei family, they were all suppressed by the Ye family. The main reason for the rapid development of the Ye family was because Yi Xing had become a disciple of the Luo Xing sect, and the Ye family had received a large amount of rewards. The rewards that the Ye family had received were all given out by Zi Shanho on behalf of the Luo Xing sect. For a small family like the Ye family, even a little trash from the Luo Xing sect was a priceless treasure to the Ye family. Elixirs that could raise cultivation, superior grade martial arts manuals, superior grade weapons. This caused the Ye family's foundation to instantly become rich, and at the same time, it also caused the cultivation of the Ye family's martial artists to break through continuously. Now, there were already a few level 8 martial artists and dozens of level 7 martial artists. Although this kind of strength was nothing in Zishan County City, it was an absolute overlord in Tiansung City. This was especially so for the Ye family in Qingye Town. As Yi Xing's true hometown, they had received the greatest benefits. Yi Xing's parents and third uncle had all broken through to level 7 martial artists because of the elixirs and were promoted to the main family of Tiansung City, becoming powerful elders. In Tiansung City, Yi Xing met his parents, third uncle, Yi Feng, and the rest of the Ye family. Seeing that the Ye family's development was going well, Yi Xing was very satisfied and happy. Compared to the past, the Ye family had undergone a complete change. Everyone was full of joy and happiness. This caused Yi Xing to completely let go of the last bit of worry he had for the Ye family. His heart was completely calm and he no longer had any other thoughts. Ka's soft sound rang out. Following that, a strong aura exploded from Yi Xing's body. That aura instantly swept out in all directions. Everyone in the Ye family trembled under this aura. This was the aura of a martial saint leaking out. To ordinary martial artists, as long as a martial saint willed it, this aura would be enough to kill them. Yi Xing's heart was filled with joy. It seemed that Master Lin Fenghua was right. Strength could not last long and softness could not be defended. Combining strength and softness was the way of the king. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th-star Martial Saint realm. He had continuously tried to break through to the 6th-star Martial Saint realm for more than half a month, but in the end, there was no effect at all. Now, he listened to Lin Fenghua's advice and relaxed his mind. First, he went to Zishan County to see Zishan Ho. Then, he went to Tiansang City to see the Ye family. Yixing's heart was calm and he no longer had any worries. His state of mind was completely pure. The cultivation barrier of the 6-star vortex realm naturally disappeared. Yixing's cultivation naturally broke through and he became a 6-star martial saint. His wish to break through to the 6-star martial saint realm before the Qingyan ancient land opened had finally been fulfilled. Yixing thought, when I was a 5th-star martial saint, Master said that it would be difficult for me to draw the purple cloud bow. Now that my cultivation has broken through and my physical body is much stronger than other martial saints, the purple cloud bow should not be difficult for me to draw. After saying that, Yixing walked out of the room and went to the Ye family square. He stretched out his hand and the purple cloud bow and purple gold arrow appeared in his hands. Yixing released his senses and looked into the distance. He wanted to test how far this top middle grade spiritual bow could shoot and how powerful it was. Yixing released his senses and immediately felt a sense of danger. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger one's senses. In Tiansang City, he actually felt a sense of danger, which made him surprised. Whoosh! At this moment, a few miles away, on a small hill outside the Yi family's residence, a sharp arrow suddenly shot out. The arrow broke through the air and turned into a ray of light, shooting directly toward Yixing. An archer had launched a sneak attack, an assassination. The quality of the archer's spirit bow was not low, and his cultivation was not bad either. The power of the arrows shot out pierced through the air. From afar, Yixing could feel a sharp qi, which was very terrifying. This arrow could easily kill a 7-star martial saint. In fact, it could even kill an 8-star martial saint. Yixing turned his head and looked into the distance. He looked into the distance and scanned with his super brain. The moment Yixing turned his head, the arrow had already pierced through the air and shot to his side. Yixing moved his feet and his body suddenly moved. Heavenly bat steps. The wind force of the minute realm was integrated. Yixingtian seemed to take a casual step, but in fact, he was extremely clever. His figure flashed and he dodged the arrow's attack. Boom! The arrow shot past Yixing and instantly hit the wall of the square 100 meters away. It directly blasted a 10-meter-long hole in the wall. This showed the power of this arrow. If it had hit Yixing, the terrifying power would have been enough to instantly shatter all the meridians in his body and kill him instantly. Yixing turned his head and looked into the distance. His super brain scanned and locked onto a figure a few miles away. The archer hiding in the forest of the mountain city was an 8-star martial saint. The other party's hiding was nothing to Yixing. Whoosh! At this moment, another arrow shot out from the forest. Yixing's lips curled up. He drew his bow and shot the arrow in one go. The purple gold arrow left the bowstring. A dragon's roar sounded and turned into a green dragon. Bang! The two arrows clashed in the air and collided with each other, producing an explosive sound. The other party's arrow exploded, but the purple gold arrow did not lose its momentum. It still streaked across the void like a ray of light. A few miles away, in the forest of the mountain city, the 8-star martial saint archer's expression instantly turned into horror. The 7th day of the 4th night watch. There are only 3 days left. Brothers, don't waste your monthly votes. Please vote for the archer god. Chapter 283. According to the information obtained by the assassin, Yixing was a 5-star martial saint, and his battle prowess was at the peak of the 7-star martial saint realm. As an 8-star martial saint, he could defeat Yixing in a head-on battle, not to mention shooting arrows from afar. Even if his target was also an 8-star martial saint, he could easily kill him. However, the arrow he shot failed to hurt Yixing at all. Yixing dodged it in an instant. Moreover, Yixing's archery skills were even more terrifying than his. When the arrow shot over, it shattered his arrow in an instant, and then continued to shoot towards him without slowing down. Feeling the terrifying attack from the arrow, the 8-star Martial Saint Assassin knew that he could not resist this arrow. At this critical moment, the 8-star Martial Saint Assassin's celestial essence erupted to the limit, and his movement technique was pushed to the limit. With a loud shout, his whole body shot to the side like a meteor. Whoosh! The arrow almost brushed past the edge of his body, and the sharp aura of the arrow scraped his body, causing him to feel a faint pain. However, the 8-star Martial Saint Assassin's heart was full of joy. He had dodged this terrible arrow. However, had he really dodged it? Yixing's mind moved, and the arrow that was shooting forward changed direction in an instant, continuing to shoot towards the 8-star Martial Saint Assassin. Just as the 8-star Martial Saint Assassin's heart was filled with joy, the arrow tore through his protective celestial essence, shot through his back, and came out from his chest. The powerful force of the arrow carried the 8-star Martial Saint's body forward, and in the blink of an eye, he hit a big tree. The arrow was nailed deeply into the trunk. The 8-star Martial Saint Assassin was directly nailed to the trunk, and his feet could not touch the ground. His body twitched, and blood overflowed from his mouth. He slowly spat out 4 words, "This is impossible." Then his head tilted, and his breath stopped, and he died. He could not believe that Yixing, who was only an intermediate martial saint, had already stepped into the second realm of archery, reaching the point where he could do as he pleased. Yixing jumped up and spread out his celestial essence. Just like a bat spreading its wings, he glided through the air for a few miles before arriving at the hillside woods outside the Yi Mansion. Everyone from the Yi Mansion watched as Yixing soared into the sky, each and every one of them looking stunned. For ordinary martial artists like them, Yixing had a pair of celestial essence wings on his back. Moreover, he could glide through the air for several miles. This was no different from flying. If it were other martial sages, they definitely wouldn't be able to glide across a distance of several kilometers with the help of celestial essence wings like Yixing. This was not only because Yixing's heavenly bat steps had reached the grand completion stage, but also because his wind force had reached the minute's subtlety realm. Unless it was a martial saint who had also comprehended the wind force, even if it was a 9-star martial saint who had mastered the middle spirit martial light body technique, it would be impossible for him to glide a few miles like Yixing. It was already not bad to be able to glide for more than a mile. Yixing came to the corpse of the 8-star martial saint assassin and pulled out the purple gold arrow. He searched the corpse but couldn't find any useful information. Yixing waved his hand and the star fire seed ignited a ball of flame, which fell on the corpse and quickly burned it to ashes. Although he couldn't find any useful information, Yixing could guess who the murderer behind the scenes was. There were not many people who wanted to kill him. "You sent an 8-star martial saint to kill me. You underestimate me, Yixing. When I have enough strength, I will settle the score with you." Yixing muttered to himself, a sharp light shooting out from his eyes. Yixing picked up the bow dropped by the assassin, as well as a few arrows made of spirit metal. These were the only things that Yixing got from killing this person. The bow was a good one. Although it couldn't be compared to the purple cloud bow, it was still a middle spirit bow. As long as he could draw this bow, he would have the power to kill a 6-star martial saint. Mid-grade spiritual bows were rare. Yixing didn't know if there were any more mid-grade spiritual bows after Zishanho gave him the purple firmament bow. On the same day, he returned to Zishanho's residence from Celestial Azure City to deliver the mid-grade spiritual bow he had obtained to his master, Zishanho. He also reported the ambush. Zishanho took the middle spirit bow and said, "Yixing, there are people who don't want you to grow. It is very dangerous for you to be outside the sect. You killed an 8-star martial saint assassin, so they might send a 9-star martial saint assassin. You killed a 9-star martial saint assassin, so next time, a true human rank expert might come to deal with you. Only in the Falling Star sect will the assassin not have the chance to deal with you. Only then will you be safe." Yixing nodded and said, "Then I will return to the sect now." Zishanho said, "I will send you back. This time, in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, if you can obtain some good fortune and increase your strength, when you come out of the azure cloud ancient land, as long as you have the strength to protect yourself in front of a true human rank expert, she won't be able to do anything to you anymore. She can only watch you grow. With Zi Shanho's escort, Yi Xing returned to the Falling Star sect safely. There were 3 more days until the azure cloud ancient land opened. After Yi Xing returned to the sect, he paid a visit to his master, Lin Fenghua, and then went into seclusion to cultivate the middle spirit falling star art. Now, he was confident that he could cultivate the middle spirit falling star art to the 7th layer. Once he cultivated the middle spirit falling star art to the peak, Yi Xing's celestial essence would greatly increase, and his strength would also increase. The higher the attainment of the cultivation technique inheritance, the stronger the celestial essence, and the faster the cultivation speed. Yi Xing's super brain couldn't change the specific cultivation speed of Yi Xing, and it couldn't use the virtual model to cultivate the cultivation technique inheritance. However, the super brain could analyze the cultivation technique inheritance thoroughly and form a model in his mind, showing the best cultivation method accurately without any mistakes. Yi Xing cultivated according to the model in his mind without any mistakes. In this aspect, his cultivation of the cultivation technique inheritance was better than anyone else. For other cultivators, no matter how powerful their master was, even if they were kings, they couldn't do it without any mistakes. After all, the master was the master, and the disciple was 2 different people. It was impossible for the disciple to learn everything the master taught. However, Yi Xing cultivated according to the model in his mind, and he could learn it 100%. This was because if there was any mistake, the super brain would adjust, and in the end, the cultivation of the body and the model in the mind would be exactly the same. Once the model was exactly the same, it meant that Yi Xing's cultivation was 100% correct. With 100% correct cultivation, Yi Xing's attainment in the cultivation technique inheritance was naturally as easy as flipping his hand. When the Qinyan ancient land opened, Yi Xing had already cultivated the middle grade falling star incantation to the 7th level. The 7th level of the middle grade falling star incantation could be transformed into the upper grade falling star incantation. However, the upper grade falling star incantation cultivated astral essence, and Yi Xing was only a 6-star martial sage. Naturally, he couldn't transform it. This would have to wait until Yi Xing's cultivation reached the 9th level of the star vortex realm. Then, the transformation would begin. Once the transformation happened, the celestial essence in Yi Xing's body would transform into astral essence, and he would surpass the peak of the 9th level and become a half-step perfected one. Early in the morning, the 10 core disciples of the Falling Star sect gathered in the main hall of the Falling Star sect. Every time the Qinyan ancient land opened, there was a limit to the number of disciples that could enter the Qinyan ancient land. The 6 sects in the south each had 10 disciples, and the 4 sects in the north each had 20 disciples. There were a total of 140 disciples. The 10 core disciples of the Falling Star sect had not changed, except for the addition of He Hongjiao and the addition of Yi Xing. The sect master Lu Tianyuan, the enforcement elder Yu Pinghai, the war pavilion elder Qi Dosheng, and the sect affairs elder Lin Fengjue led the 4 perfected one to the depths of the Qinyan mountain range on the purple flame monarch eagle. The purple flame monarch eagle was a level 3 demonic beast, and its strength was comparable to a 3-star perfected one. It was an eagle that Lin Xiuyuan obtained when he was young and raised. More than 100 years ago, Lin Xiuyuan rode on the purple flame monarch eagle and escaped from the falling star country. The purple flame monarch eagle was extremely fast and could travel 100,000 miles in a day. The falling star sect was tens of thousands of miles away from the Qinyan ancient land, but it would only take half a day to reach the Qinyan ancient land. In the depths of the Qinyan mountain range, not only were there level 2 demonic beasts everywhere, but there were also many level 3 demonic beasts. But with the terrifying aura of the purple flame monarch eagle and the 4 perfected one, the level 3 demonic beasts in the depths of the Qinyan mountain range all retreated. The deeper they went into the Qinyan mountain range, Yi Xing gradually saw deep ravines. The shorter ones were a few hundred meters long, and the longer ones were a few thousand meters long. There were even huge palm prints on the ground that were dozens of meters deep, forming a huge palm-shaped basin. It was obvious that they had reached the legendary place where the 2 kings fought. The scene was shocking. The monthly votes list was going to explode. Poor thing, they were rolling on the ground begging for monthly votes. Today's fourth update. Chapter 284. This was the first time the core disciples had been here. When they saw the scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What is going on? That valley, and that valley, why do they all look like palms? Not all the core disciples had heard of the legend of a battle between kings. Gong Yunxiu, who was ranked 7th, pointed at the palm-shaped valleys and exclaimed in shock. Those palm-shaped valleys looked like they were created by someone's palm. However, these palm-shaped valleys were at least 1,000 meters long and wide. Who could create such a huge valley? This was simply unimaginable. Junior sister Gong, legend has it that there were 2 kings who fought here. These marks on the ground are said to be the marks of a battle between the 2 kings. Ma Ren explained to Gong Xiuyun. A battle between kings? Gong Xiuyun sucked in a breath of cold air, but the doubt in her eyes had disappeared. Such a miracle could only be explained by a battle between kings. No wonder there was such a legend. Not long after, the purple flame monarch eagle carried the group to a huge flat ground. There were already people from a few sects here. The people from the Spirit Moon sect had already arrived. Lu Tianyuan let the purple flame monarch eagle land beside the Wan and greeted Sage Xingyu of the Spirit Moon sect. Sage Xingyu. Sage Tianyuan. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu nodded at each other. In the Qingyun region, Sage Xingyu was the strongest among the martial artists. Adding the name of Sage Xingyu was a form of respect for Sage Xingyu. If one did not respect the other party, there was no need to call him Sage Xingyu. Just like Lu Tianyuan and Yun Zhankong, both of them called each other by their names. Lu Tianyuan looked at the light screen at the end of the flat ground and said emotionally, "It's time for the Qingyun ancient land to open again. I wonder what kind of treasure will appear this time." Leng Xingyu smiled and said, "Your sect's genius disciple, Yi Xing, has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. With his combat strength, he should not be afraid of an 8-star martial sage now. He is another demonic child. It seems like your sect has gained a lot in the Qingyun ancient land this time." Although Yi Xing did not purposely reveal his cultivation level, Jinren's eyesight was extremely sharp. Naturally, he could see through his cultivation level. However, if Yi Xing also stepped into the astral realm and converted all his celestial essence into astral qi, then the astral qi would be locked in place. Unless he took the initiative to reveal his cultivation, it would be very difficult for anyone to see through his cultivation, unless it was a powerhouse above the venerable realm. Lu Tianyuan naturally knew that Yi Xing had already become a 6-star martial saint. However, he did not know exactly how strong Yi Xing was, as Yi Xing had never revealed it before. When Yi Xing was a 5-star martial sage, he was able to cross 2 realms to fight. His current strength should not be inferior to an 8-star martial sage. Lu Tianyuan chuckled. There were many treasures in the Azure Cloud ancient land, but every year, the disciples of the 4 sects in the north would obtain most of the treasures. The 6 great childs were the most powerful among the younger disciples of the 10 sections. If Yi Xing also reached this level, it meant that Yi Xing could also participate in the most important treasure fight. Naturally, the benefits he would obtain would be better than in the past. Lu Tianyuan said with a radiant face, "Hee. I hope so, I hope so." Leng Xingyue said, "The Azure Cloud ancient land is full of dangers. Young hero Yi, please take care of my sect's disciples." As she spoke, Leng Xingyue raised her voice and glanced at Yi Xing. Although the Spiritual Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect were in an alliance and belonged to the same camp, in the Azure Cloud ancient land, it was not uncommon for disciples of the same sect to fall out over treasures, let alone disciples of different sections. 15 years ago, Hua Tianshu killed Zilan of the Spiritual Moon sect and chopped off Hua Tianfeng's legs in order to snatch the opportunity of an ascendant sage. Moreover, Hua Tianfeng was not only a disciple of the same sect but also a sworn brother and sister. Lu Tianyuan patted Yi Xing's shoulder and said to Leng Xingyue, "He will." At noon, the seal of the Azure Cloud ancient land would be opened, and there was not much time left. Not long after the falling star sect arrived, other sects arrived one after another. When the martial artists of the Dongfu sect arrived, regardless of whether they were martial sages or martial sages, they all looked at the falling star sect with hatred in their eyes. Yi Xing, in particular, felt that many eyes were fixed on him. One of them was so strong that it was like a sharp knife moving around Yi Xing's body. Yi Xing followed the gaze and saw that it belonged to a young man in his early 20s. He was wearing a black robe and his cultivation was at LV 7-star Vortex Realm. Yi Xing immediately activated his super brain and scanned him. There was a yellow flame of destiny in the young man's mind and there were 3 flames in total. A 7-star martial sage with a 3-star yellow fate. Yi Xing immediately knew the young man's identity. He was the number 1 disciple of the Dongfu sect, Watanabe Xian. Watanabe Xian was the number 1 genius in the history of the Dongfu sect. Not only was he talented in cultivation, but he was also very talented in martial arts. He had the combat strength to challenge those of a higher level. He was the only one among the disciples of the 6 southern sects who could be compared with the most outstanding disciples of the 4 northern sections. He was one of the 6 most powerful young masters among the disciples of the 10 sects. His title was Young Master Watanabe. Seeing Yi Xing looking at him, young Master Watanabe's lips moved. Although he did not say anything, Yi Xing could tell what he was trying to say. Trash. I'll tear you to pieces in the azure cloud ancient land. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xing's mouth. He didn't say anything, but mouthed, I'll wait for you. Whoosh. Sir Watanabe's aura suddenly rose and became incomparably sharp. He wanted to see fear in Yi Xing's eyes, but he was disappointed. Yi Xing didn't have the slightest bit of fear, and his words showed that he didn't put Sir Watanabe in his eyes. Young Master Watanabe continued to move his lips, trash. You'll die miserably. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes and didn't respond. His lips curled up slightly. He had said what he wanted to say, and he wouldn't say it a second time as long as Mr. Watanabe came. Not long after the Dongfu sect martial artists arrived, the Flying Cloud sect martial artists also arrived. They stood on the other side of the Spirit Moon sect, separated from the Falling Star sect. After Yun Zhankong arrived, he only greeted the Spirit Moon sect master and ignored the Falling Star sect. The Falling Star sect was the winner of the 3-sect competition and Yi Xing was the leader of the 3 sects in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. Out of courtesy, the Flying Cloud sect should take the initiative to greet the Falling Star sect. Lu Tianyuan snorted. Yun Zhankong did not put the Falling Star sect in his eyes and he would not take the initiative to greet them. Anyway, Lu Tianyuan had already decided that after the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, the Falling Star sect and the Flying Cloud sect would go their separate ways. On the vast flat ground, the 6 major sects of the south were clearly divided into 2 camps. The martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect stood on one side. The martial artists of the Dongfu sect, the Divine Wind sect and the Blood Ghost sect stood on the other side. The martial artists of the 2 camps looked at each other with unfriendly eyes. As for the martial artists of the 4 major sects of the north, they had not arrived yet. When noon was about to arrive, the martial artists of the 4 major sects of the north arrived at the same time. The martial artists of the 4 major sects came from different directions. Obviously, it was not a deliberate agreement. It was because the later they came, the more important they were. No one was willing to be the first to arrive and stand together with the martial artists of the 6 major sects of the south while waiting for the other sections. Of course, there was a limit to it. If they did not show up when the Azure Cloud Ancient Land was about to open, they would be laughed at by others for not having a sense of time. Therefore, when the Azure Cloud Ancient Land was about to open, they showed up at the same time. When the martial artists of the 4 major sects showed up, there were 4 monstrous auras that pressed down on them. Like the 6 major sects of the south, each sect had 4 perfected persons who were escorting their disciples. However, in terms of cultivation, the perfected persons of the 4 major sects of the north were much higher. Among the perfected persons of the 4 major sects, the one with the highest cultivation was a 5-star perfected persons. The other 3 were all 3-star perfected persons, 1 was a 4-star perfected persons and 2 were 3-star perfected persons. All the perfected persons of the 6 major sects of the south were beginner perfected persons and there were only a few 3-star perfected persons. The perfected persons of the 6 major sects of the north were 3-star perfected persons and almost half of them were intermediate perfected persons. The difference in strength between the north and south of the Azure Cloud Mountain was obvious. Second update. The archer god was shot in the butt twice. He was crying for votes. Do you want to know more about the archer god supreme? Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign on the top right corner. Add a public account to your friends and search for Kidian's Hungwenwang. Follow the public account and you will never miss a new update. Chapter 285. The ranking of a sect was based on the cultivation level of the martial artist. A sect without a sage or above could only be considered a small sect and could not be rated as a star sect. A sect with a sage was called a 1-star sect. A sect with a supremacy was called a 2-star sect. A sect with a king was called a 3-star sect. The main difference between a star-ranked sect and a starless sect was that a star-ranked sect could establish a country, but a starless sect could not. A country established by a 1-star sect was an ordinary country. A country established by a 2-star sect was called an empire. A country established by a 3-star sect was called a dynasty. Among them, whether it was an ordinary country, an empire, or a dynasty, it was divided into low grade, middle grade, and upper grade based on the strength of the sect that controlled it. For example, a 1-star sect with a beginner sage was a low-grade 1-star sect. A mid-grade sage was a middle-grade 1-star sect, and a high-level sage was a upper-grade 1-star sect. Although they were all 1-star sects, their strength was divided into 3 grades. The corresponding countries were naturally divided into low-grade, middle-grade, and upper-grade. 2-star sects, 3-star sects, and so on were the same. In the true mystic region, there were only 1-star sections. Among them, the strongest were the 9 great nations, which were all upper-grade nations controlled by 9 upper-grade 1-star sections. In the Azure Cloud region, there were only low-grade and middle-grade nations, which were controlled by low-grade and middle-grade 1-star sects respectively. The 6 southern sects were low-grade 1-star sections. The 4 northern sects were middle-grade 1-star sections. From the 6 southern sects and the 4 northern sects, it could be seen that there was a huge difference in strength between sects of the same star rank in different grades. One could imagine the difference in strength between sects of different star ranks. One was in the sky while the other was in the ground. In the martial artist world, the hierarchy was strict. The strong were superior. The martial artists of the 4 northern sects looked at the martial artists of the 6 southern sects as if they were city dwellers looking at country bumpkins. Their eyes were filled with arrogance. Although they were all in the Azure Cloud region and were separated by the Azure Cloud mountain range, the 4 northern sects and the 4 southern sects still had many interactions. This was because the 4 northern sects were not united. As such, the 6 southern sects were faced with a problem. Which side should they form a good relationship with? The 4 sects in the north were the Blue Thunder sect, the Sun Moon sect, the Tian Luo sect, and the Xian Ming sect. Among them, the Blue Thunder sect and the Sun Moon sect were rising stars and had only been established for about 1,000 years. The Tian Luo sect and the Xian Ming sect had a long history and had witnessed the glory of the Blue Cloud sect. After the destruction of the Blue Cloud sect, the Tian Luo sect and the Xian Ming sect had a long period of glory. However, there was no sect that could last forever. In the past 1,000 years, the Blue Thunder sect and the Sun Moon sect had gradually risen to be on par with the Tian Luo sect and the Xian Ming sect. Now, the Blue Thunder sect and the Sun Moon sect had surpassed the Tian Luo sect and the Xian Ming sect in one fell swoop. Each sect had a 6-star sage in charge. They were the 2 overlords of the Green Cloud region. The Tian Luo sect and the Xianming sect no longer had a 6-star sage, so they were 1 level weaker. 2 tigers cannot live on one mountain. With 2 overlords in the same region, it was inevitable that conflicts would arise. 1,000 years ago, the powerful Tian Luo sect and the Xianming sect were locked in a fierce battle. Now, the Green Thunder sect and the Sun Moon sect were also in a fierce battle. They looked for allies to suppress each other. The Blue Thunder sect looked for the Tian Luo sect and the Sun Moon sect looked for the Xianming sect. Thus, two camps were formed. The 6 southern sects and the 4 northern sects interacted. It was impossible to please both sides, so they could only choose one side. After many years of development, the Spirit Moon sect, the Flying Cloud sect, and the Blue Thunder sect and the Tian Luo sect of the north stood on the same side. The East Fu sect, the Wind sect, and the Blood Ghost sect stood on the same side as the Sun Moon sect and the Xianming sect. Although they stood on the same side, the 6 southern sects and the 4 northern sects were not on the same level. There was limited communication and friendship between them. However, because the East Fu sect had a young master Watanabe, who was the #1 genius in the history of the East Fu sect, the Sun Moon sect and the East Fu sect had become closer in recent years. Young Master Watanabe, the Yin-Yang Master, and the Great Sun Master had also become close friends. Lei sect leader. Luo sect leader. The 3 sect leaders of the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect walked forward and greeted Lei Zhen and Luo Zhan, respectively. Yang sect leader. Xianming sect leader. The East Fu sect leader, Watanabe Xiong, did not come. It was the Supreme Elder, Watanabe Tan, who led the group. At the same time, he and the 2 sect leaders of the Wind sect and the Blood Ghost sect also walked forward and greeted Yin Wudao and Ming Li, respectively. There was a clear line between the 2 sides. The sect leaders of the 4 northern sects nodded indifferently. Only the Sun Moon sect leader, Yin Wudao, smiled slightly at the Supreme Elder of the East Fu sect, indicating the importance he attached to the East Fu sect. After greeting each other, there was no superfluous conversation. The disciples of the 4 northern sects only glanced at the disciples of the 6 southern sects and then looked away, their faces full of arrogance. Brother Yang gone, Brother Yang Ming. Among the disciples of the 6 southern sects, the only one who greeted the disciples of the 4 northern sects was young Master Watanabe of the East Fu sect. The Yin-Yang young master, Yang Ming, was 1 year younger than young Master Watanabe. However, young Master Watanabe was naturally a little brother in front of him. The Yin-Yang young master and the Great Sun young master smiled at young Master Watanabe with a friendly expression. It was completely different from how they treated the other disciples of the 6 southern sects. At this moment, there was a strong fluctuation of qi at the end of the plain. The 4 northern sects had arrived very late and there was not much time for them to exchange greetings. It was noon and the seal of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land was opened. Everyone who was talking stopped talking and looked towards the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. Gaps started to appear on the light screen of the array. It no longer sealed the Azure Cloud Ancient Land tightly. Instead, many entrances to the Azure Cloud Ancient Land appeared. The juniors had only heard of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land but had never entered it. They had heard that there were countless treasures inside and their eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Tianyuan said to the disciples of the passageway won't be open for long. Yi Xing, quickly enter. There are 30 days until the next time the passageway opens. After 30 days, you must reach the entrance and exit. Yi Xing nodded and then waved his hand, saying, "Those who are with me, follow me." The disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spiritual Moon sect followed closely behind. The disciples of the Flying Cloud sect looked at Yun Zhankong. Yun Zhankong waved his hand and the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect followed behind. The 3 sects each had 10 people and there was a total of 30 people. Yi Xing took the lead and walked towards one of the entrances. In addition, the disciples of the 4 northern sects were led to the 4 entrances by the head disciples of each sect. The disciples of the Dongfu sect, Aeolus sect and Shuyo sect were led by young Master Watanabe and walked towards one of the entrances of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. The Azure Cloud Ancient Land was vast and there were many entrances after the seal was opened. Different entrances led to different places in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. As there were many conflicts between the sects and there were even deep hatred between them, in order to prevent the disciples from entering the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, there was an agreement that different teams had to enter through different entrances. The entrance that young Master Watanabe had chosen was not the one that Yi Xing had chosen. However, it was close to the entrance that Yi Xing had chosen. The entrance that they had chosen was close to the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, and it would not be too far away. The two camps of the 6 southern sects were further away from each other. Yi Xing had entered the Azure Cloud Ancient Land near the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, while young Master Watanabe had brought his team to the Azure Cloud Ancient Land on purpose. When Lu Tianyuan saw this, he frowned slightly. However, he soon relaxed as he had confidence in Yi Xing. The supreme elder of the Dongfu sect, Du Biantan, curled his lips and revealed a sinister chill in his eyes. In the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, Yi Xing and the rest had entered the Azure Cloud Ancient Land at the foot of a mountain. Yi Xing immediately climbed to the peak of the mountain beside him and looked into the distance. He did not see any other teams. Yi Xing looked at the crowd and said, "Remember this place. We will be back here in a month's time. During this month, you can group up and move freely to look for opportunities. We will meet here in a month's time." A disciple of the Flying Clouds sect said, "Senior Yi Xing. Now that we've just entered the Qingyun Ancient Land, we're not too far away from the other teams. If we split up, we might bump into them. If we're in danger, we'd better stick with Senior Brother Yi Xing. Only Senior Brother Yi Xing can protect us. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign on the top right corner. Add a public account in the Add Friends section and search for Kidian's Hongwenwang. Follow the public account and you will never miss any new updates." Chapter 286. Yi Xing looked at the person who spoke and was surprised to see that it was a disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. Whether it was a disciple of the Falling Star sect or the Spirit Moon sect, Yi Xing felt that it was normal. However, Yi Xing found it strange that a disciple of the Flying Cloud sect said it. The attitude of the Flying Cloud sect towards the Falling Star sect and towards him, Yi Xing, was deeply engraved in Yi Xing's mind. This Flying Cloud sect disciple was acting a little too familiar with him. However, what this person said was not unreasonable. If they separated here, it was indeed possible to meet other teams. If they met a normal team, it would be fine. However, if they met a ruthless person in the Qingyun Ancient Land, killing and robbing was not a rare thing. Yi Xing looked at the disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect and asked, "What do you think? Do you want to find your own opportunities or stay with me and go deeper into the Qingyun Ancient Land before separating?" With 30 people together, it was obviously the least efficient to search for opportunities. Moreover, even if they found an opportunity, it was not enough for 30 people to share. Therefore, some of the disciples who were confident in their own strength or luck were unwilling to squeeze with the others. However, there were only a few who were confident. Most of the disciples hoped that being with Yi Xing would provide them with some form of security. Seeing that most of them were willing to be with him, Yi Xing nodded and said, "Okay, let's go first. We will stay together for the first 3 days. After 3 days, we will go deeper into the Qingyun Ancient Land and the chances of meeting other teams will be low. At that time, we will find our own opportunities." In the Qingyun Ancient Land, there was space power in the formation. The space inside was very vast and they could not reach the end even if they walked for 10 days. In such a vast space, there were only 140 martial artists. If they were scattered, it would be difficult for them to meet each other. Chaotic spaces were rare and most of them were in the depths of the Qingyun Ancient Land. On the first day, Yi Xing and the others did not encounter any chaotic spaces. Most of the treasures in the Qingyun Ancient Land were in the chaotic spaces. Since they did not encounter any, they naturally did not gain anything. Of course, it was the others who did not gain anything. Yi Xing still gained something. He often looked into the distance, and whenever he found a suitable place for spirit herbs to grow, he would scan it with his superbrain. After a day, he found a few spirit herbs, and one of them was even a mid-grade spirit herb. Every 5 years, a disciple would enter the Qingyun Ancient Land. Other than the treasures in the chaotic space, the ordinary area had been plundered time and time again. It was extremely difficult for others to obtain any benefits in the ordinary area. But even in such an environment, Yi Xing still managed to harvest a few stalks of spirit medicine. Everyone looked at him with strange and surprised gazes. Regarding his ability to find spiritual herbs, many people muttered in their hearts, "What a monster." 30 people gathered together, and they were all the most outstanding disciples of the 3 great sections. Their strength was outstanding, and any demonic beasts they encountered along the way would flee far away. As for those demonic beasts that dared to attack, they would all die under the attacks of the 30 people. In the Qingyun ancient land, the sun rose and set, and the sky turned dark. It was synchronized with the outside world. This was not another space, but an area enclosed by a formation. It was still a part of the star land, so it was naturally synchronized with the outside world. When night came, the group killed a beast and then spent the night on the mountain peak where the beast lived. This was the beast's habitat, and it was considered the core territory. Other beasts would not invade. Although the 30 of them were together, they did not want to be attacked by any beasts at night. Hence, they chose this location. The night was quiet. The next day, the sky turned bright. Everyone woke up and roasted the beast. After filling their stomachs, they were ready to continue their journey. Yixing stood at the peak of the mountain and looked into the distance. He waved to the group and said, "Don't go yet." The disciples were surprised. Mo Shilon, the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, asked, "What happened?" Yixing flew down from the peak and said, "Watanabe Xian is leading the disciples of the Dongfu sect here. They will be here soon." Everyone's expression changed suddenly. Watanabe Xian? Young Master Watanabe, one of the 6 young masters. Although Ling Xingyue said that Yixing was also a young master, in everyone's hearts, the 6 young masters were obviously more terrifying. Ling Xingyue said that Yixing might be comparable to the 6 young masters. After all, the weakest of the 6 young masters was an 8-star martial saint. The strongest among them could defeat anyone. As for Yixing, his cultivation was his weakness. He was only a 6-star martial saint. Although he defeated Yunfeng, who was a 7-star martial saint, when he was a 5-star martial saint, his cultivation had broken through from the 5th to the 6th level. His strength did not necessarily increase from a 7-star martial saint to an 8-star martial saint. Perhaps Yixing's current strength was that of an 8-star martial saint, which was still terrifying and powerful. However, he was not as strong as Watanabe. Moreover, Watanabe's potential was second only to the Yinyang young master among the 6 young masters. This was because other than him and the Yinyang young master, the other 4 young masters were invincible among their peers. However, Watanabe could challenge those of a higher level. He had defeated an 8-star martial saint at the 7th level of the Star Vortex realm without a single defeat. Hearing Watanabe's name, everyone's heart could not help but tremble. However, there were a few exceptions. A few disciples of the Flying Clouds sect had a half-smile on their faces. They did not seem to be surprised by Watanabe's arrival with the disciples of the Dongfu sect. Yixing's gaze swept across the faces of these Flying Clouds sect disciples. Among them, there was the Flying Clouds sect disciple who had proposed that everyone should be together at the beginning. Moreover, Yunbin and Yunfeng were among them. Yixing squinted his eyes. The disciples of the Flying Clouds sect were not his allies, but his enemies. However, Yixing did not say anything. He was too lazy to expose them. When the disciples of the Dongfu sect arrived, they would naturally show their stance. Soon, the disciples of the Dongfu sect led by Watanabe climbed over a mountain and appeared in everyone's sight. Soon, they arrived at the mountain where Yixing and the others were. Watanabe's face was filled with a sinister smile as he fixed his gaze on Yixing from afar. The other disciples of the Dongfu sect, regardless of their gender, also had sinister smiles on their faces. Their eyes were filled with excitement as if a killing feast was about to begin. Run. Run again. He 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 he. Watanabe stretched out his hand as if he had grabbed something. He squeezed it hard and looked at Yixing with a sinister smile. No matter how you run, you will not be able to escape from my grasp. Yixing looked coldly at Watanabe. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. I said that I will wait for you. When have I ever run? As he spoke, Yixing waved his hand to the right. Disciples of the Falling Stars sect, this way. Disciples of the Spiritual Moon sect, this way. Ma Ren and Mo Shilan ordered and led the disciples of the two sects to the right of Yixing, disciples of the Flying Cloud sect, this way. Yunfeng also ordered and led the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect to the right of Yixing. They wanted to be together with the disciples of the Falling Stars sect and the Spiritual Moon sect. However, Yixing waved his hand to the right and said, Flying Cloud sect, this way. The disciples of the Flying Cloud sect stopped. Yunfeng frowned and thought, if we don't stick together, how effective can a sneak attack be? Yunfeng said, Yixing, why did you put the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect on the other side? Do you want to abandon us? Of course, we have to stay together. As he spoke, Yunfeng waved his hand and led the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect to the right of Yixing. They wanted to stand together with the disciples of the Falling Stars sect and the Spiritual Moon sect. Whoosh, Yixing's figure suddenly moved. The heavenly bat steps of the Great Success stage was integrated with the wind force of the microscopic realm. He performed it to the limit. This speed was not comparable to that of a 9-star martial saint. In the blink of an eye, Yixing flashed in front of Yunfeng. His speed was beyond Yunfeng's expectations. Slap, Yixing slapped out. As soon as Yunfeng saw Yixing's figure, he felt pain on his face. With a loud explosion, his body flew to the side. The head disciple of the Flying Cloud sect, Yunfeng, was sent flying by Yixing's slap. When Yixing was a 5-star martial saint, Yunfeng could still fight with Yixing. Now that Yixing had broken through to the 6-star martial saint, he could not withstand a single blow from Yixing.